All right, here we are at Booyah Bay, golden hour. I feel pretty good today. How do you feel, Ginny?
I'm feeling pretty good. How about yourself?
I just said I feel great.
Well, try again.
Tired.
Yeah,
Woke up at 7 a.m.
I woke up at 6. We're doing great out here.
Absolutely. We are here to commentate for round 2, or is it now round 3
Now round 3.
of Pool A. So we have Address Me versus Operation Go Fish. Address Me has Luna Zuka, 5th Gen Goose Swagger MC. Pretty names you see often on streams.
Yep.
And versus Operation Go Fish, who I do know personally because there's another Annie on there. The Annie from Narrow D Sepia,
Yeah.
who I've known for quite some time now. I think we
Sweet.
met around like 2 years ago at Mag West. But they seem like they're still setting up. Let's look at these maps.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the map pool that we've got going on here. We actually have a very special friend joining us today. This lovely plushie. It's super soft. I really love this thing and I want to steal it.
You can get it at the Nintendo store in San Francisco, which is not too far from us.
It's not too far. It's a
train
maybe,
ride away.
Yeah.
It's around.
Maybe like a 30-40 minute train ride from here.
I think it's pretty accurate. We've been there many times, been having a blast since its grand opening.
Yeah.
We went on a little Booyah Bay field trip, did a
Oh,
little
yeah.
meetup
Did a
over
little
there, went around Japantown as well in San Francisco, had a lot of fun. I don't think we didn't get to see the bridge, but
No, we're just a little too far from the
little
bridge
too
that
far
we
the
have
bridge.
that we have in our lovely background here.
yeah. Let's look at these maps. Where are the maps?
It looks like they're on to picking their gear now.
We have nice big amount of time to just talk about whatever then.
Yeah.
So we have Zones on Hagglefish, Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge, Clamblitz on Umami, and then if it goes to game 4 or 5.
Then we have Tower Control on Shipshape Cargo and Splat Zones on Mako Mart.
I did not know Shipshape had Cargo Co. on.
Yeah, Cargo
No one calls
company.
it that.
Yeah, everybody just says Shipshape and
No
nothing
one
else.
ever calls it that, ever.
So yeah, Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market. That's your pretty standard opening map. It is. I see it played all the time.
Okay, well then I'll trust you on that.
Yeah. Literally, I tuned into the Splatoon North American LAN tournament, and just like half of the games were Splat Zones.
It's not LAN, it's North American
Or
League.
not North American League, not LAN. Sorry.
That one's always fun to watch. We have some people here who actually were. You should see Mia's shirt. It says I skipped NA Open League just to be here.
Yeah.
That she like sharpied in on her shirt. It's amazing.
Fantastic.
And then all of the back it says quality you can haste. That's awesome. We have a good amount of people today. We have 15 teams, more than last time, so that's a good sign.
Yep.
Near our cap, not quite hitting there. Some people had trouble with their flights coming here because of stuff happening.
Stuff happening in the world.
Yeah, I don't know if I can say it on Twitch. But luckily we didn't lose any teams. We did have a few subs coming in to replace them. Thank you for Typo for coming in. And I think that was the only person who, luckily that was the only person who got their flight canceled was JB. But we're very fortunate to have everyone who bought flights to be like most of them to be able to be here today.
Oh yeah, super fortunate. We are glad to have everybody here. It is, honestly, it feels the most alive that it has felt since I've been here last.
Yeah, you weren't here for Shoreline Shakeup.
Yeah, I was here for Fog City.
That one was huge.
It was huge, but
it
this
was
one
very
feels
tiring.
so much more. Everybody seems like they're talking so much more and getting closer.
You know what it is?
What is it? What is it?
Every time we start Booyah Bay now since the summer, we've made all of our people here have some nice chatting time to just make new friends and encourage people to go out and chat with each other.
Oh yeah,
And it
yeah.
just helps so much with the player experience here and building the community.
Yes.
If people just stay in their, comfort zone only with their little friends that they brought with them, then, see, you can play with your friends at home, There's a specific LAN experience that is just
Absolutely.
so wonderful. So
Yes.
when you are here in person, you got to take advantage of making those real-life face-to-face connections with people.
Absolutely. Just like I'm having a real life face-to-face connection with you.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah. We're still getting set up here.
Hey, Rice. How close are we to game?
You're getting into the lobby.
Okay.
That's what's
We are entering the game soon. It's just we're getting a little bit of a moment to get all set up and getting into the lobby
Back
here.
to Yap time.
Yeah.
Back to Yap time. We're gonna have fun. This is just filling in time, huh? Filling in time.
So the rounds coming up are, in fact, a best of 5. We're doing pools round 3 right now. I believe this is pool A, correct?
Yes. So there's some pool B people already starting. We had enough setups to have room for that. We're gonna start now on zones on Hagglefish. Interesting map. It's just quite so standard. I don't even know what to say about it.
Yeah, it's kind
It's
of just
kinda-
a block.
It's
That raised platform in the middle is super tight. Those walls making it really tight. The
Lots of
spacing,
alleyways.
lots of alleyways. Those flanks on the side.
By lots we mean 3.
But that's going to be 3.
So many.
But yeah, those side alleyways are really good for distracting your enemies. Going right behind them, as long as you don't get spotted by that back line that usually hangs out on the glass tent there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the tart, not glass, right?
it's glass. You can see through it,
Right, but that'd be like a clearish part.
I suppose. I just remember when I walk on there, I hear the sound effects of like a little ting 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 ting, and it's glass. So I'm like,
I have to check that. I don't think.
I
always
also
thought it
have
was
to
a
check
tart.
that. Well, I do know it's clear.
Yeah, it is.
It is clear.
It is.
It is clear.
Oh my god.
It says Splatoon
So
3 on the
cute.
back.
That's so cute.
It's so soft.
I know there's a few folks planning on going after Booyah Bay tomorrow morning, all to Nintendo.
Oh
SF.
yeah, that'll be a
Oh,
lot
and
of
we're
fun.
in-
And we're in the game.
The game.
So here we have Address Me. And there's Operation Go Fish. Let's take a look at our setups here.
Address Me has.
Address Me going backless here. Same with Operation Go Fish. Though Operation Goldfish does have a little bit more range with that Splattershot Pro, able to do some long range pressure. And here we have Address Me taking over the zone really early and just popping that crab to push right on up.
Yeah, why have a backline when you have a crab?
Exactly.
He's finding the pick here on Annie. My name double. A wipeout on the side of Operation Go Fish. They're
Yeah,
having
this
a
is
tough battle here. This is, Address Me is one of those teams looking for that win of the entire
Absolutely.
Booyah Bay. But, you know, Operation Fish, they're not going down without a fight. Davesy's doing pretty well, able to get a pick in spawn. There we go on the glass tarp. We'll call it that for now just because I think it's hilarious. Operation Go Fish actually doing really well here.
Yeah, we've got Slug here going for the flank. They pop their special before they go down, but I think that might be enough just to flip the zone, help them out there, really put some pressure on Address Me.
They were able to get a penalty on Address Me, so they just bought themselves
a lot more
time.
It's great for them to set up once again. We see a couple members of Operation Go Fish go down, and Address Me just pushing through that choke point right there.
5th Gen being super aggressive, looking for the flank now. Goose just also pressuring their team, pressuring their snipe, making sure they can't get off of their spawn platform, which is so high up. Davesy's going for the flank, trying to make it all the way around.
Caught out by Swagger there.
That's a trade. That's better than nothing, and he's trying to take the zone here. Looks like the flanking was working for a moment. They were able to get to the zone and distract two of their players, but that is the game for Address Me. And I mean, they did really well for what it's worth.
Yeah.
This is two teams with a very different skill level, and for Operation Go Fish, all we want is for them, try their best to show their worth, and I think they absolutely did here.
They absolutely did. That is exactly right. I think Operation Goldfish did have a bit of a compositional advantage, but that tent really held them down. It made it super hard for them to get in. Our next round here, we're going on to Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. And this map is kind of infamous for being a little bit...
It's infamous for stalling.
Yeah,
it's
a little
like
bit
the
stally.
Rainmaker stall map.
But you know what? I think that just gives us way more time to play.
Yeah.
And I think that's really all we could ask for here at a LAN, huh?
If Operation Go Fish manages to just play out a 5-minute game, I'd give them a high five.
Yeah, I would too.
I'd say great job. We were having some technical difficulties here at Booyah Bay, so a bit of the stream matchups are a bit mixed up, and unfortunately we didn't get to go to what super close matches are right now because we couldn't install anymore, but they had to play. But hopefully very soon we should be able to get some closer matchups. For now, we're just rooting for Operation Go Fish to do their thing,
Oh yeah.
But hopefully that explains the current situation we have going on here right now.
And Operation Go Fish, they've come to every single Booyah Bay that we've had, haven't they? As far as I'm aware, they've been to...
Some of their members, I believe Annie and Davesy's comes to nearly every single Booyah Bay.
Yeah.
I can't say for certain if it was every single one, but...
I know that Davesy's has been coming to these Booyah Bays at least since the first one, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
I don't know if they missed any,
they went
but all of these members for sure have come to a lot of our Booyah Bays. They're big supporters of us out here.
Yeah. It's so nice to see the same faces over again, knowing that they enjoy our tournament.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go into Game 2. Rainmaker on Scorched Gorge. Let's see if the comps change.
Oh, it looks like we're going for quite a different setup for Address Me here. Much more aggressive, much more in your face. We'll see if that works out better to prevent some of that stalling that we were talking about that happens here on Scorched Gorge Rainmaker.
Double bucket's such an interesting thing here. I think you can really, one of the things is battling upwards on the ramp, battling upwards to get people on the snipe. I think the double buckets is really just an attempt to pressure the other team just from their high points, saying, actually, you can't go there. It's not advantageous because I'm just going to hit you.
Yeah, and Address Me already using those buckets putting those buckets to good use and already pushing far up. We've got MTF Doom here with the Rainmaker just playing it real safe, making sure the entire area is clear before they take that checkpoint. And there they go. They take it right up. Swagger over here on left, pressuring that left side, making sure they don't get their little crawl. But they give up just a little bit of space. But Fifth Gen is up in there in the corner, popping that hammer, pushing up really far into their base.
Gets a pick on Annie. Somehow the missiles are able to get the Rainmaker here. And Fifth Gen with the hammer snipe.
Down.
That's amazing. I think hammer snipes are the funniest thing ever, but it feels so horrible when they happen to me. You understand?
Oh yeah, I absolutely know what you mean. I always hate when that hammer flies in my face.
Operation Go Fish doing a pretty good job defending here.
Yeah.
They're not feeding. They're making sure that they're doing what they're making sure they're not staggering. They're saving for special. They're using their specials. But Address Me is just doing a great job here. Manages to get the wipeout on Operation Go Fish. Is this the game?
Maybe. Oh, what are they doing?
They squid rolled off of the pedestal, trying to get on their spawn.
There they go.
And then finally, Address Me.
Interesting
takes
game two. Yeah, Address Me with the game two here. We've got.
I can only imagine what happened on their comms when that happened.
I really. You don't expect to see something like that.
That's really silly, actually.
That is very
This is
silly.
really silly.
I
I was so confused.
Me too. Yeah, but that.
Who said this couldn't be entertaining?
I know, right? But yeah, next up we have Clam Blitz on Umami Ruins here. Now, Umami is known for being one of those Tetris maps, but this one, I feel like Tetris maps, you know, it looks like a Tetris block.
I see.
But I feel like this map has, it's kind of like a mini Hagglefish Market when you think about it, at least in the mid. But it's more like,
yeah, if you rotate it, you flip it sideways, you invert it, and you put invert the height map.
Yeah.
Then maybe.
Well, it's those gutters on the side are really just acting as the mid now, where most of those fights happen. That center point is going to be a high point of contention.
So it's kind of like the inverse of Hagglefish.
Kind of.
And except a lot smaller.
It plays like it, but geographically, it's kind of very similar with the layout there. But you play it quite the opposite.
We're gonna have to agree to disagree here.
Oh my god. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so Clam Blitz, the Clam Blitz is going to put good use of all that map, that extra space in there. And here we have the game starting. Let's see if there's any changes to our composition here. We've got Address Me pulling out the bamboo. Okay. And no changes it looks like for Operation Go Fish here.
Swagger finding success in the last game a lot with the machine decided to stick around with it.
Yeah, and it looks like Address Me is just quickly taking all that space for themselves. That center platform really gives them the entirety of mid, honestly.
Ooh.
If you have control of that center point, you have control of the game. And there they get a quick clam in, and it's looking like they pop in all their specials, getting all the clams in that they can.
Operation Go Fish needs to be smart here. They cannot push too much. They have to make sure they don't stagger. As I say that, 3 members go down. Address Me doing a really good job. Keep continuing to pressure the team, finding those little spots where they just overstep just a little bit and punishing them for it. Looks like getting a pick on Guns.
Yeah.
Goose.
and that roller is doing a great job at holding those really awkward spaces because it can just swing at you and you're down. But they go ahead and go down, and oh wow.
Address Me only needs 1 clam left, and
they missed it just barely by a millisecond. And they've got some jumps coming in here. I think this is the end of the Address Me's push here, where Operation Go Fish gets that reclaims some of that mid space. We've got Swagger pushed up all the way here, just trying to hold down them and keep them pressured.
Slug did a great job getting them right out of there. Said, no, actually, you can't have the space anymore. Got 2 picks, and now they gave Address Me 49 penalty. They bought themselves a lot of time here to come up with a sort of strategy to see if they can actually make a push.
Yeah. And we see Slug just trying to hold down that main entrance. Ooh, a great trade there, trading that Zuka player that could have been very threatening for Operation Go Fish. And now they're just trying to hold that space, making sure they can't walk in and score that clam. Daisy's pushing up on that right snipe over there. Or left, I guess, according to us.
Trust me.
Swagger pulls out, gets one splat there.
Double
just
Zuka.
pressuring Daisies. He goes down. And that looks like it might be a score for Address Me. This might be it. We just need a couple more clamps, and that's game 3.
Well done to both teams. Well done to Operation Go Fish.
Well done, yes. They did a really, I think that this game, they did a lot better of holding down their space. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the small map with 2 Zukas, it's pretty difficult to defend sometimes, and they did a great job.
They did a great job. And I believe that's the end of game 3.
That's 3-0 in favor of Address Me. I think we're good to go here. We move on to some real commentators.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
To some real commentators. We're going to take a brief intermission now. We will be back with Pool B, probably round 2 or round 3. Pool B started a little early. We've got to have the setups for that. And Sig and Kronos will be commentating for you very shortly.
Very, very shortly, yes. Please stay tuned, and we'll be back soon.
We'll be back.
fun to watch. So.
But going into things, I believe we are starting off on Hammerhead zones. Hammerhead bridge zones. That is one that you do not see every day.
It's a Booyah-based staple.
It is. It is.
Look
It
at
is
the
literally
bridge. It's
San
right
Francisco.
there.
It's the bridge. It's this big.
Right here.
This bridge. It's the bridge.
This bridge. Look at this bridge.
But yeah. So we're gonna be kicking things off there. That's gonna be pretty interesting. A novel start.
I mean,
This is not that. It is on Robo Ramen.
We are on round two. So, anyways, about the bridge, it's gone. We've replaced it with a ramen shop, but I'm hungry. So
I'm very hungry.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, I'm very curious. That is a leader.
Those are two interesting comps. A leader coming out from one side, and then the Rapid Pro Winter on the other with a major chip comp. But the leader instantly getting 2 picks off the bat. And that's going to be a good start for Hyperpoint.
No, absolutely. Typo also going in, finding one more. Pick, and Hyper are just immediately on top of the 4th player. And, I mean, Hyperpoint and Click Adventure are able to get that initial cap. Now it's just a question of how long can they hold. It looks like Typo's doing a fantastic job. Drew 2 people down to the bottom left as well. That makes this retake so much more difficult, especially with the Reef Slider getting picked off right there.
Pickles deciding to pop that Slider. Typo getting the crab out, chipping 1, getting 2 from the chip from the slider, 1 more in zone, and that might just be another wipeout for Hyperpoint.
Yeah, a delayed one, if not that, and I mean, they've just been holding incredibly well, haven't really relinquished this top elbow area where you have to walk through as the team retaking, which is, you know, exactly where you want to be. Typo's immediately contesting that again, goes down, but has the tactical to respawn. The Reef Slider isn't going to quite cap the zone, actually gets picked off by the Wave Breaker, and the Strikes and Bubble are going to at least neutralize it for the time being. But Leaf Sheep still need to find some kind of pick and some kind of way to mitigate this leader to get going.
Yeah, unfortunately, Leaf Sheep just not really have anything to super move the leader, and the leader just being able to hold down all of that space. Typo running in, unfortunately gets picked off, but here we see Leaf Sheep finally getting the cap, pushing the leader out, and finally be able to get their own hold.
One player ending up going down to, I believe, the Ink Mine, and there's the Dreadringer dropping as well. It's 3 players down with the Rapid Pro Winter dropping. It's just the Strikes to kind of stall this zone, but I don't think that Leaf Sheep, without these cooler jumps, are going to be holding for very long, and even with them, they have to deal with a Reef Slider that goes in, finds 2. Hyper is stalling out that 3rd Twinkle Dualies as the leader comes in for the tap shot and the wipeout, and Typo's got a beautiful crab spot set up here.
Typo's popping this crab instantly. Unfortunately, gets picked out by the bomb from the Dread. A crazy bomb there, and taking out the leader. 2 down on either side right now.
And I mean, Hyperpoint are still just holding all of the space. Again, it's about this elbow here on Robo Ramen, and Pick with another pick from the Reef Slider. There's the direct onto the jump into Reef Slider. Sprinkler just for the insurance. But Leaf Sheep were able to distract long enough to get that zone cap and apply penalty. They still have another shot at this.
Yeah, Leaf Sheep constantly will get that zone cap with the slider, the strikes. Just at least being able to stall time to try and get one more really good hold for them, because that's all they really need, especially with a leader on the side of Hyperpoint. If the leader can get locked out, then, I mean, that would be great for Leaf Sheep right now.
Oh, absolutely. It's so difficult to get that retake. The Twinkle Dually runs in, finds 1 pick. That is the in for Leaf Sheep. They're able to get that zone, but it gets flipped yet again. Immediately, the Dreadringer with the Reef Slider is not quite able to cap. Pick is able to find another one, make that 2. And Leaf Sheep, yet again, just barely lost control of zone. They had it for a second, and it's over. Is looking for just a little bit more. They do not want it to be over just quite yet. And that's going to give Leaf Sheep yet another way in. But there, again, are 2 players down, Kronos. This is just such a tough position to fight back from.
Yeah, and here we see Leaf Sheep popping their cooler, trying to just keep their team coming back in. Unfortunately, they go 3 down to bombs. The S-Blast looking for a pick on this Rapid, and does go down, and that looks like it might be game for Hyperpoint. Unless this slider, nope. That's going to be it, unfortunately.
No, this is one of those zones that you can't completely solo cap with a Reef Slider. You need like a suction bomb or just a little bit of paint from one of your teammates to fully confirm it. And at that, you have to time it right as well. So it's incredibly difficult to do so. Props to Leaf Sheep for, you know, keeping in it for quite a while. With how many times that Hyperpoint had some wipeouts there, it looked like that could have been over much quicker, and Leaf Sheep were able to fight back really well.
Yeah, Hyperpoint really just keeping keeping Leaf Sheep just down, the leader is just super impressive on that map. And also, can we just say Pick Pickles?
Oh my goodness.
All the sliders, all the
my
S-Blast just doing its thing. They just couldn't push in. It was just a struggle.
It is very, very tough when a leader gets set up to approach it at all, is when it has, 4 different angles that it can watch at once. And then you have the crab tank there as well to kind of shut down so much space. And then the AoE from the blaster and the zap as well, just providing the cooler and so much more paint. Really just frees up the rest of the weapons to fight as often as they want. We saw Pick Pickles and Typo really take advantage of that, all of that kind of free paint that they had. Really, really well played by them. We're going over to Clan Blitz on Hammerhead. Now we're on Hammerhead. Now we're on the bridge, guys.
Look at that bridge.
That's crazy. But we're going into it. What do you think we're going to see, like, changes-wise here?
I think we're still seeing a leader, that's for sure, on this map. And I think it's going to be... My hope is Leaf Sheep pulls out some sort of Zuka to just get rid of that leader, because that leader is going to cause some issues if they do not. No. Oh, wait.
No Zuka, but
that's
a
a
crab
Crab Dread.
tank.
Crab Dread right there. And that might be what they need to just keep that leader out of position so that the rest of the team can continue to play the game.
Yeah, I definitely like it, especially without splat zones. Okay. Never mind. But going back to the Dreadringer horns, that is a really interesting weapon. I like it a lot, especially on Hammerhead, where the crab tank gets just so much value. You have a high output weapon for it, and you have just AoE to play around the ledges, which are so important on Clan Blitz on this map because the basket is on like this massive ledge.
Yeah. No, I mean, the basket be on a massive ledge, and there's only, there's kind of 2 ways into the basket area, but it's really one. If you get one crab set up, you can watch both angles just fine and keep anyone from really being able to move forward.
Yeah, it's a bit tough to kind of get up on the block and then jump over to sort of the grape where leaders like to play in sort of a more neutral game state, because that is just so easily watched by the players that are also watching the ramp. So you're kind of down to one option. You have to use those specials, use the whatever you can to win a fight. I really like the idea of the Dreadringer there. Combine that with the 2 other weapons that they have to kind of poke at the ledges with the Rapid Pro and with the Slosher. I think that they're really banking on kind of taking advantage of that verticality. My main question, though, is how are they going to fight around the middle of the map when their crab tank isn't up?
That's going to be the roughest part of this match. I think it's going to be just hiding behind ledges, waiting for another crab tank to push up. Because, I mean, maybe you have strikes to... Oh, wait, we're on
Scorch Gorge.
Okay.
Never mind.
So plans have changed.
Yep.
Well, they still got the crab for spamming the leader out. Which, honestly, this might be better because you can crab from a higher position than for pushing in. And that might be advantageous for the Dread.
Yeah, and you get a little bit more value out of crabbing on, like, top mid, for example. I mean, It's Over is already looking for a 3rd pick. Hyperpoint is already 3 players down. Leaf Sheep are looking for this early score, forcing that leader to jump back. That's basically a full reset with strikes and a big bubbler, too. We could be looking at some massive scoring here, Kronos.
There is Typo already flanking behind. Did get a jump to the leader. No one saw it. And find one onto the bucket. Really just starting to try and push them out of their spawn.
Yeah, but he's only able to find one. The rest of the team does find a couple of more. The crab tank ends up getting picked off by Pick Pickle's Reef Slider as the AoE weapons take a 1v1, and neither side is going to come out on top, but with the rest of Hyperpoint quickly behind them, they will be able to get that retake going, prevent the scoring, get back to top mid, and Typo's already looking for yet another fight on this left-hand side.
Yeah, that was a crazy, just fast 50 points from Leaf Sheep. Minute into the game, just already halfway through their score, and that's going to be, that's a heavy set of points to burn that early into this match.
Yeah, only a minute in, and I mean, that's pretty tough. However, Hyperpoint do have the player advantage, and they did have the crab tank before it went down. Now it's just the Reef Slider that they really have to take advantage of, but It's Over is going to find Pick Pickles immediately, and so that's completely gone. The possibility of that being used to just open up some spaces completely evaporated. Typo is looking for just the crab 1v1, but with 2 other players contesting that from Leaf Sheep. Hyperpoint have been pushed all the way back into like their basket area, the spawn, and I mean, they're going to have to look to reset here.
Yeah, and here we see Typo just stuck in a 1v1 with the Twinkle Doolies. Does end up losing the fight, unfortunately, but I mean, we got the strikes, but we don't have a crab up to keep the leader out, and the leader's probably going to look for a pick here.
It looks like they're trying to. 2 players already down on the side of Leaf Sheep, same, especially with that Rapid Pro being gone. Same thing with that Slosher. That is a ton of difficulty, and Typo's got the Crab Tank so far forwards. That's going to give 2 Power Cleanse the opportunity to score here, and with It's Over going down and Pickles sliding into 3 players, there's just so much space for Hyperpoint to take that lead. They're taking fights as well, and Pickles with the direct is going to just keep things going. 7 clams on this leader too, Kronos. They could be looking at a KO if they cycle it properly here.
Yeah, it looks like Leader now has 7. Might be waiting for the Zap to try and go back and get clams, but the Zap choosing to fight here. No one really trying to cycle clams as of the moment.
Now they do, now that they've run out. Only 15 points left, that's 5. And Hyper's got all 5 of them here. It's just a question of getting back in time. The Crab Tank is looking the wrong way and is only able to stall once they get to 9 points left. And immediately Hyper going back in for it. Just 1 remaining. Typo's stuck in the Crab Tank, can't get that clam picked up, but can get the picks. And with Pickles there, they're just barely not able to get it.
The clam barely not making it to the basket. Typo really trying to get that clam. Chooses to fight. Going on a 2v1. Doesn't win, unfortunately, but here we see the S-Bus finding a pick, and Leaf Sheep really having to try and take some sort of space while they still can.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Again, that leader has been set up top mid. You don't really have options outside of the Crab and maybe the Tri-Strikes if you have people playing with it. And with Pickles just constantly putting pressure on this plat, there's 2 players, 3 players down on the side of Leaf Sheep. Hyperpoint is scoring both of their power clems. They could KO here, Kronos, and it looks like they're going to go up 2-0.
Yeah, there it is. Typo's finding all of the clams they need on the Leaf Sheep snipe. And I mean, what are you going to do about that when like the leader is set up on your snipes the whole time? Like they just couldn't move.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's so unbelievably difficult to move when the leader has just, again, full domain over your spawn. There's not really a way to kind of deal with it outside of just spamming it out or just, you know, kind of playing the sort of leader rhythm game of just waiting for them to fire a shot, trying to just get to that next spot of cover, almost like you're in Assassin's Creed or like Metal Gear.
Yeah,
something.
it's very Metal Gear. You're
yeah.
just like, oh, you got a 1-second timer as soon as they they got their shot. 1-second timer, get to your next area. Please don't let there be an S-Blast nearby to just one-tap me as I move.
Exactly, yeah. It is so unbelievably tough to kind of move that leader. Now, Leaf Sheep did have a fantastic opening push there, down to 50 points left in that first minute, but then it all kind of fell apart there. What do you think really went wrong for them outside the leader?
It just felt like once they lost mid, they couldn't get a Crab into a position they needed to ever push anyone out. Like the one Crab they had was, it almost was just like a panic to try and stop them from pushing in anymore. And by that point, Leaf Sheep was already, or Hyperpoint was already down to what, 3? And like that's just. It was just unfortunately it came out too late, and it felt like no one was getting chipped out enough to push them off the plat soon enough.
And I mean, when they got that Crab set up, you still had so many people able to contest plat. That's one of the things, that's one of the difficult parts of kind of clearing Scorch Gorge and getting back into mid, is that you have to make sure that area in front of the basket with the platform, the ramp and everything, you need to clear that so you don't have to worry as much with your Crab Tank. You can get, so you don't have to like be super concerned, have your head on a swivel, and so you can get maximum value out of it. That is one of the difficulties that they ended up facing. I do really still like the idea of the Crab Tank, though. Oh, yeah. I think that's a step in the right direction, and they definitely have proven that they are more than capable on it.
Yeah, no, I think the Crab Jet's definitely the right play there. And like you said, I mean, they didn't have the basket area cleared, so they started the Crab looking behind mid. So, like, they just had to look away from the position they were trying to stop.
Mm-hmm. It is a pretty rough spot. I believe we're going to tower control now. It's not on Mako Mart. That's round 1, right?
A lot.
So we're going on Inkblot Art Academy. And we're running back the same comps, I believe. Yeah, everything looks about the same. What do you think of Typo's opening here, Kronos?
I mean, I respect it as someone who is a drop left all the time, but unfortunately gets dropped on by all 3 of Leaf Sheep, really just trying to keep Typos out of any annoying positions.
And immediately, I mean, with that pick and with the trade that happened on the other side of the map at the same time, Hyperpoint are kind of on this back foot. Leaf Sheep have control of the map early yet again, but immediately they get wiped out from the turnaround with the jumps back in. Hyperpoint take that first bit of tower, and they have a Reef Slider, and I believe they're close to a cooler, or relatively close to one. There it is. And a Crab Tank, too.
Yeah, Crab already set up on top left, chipping, finds one. Hyper going in on that up, finds another, trying to see if they can find a third, but ends up jumping back.
And immediately just goes to fight again in top left, gets that trade for Typo. The strikes come through, able to force everybody off the tower, but Pickles is able to find one more. It's over, though, trading out just the dually left standing in. And against the leader, I mean, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place there.
Yeah, unfortunately, just going to have to jump out because that leader, the Brett, does find the pick on one, gets the jump in. It's just the zap left, and they might choose to, they're going to choose to pop cooler and fight this.
Oh, I really like this idea. Just try and stall for as long as possible. You have a massive lead going into this, and your leader's already set up. They're able to look at the rest of the map. Speaking of, they already found a pick. Pickles ended up stalling for even more after getting that cooler jump back in, and Typo's set up on this right stack. Definitely looking for that fight, the dually 1v1 with It's Over, forcing them to actually pop the big bubbler. That is a massive investment for that.
Yeah, and you already see the leader already just trying to putting over so much pressure over to mid that all of Leaf Sheep is just struggling to find space to take. And there's one, Pickles trying to choose, finds another on right stack, and we see the strikes coming out from Leaf Sheep, but I don't know if it's going to really do anything with 2 down already.
No, but they were able to find the fight onto Pickles. The Slosher does end up going down, but if It's Over can find the pick onto the Rainmaker, they're going to at least force them to drop all the way into mid, but with the help of 2 other teammates, they're able to fight that. It's Over staying alive for way too long fighting against 4. That was quite something, but Typo's about to do the exact same thing, get behind, doesn't find anything either. But with this Crab Tank, Leaf Sheep are finally able to get to that first checkpoint, and I believe they have an incredibly solid chance at getting to that second one if they can deal with Typo's Crab Tank here.
Yeah, and that Crab Tank right there was showing just pushing that leader out of position and letting Leaf Sheep start to actually take space. Pickles on this slider, not finding anyone, but dragging all the attention they can. Bubble going to be popped on tower for Leaf Sheep to see if they can continue this push.
It looks like it's not going to be very long-lived, but with another Crab Tank going on that tower, trying to force out the leader, but the leader finds that headshot. Oh my goodness, that is a massive swing for this push. It's Over is just doing all that they can on the plat, but fighting against 3 yet again. That is not an easy fight to take. Pickles, though, is going to say, give me all of that, finds the direct, gets traded out, but with a cooler and with Typo now in the bottom left doing the exact same thing, that's a trade you'll take with that lead with Hyperpoint.
Yeah, and we see Typo just constantly trying to get behind the enemy as much as possible. Really just keep turning those heads, and that has been a struggle so far for Leaf Sheep to try and get this push really going.
Yeah, I mean, again, Typo's just diving onto this tower. They have not responded fantastically to this pressure. Always somebody is trying to flank, and it's caused a lot of kind of scattering around the tower. I mean, Hyperpoint are doing a great job at forcing that, especially against a Rapid that is pretty good against it. Very difficult for the Rapid to deal. And I mean, we see again Pickles in mid, Typo cleaning up as well. And Hyperpoint and Click Adventure, they still have another push in the nerve. They are looking for this KO.
Yeah, they are going to continue looking for this KO as we see the Crab come out. But on the side of Leaf Sheep, one is dropping behind currently, trying to stall out that leader and keep Typo just alone in the front.
Yeah, I mean, so far that fight worked beautifully. Hyper's the only one able to support, but with the dueling down on the side of Leaf Sheep, Pickles is soon able to come in and also provide some chip damage. There goes the Slosher, and Leaf Sheep Dream of Sleep, they are really, really struggling here with 20 seconds left.
Yeah, here we see Pickles trying to push back up with that S+ in the bats. Just keep the Rapid back, but 3 down on the side of Hyperpoint, and this might be Leaf Sheep's time to, like, really get set up.
Yeah, I mean, they have the strikes. They're close to the Crab Tank as well. They've broken through the first checkpoint, and sometimes that's all you need. That first checkpoint can be so difficult to clear. It looks like they opt to pop the Crab on the tower, just try and force out this leader who is pretty chipped out, but immediately finds that onto, it finds the pick, headshot, but a wipeout is going to clean things up. Big slider, big dive from Hyper. Not Hyper dive, but a dive from Hyper. Is going to clean up.
Here.
My apologies. Is going to clean up the 3-0 for Hyperpoint and Click Adventure.
Yeah, Hyperpoint really just I mean, Pickles on that S-Blast. The sliders gain so much value. The crabs from Typo gain much value. Typo was just behind him all the time.
Yeah.
Like,
Constantly just almost playing like a Tetra with
Yeah.
that V-dually. Just using the mobility to stay alive and fight. Found really good crab angles too. Able to just turn those flanks into a push for the team. Really, really well executed. As a last-minute substitute, Typo is playing fantastically.
oh, yeah. I played with Typo last Booyah Bay. I'm going to be honest. I had never heard of the guy. He's insane.
Oh, no, he's really good.
Like, actually, madman. I wasn't prepared. We ran 2 dualies, bucket in like 10.
Oh, yeah, I forgot
it-
about that comp.
It was.
That was even
something.
Savalus, right?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
me, Sav, OBT, and Typo.
Oh, that sounds fun.
It was fun. It was a good time. I mean, I got to play New Mini because it literally just came out at the time. So
Yeah, that's a good time, but really, really solid showing from Hyperpoint and Click Adventure. It's good to see some East Coast representation out here. You know, Hyper being from the same state as me, from New Jersey. It's really cool to see other guys out here kind of showing up, representing the region on the other side. And yeah, I can't wait to see how far both these teams get in bracket. I'm curious seeing more Rapid Pro Winter as well. That was really fun.
Yeah, no, Rapid Pro Winter is always a fun one to watch, especially alongside like a Dread and or a Bucket. And like, I mean, it just, the chip damage from all 3 of those guns is crazy. Just keeping everything out if possible.
Yeah, I like the idea. Everything kind of worked. We've seen the Slosher plus the Dreadringer work multiple times as well, mostly in zones only. But with the Crab Dreadringer, it works really well in all modes too.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see more of that. I definitely want to keep an eye on Leaf Sheep Dream Sleep.
No, I think Crab Dread is definitely. I think it's a lot more underrated than it should be. I think it's I think it's a really good roller comp gun.
Oh,
Like, having the extra curling bomb is nice. The crab helps the roller get in, and I mean, Dread just paints everything.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
2K
It paints
paint
like you would not believe.
consistently.
It's kind of funny when you think about it. Like, you have the funny mop bucket, just like have you played Dispatch? Kind of like a Telltale game.
No.
It's like one of the superheroes there, I think Waterboy is his name, where he just kind of hurls water, like literally. That's what I imagine Dreadringer's like, just throwing all of the sloshes, all that paint everywhere.
Dread is a very satisfying gun to play. I can't do bucket. My wrists, I like to keep them attached to my body.
What do you mean? This is fun. I have little T-Rex arms, you know?
Yeah,
Just
and
whenever
then
you
I
play
have to do
Slosher.
like that, and I'm like, ooh, my wrist hurts.
You just fling your entire body that way and just hope you hit them on V-Slosh.
Maybe that's why I don't understand about bucket players. They're
Maybe.
not actually trying to aim. They're just like, if there's enough hitbox.
If I get if you cast a wide enough net, you're bound to land a catch, right?
Are bucket players just like
Fishers?
fishermen?
Yeah.
Oh my.
That's
I've
how I've been
solved
thinking
it.
about it. There we go.
Wait, but OBT lives in Arizona. How does he do it?
There's got to be one lake in Arizona, right?
No, can't.
There's
be.
got to be. We're gonna have to ask this. Maybe we have to go down to Sunset Surge. Where's Pepe when you need him?
Is there a single lake in Arizona?
Is there
please?
one? That's our burning question right
And
now.
does the lake have fish? Well, is there a lake, and then
Does
it have fish?
Very good point. That one might also be. But we're going to be going to a quick break here before we go into round 3. So we will all see you in a little bit.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Booyah Bay Golden Hour. I'm Signakari. Joining me on the mic yet again is Kronos, and we're missing Big Man, but I mean we have the little buddy, we have the Octoling pillow as well. So no shortage of guests here.
Yeah, I mean, we can get Big Man, but we won't
could.
get Big Man's vocals.
Yeah,
Which
it's
it
difficult.
doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it's not. It's just not the same.
It's really
you
not.
know. But yeah, we're waiting on the next set for just a little bit longer. We've got Hyper Point and Click Adventure versus DMV, who is new to me. I'm not really sure who's on this team. We're about to find out together
I've
here.
been to the DMV. But,
Yeah, I've been to the DMV plenty of times. I'm just not sure who's on the team itself.
Oh, it's NATO. Okay.
Oh, NATO's team. Okay. So yeah, there's NATO, there's Noodles, Coffee or Torta, and then Plum.
Oh, this. Okay, no, this. I remember this because I was talking to NATO last week at Sea Battle.
Okay.
NATO's a brush one trick.
Mm-hmm.
They have a dynamo one trick, and
Oh.
I think a bucket one trick. I think that's what it is.
We're
It's
cooking.
AOE
I like it.
hell.
But it's
I-
kind of fire.
Oh no, I'm with it. I love it, but also I don't want to fight it. Keep
Okay,
it away
I don't
from me.
I don't either. But like we might have to eventually.
No.
There may be a timeline where we have to fight the AoE.
Okay, but what
and,
if we
like-
just simply don't do that?
What if we simply do not engage with them? What if we just let them what if we just sit in our spawn and we just let them we're like, yeah, no, we're not going to do this,
GG's.
GG's.
Wrap it up.
But they're going to go up against the seemingly unstoppable force so far of Hyper Point and Click Adventure. We just saw them in a 3-0. Very, very strong. The leader team, which is definitely something to keep an eye out on. And, yeah.
I definitely see the leader team being a big issue for this. I mean, Dynamo doesn't exactly have much to do. I mean, they got the Zipcaster, and that's
They have a
it.
slosher.
They have strikes.
They have strikes. I
From-
mean, that could work for like a few seconds. But, I mean, we've got to see this team be really, really good at the rhythm game is the
Yeah.
issue. So
How good are they at rhythm games?
how good are they? They might ask Nerd to sub, and Nerd's pretty good at rhythm games.
Nerd is
Nerd is very good at rhythm games.
very good. Wait till you see that man play DDR.
Oh, no.
It is
I think I've
nuts.
seen him post on Blue Sky about it.
Probably. No.
It was impressive,
Nerd
just to
is
say the least.
very impressive at rhythm games.
Yeah.
Been to a round one with that guy. Terrifying as someone who has no rhythm game skill.
Oh, that sounds so fun going to an arcade with
He asked me
everybody.
to play DDR against him. It wasn't even close.
See, I have 2 left feet, but like without the feet, I just have 2 left legs when it comes to dancing. I'm hardly capable of it. So, what level are you at rhythm games, Kronos?
I was on easy difficulty, and I was still struggling.
Glad to know we're in the same boat here.
The most I can do is I can do Beat Saber, but I haven't even done that in
Okay, well,
months.
Beat Saber's fire.
Well, Beat Saber is fire, except Inkpin, my significant other, very good at Beat Saber now. They got super into it, and now I'm terrified. They're looking over at me right
They're
now.
giving me the death glare.
But I am terrified to play Beat Saber now.
That's
They're-
fair.
I'm like on a level, like a 4 blocks per second difficulty,
Okay.
and they're like, honk shoo,
Easy.
easy. I sleep. Too boring.
That's crazy. I haven't played Beat Saber in so long.
I should again.
It's a good time.
It's a good exercise.
I have to steal my sister's headset for it, and unfortunately that's not possible when I'm up at university, and it's
That-
doubly not possible here. So
that does make it much harder.
Yeah.
For a long time, I was stealing my sister's headset, so I get it.
there you go.
I finally sat down and modded it, and I was like,
Oh,
wow,
okay.
this is Beat Saber's way more fun when you get the music you
Yeah.
want to play.
When you actually have more than like 20 songs.
more than 20 songs, and the 20 songs that come with it, you know one of, and that's it. It's just Vocaloid now.
That's fair. That's
Oops.
why I stuck to like mostly Osu and Project Sekai. I played a good
I've-
amount of that.
I played Osu at my friend's house, who was also very into rhythm games,
Oh.
and still no.
Yeah, no. I never said I was good. It's fun.
I just assume if you play Osu, you're probably good at it. No.
No. I'm
Yeah,
struggling to clear like 4-star levels, bro. It's rough.
Okay, well, I'm also used to like because you play a bunch of other like CS:GO and all that. I'm used to all those people also playing Osu for aim training
Oh,
purposes.
yeah. That's what deathmatch is for. You know, I'm an old-fashioned person when it comes to like warm up and aim training and everything. Where you don't go into like Aim Lab or Osu or Squid Aim or any of that. You go into Anarchy, you go into Deathmatch, you do any of that, and that's your aim warm up for X if you have it. In Splatoon 3, I just use the training dummies and I hop on cold. You know.
Oh, I queue into X rank and then you use training dummies
Yep.
for like 180 seconds. And that's it. That's my time.
That's honestly, I think that's the wave. You know, you maximize your amount of time playing X rank, while minimizing the time that you're not.
The real strat is you get on 15 minutes before on the previous X rotation, and that's your aim training for
There we go.
zones.
Yeah, and you're already higher X power than me on all modes compared to my zones, which is crazy.
Is it really?
Yes, I'm at 2550 on zones right now.
My tower might be lower than that now.
I hope so. But we're going into the game. We're splat zones
no,
on
we're not.
Hagglefish. We're never mind. Noodles has disconnected. We're running into some tech issues. Sometimes unavoidable here at a LAN, but that's double roller and dread.
That NATO, that's not a brush. NATO,
That's not quite a brush. I mean, what is a paint roller but a very large brush though?
I can't deny this fact, but I'm upset about it.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Like just
I mean,
instead of being super precise and everything, you're like,
a paint.
and you both roll them along
I
the ground.
can't lie that a paint roller is just the brush of a house for painting a house.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. It's close enough to a brush, honestly. I mean, dynamo roller's a brush then.
These are upsetting facts that I'm not ready for.
Oh, yeah, I mean, just don't look at the weapon selection of Splatoon 2. Yeah, but we're going on to Hagglefish zones. That's an interesting dynamo map. I'm nowhere near an expert, but that seems tough getting through mid.
I don't think it's I was gonna say it's not bad if you were fighting a pencil,
or an edit,
but a leader.
That one's a little bit of a tougher, a taller task.
Yeah,
you
no,
know?
there's not many ledges you can hide from the leader, unfortunately.
Not really. You have to hope your sprinkler is good enough, where it absorbs like 3 shots.
Thankfully, leader doesn't pierce or anything.
That'd be unthinkable.
Yeah, who would do such a thing? The poor Dynamo players.
Oh no,
they're struggling out here.
poor Dynamo players. Poor me. Poor Splatling.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I play Pen.
What's a splat lane?
It is. It really is a Splatling. Just with no damage fall off.
Why do you think I can play it?
That's true.
The Krenzel is real.
The Krenzel is unfortunately a real fact. I have been the victim of a Krenzel before in scrims.
I love playing Pen.
It's fun.
It's a
Good time. Well, I got to take off my jacket. It is boiling in here.
The Flyers lost can no longer have their...
I can't be representing the Flyers anymore. Unfortunately, the Philadelphia Falco Flyers did lose today, which is quite tragic. But we are loading into the game. We have everybody in the lobby now, and that is a brush now.
Oh, okay, we got the brush. We got a dread. Okay, I was a little wrong. It was a dread, not a bucket, but close enough.
Yeah, and Noodles on that junior just for a little bit more support. That's a lot of paint that they have.
There's a lot of paint, and Noodles running a main of sub power up. That might be their way of moving the leader this match.
I kind of like the energy there, just send a bomb. You can act like you just won the World Series, you're Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and just chuck a fastball. But so far, I mean, Pick Pickles is opening up all the space in the world on the bottom left, just trying to get a base hit there. But the DMV are able to clutch up. They've got control of the zone. Flum is able to just slide it for a couple extra points before Hyperpoint and Click Adventure get that crab tank set up, win the fight again, and force everybody out. But a splat bomb from Noodles, who we were just talking about, to kind of trade things out.
And here we see Pick Pickles trying to find a pick on Noodle. Noodle sides the drop, does unfortunately lose that fight, and this is going to be a continued hold for Hyperpoint here. With that leader in mid, really just trying to hold things down, but here we see NATO on that zip cast, as we were talking about before the match, trying to just keep that leader away from mid.
That that Zipcaster is going to be very important. And it did give them the space. I can English, I swear. To get that zone cap, Noodles with the junior is going to be able to cap that. Plum is able to find a pick with the Reef Slider onto Hyper as well and force that leader all the way back into spawn. Pickles is able to respawn to try and help out, but Typo's going to have to jump out. There's one pick going in favor of the S-Blast, and pretty close to this Reef Slider, as well as the Crab Tank coming through that. That big bubbler is going to struggle a little bit, but they do get the lead back. That is pretty big.
That is a lead swap for DMV. The Dread going down early, but the Junior still up trying to hold this space while they wait for the rest of their team to get back in.
And I mean, they've held the space pretty well so far. It's given NATO enough room to pop this Zipcaster, make the leader's life all that much more difficult, finds the exit frag as well on the Zip, gives DMV another shot at this retake before they flip the lead as well. So DMV can start just chipping away, not chucking away, that's what the splat bombs are for. They can start chipping away at this lead and start extending it away.
And we see on the bottom right, the Dread really just trying to chip over onto that tent, keep the crab away, keep the leader away. And Typo's still trying to fight this as we see Pickles on that slider.
Now, the slider's not going to be able to cap the zone, but Hyper, with the turnaround, is going to at least help try. NATO gets a trade. Plum is going to have to back out. That gives the zone back in favor of Hyperpoint, and they have a ton of space to work with as long as they can pick off Plum. With two players, it doesn't look like that's the case, as Plum just immediately turns it around. The 1v2, and Hyper Point and Click Adventure are stuck on the back foot yet again. We were talking about leader being a difficult thing to deal with, but what about the Dreadringer for the other side?
Yeah, this Dreadringer has just been getting so many sliders, so many chips, and just finding picks left and right to keep Hyperpoint from really getting that solid hold.
And I mean, NATO as well, just running forwards whenever Coolard is able to just create a ton of space. The leader comes through with a pick, but still not enough to cap that zone. Typo with the Crab Tank is just behind that, just trying to force this Dreadringer out. Not quite going to. Really smart player on the cover there. That is just an incredibly underrated spot, honestly.
Yeah, and we're really seeing the power of DMV's just paint output here. Like Hyperpoint trying to get some sort of cap, but just can't seem to. Unfortunately, DMV going down, 2 down, but the slider finds one, finds chip onto another, might be able to find a pick on Pickles here.
Oh, there it is as well. Plum is doing so much, as well as Coffee coming through to find that last player. Typo does jump into top mid, draw the attention of 3, but he has to jump out here. The Reef Slider comes in to clean up the pick. Not quite going to find anything, but forces Typo to jump back. NATO is not going to be able to find that flank, but the Dynamo of Coffee will, and Noodles is already up front with the big bubbler and some splat bombs.
Yeah, and due to DMV's comp and just being able to hold zone this whole time, they don't have much penalty. It's gone already. And you see Pickles getting through with a single slider. It's just the Dynamo remaining, and that will be a wipeout for Hyperpoint onto DMV.
Now, this is where Hyperpoint have made their money in the past, though, is getting those really solid holds after leader is set up. But again, with all this, all these splat bombs and suction bombs coming through, they're just not able to. The leader has to move constantly. Typo does get that later jump in, but the zone is still in neutral. NATO does end up getting picked off there eventually, but does so much good stalling. It's just not enough, as Pickles is able to find 2 more, almost a third. It's just Coffee left, and they're going to have to relinquish the lead here. The Sprinkler for a little bit of movement. Same thing with the Tax Cooler going over as a last-ditch effort. This Dynamo is going on a flank, but I don't think it's going to be in time, as Hyperpoint just need to control the zone for 4 more seconds. This Dreadringer is trying to. There's the Reef Slider, but it's just too late, and Hyperpoint clutch up for game 1.
That was a crazy end match. Pickles getting 2, one of them being on the Dread, who was only 15% away from their slider. To just that would have capped zone and kept them the lead.
Oh, absolutely. That was just a crucial pick. And I mean, that double, it was really, really strong. That's one of the things that S-Blast really excels at, is using the short range, really, really large AoE that we may or may not have some opinions about, that to really just clear out a ton of space, find a lot of picks, and I think we should leave it there.
Yeah, I don't want to go on a rant. I'll be here.
We'll be here all day.
Yeah. We'll be past our pools. We'll have the DQ because I'm still
we'll have
ranting.
to DQ out of whatever out of top cut.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but we're going over to Rainmaker back on Scorch Gorge, where we just saw Hyperpoint and Click Adventure take a really, really solid comeback win against Leaf Sheep. Do Leaf Sheep dream of sleep? There we go.
You got
Eventually
the words.
got it.
I was thinking, I was like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
But for Rainmaker, they're going to have to actually get that leader to push a little bit more than the leader was previously. The leader was just sitting on snipe, holding the basket down, keeping anyone from pushing through. But on Rainmaker, the leader's going to have to be grabbing.
Yeah, you have to move. This is probably leader's weakest mode. If we were to rank them, either this or probably Turf War, if I were to guess.
I'd say Turf War is probably a bit lower, but not by much, honestly.
Yeah, it's a very difficult. Now that it doesn't have rain, it's probably the weakest mode, Turf War. But I mean, Rainmaker's not too far behind. It's very unwieldy with the Wave Breaker and the Ink Mines, which are very good for setting up for defense. But ideally, and generally, you also have an offense, and leader doesn't quite lean itself into that incredibly well, just with how kind of slow it is to get a charge going. By that point, you have a lot of people already trying to take cover or taking a fight or pushing the Rainmaker even.
One thing I am curious is we might see a Vac Charger. No, a Sea Leader instead to have that Kraken to just insta-stop Rainmaker at any point. But no changes coming out from DMV.
No, I mean, they're pretty confident that they're able to, take the win here with the high paint, high special output that they have. And honestly, I'm inclined to agree. I think it's incredibly difficult to push into just a lot of paint. Very defensively minded comp, even with the short range that they have. NATO's already getting on top of the leader, able to find one, looking for that second as well. Breaks the beacon, gives all the space in the world to Noodles and the Rainmaker, and they're already looking for an early checkpoint here, Kronos.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pickles does have the slider. I think that's 3 down on either side.
Yeah, that looks like 3. It's just Plum left on the side of DMV, providing the jumps. Noodles back in, but Hyper is immediately jumping on top of that, just trying to prevent these jumps from going back. But NATO, again, has the follow-up. Does find themselves in a bit of a tougher spot, able to get one onto Typo, looking for that second on the Pickles, but no. The S-Flash short range, again, coming in clutch here for Hyperpoint.
Yeah, and here we see Pickles trying to push up on this left side, has their slider ready to chip with that Crab Tank coming out from Typo on the right side, and here we see the leader playing really aggro on this low ground.
Yeah, that is a spot you do not expect the leader to be in. I mean, it worked out pretty well. It gives you a really good spot for the Kraken, finds that pick onto NATO as well, and looks to clear that top left. At least burn some of the bombs that were here, but Plum with the Reef Slider is able to find 2. That's one onto Hyper, one onto Typo, and looking for that third onto Pickles. And again, a successful defense for DMV. This, again, it's just something about the amount of chip damage and paint that they have. It just makes it so unbelievably difficult to move in on this team. And I think Leader is kind of expounding on that a lot.
Yeah, and I feel like both this match and last match is just sliders going back and forth, getting 1 to 2 people every single time, finding the picks as needed. It's just, unfortunately, that slider, as I say it, not so much, but it happens sometimes.
You know what? Sometimes we have those sliders where like, maybe this wasn't the best idea. You press ZR to stop it, and then you immediately notice, oh wait, there's a leader staring straight at me, and that's exactly what happened. Pickles though doesn't really have any bombs right underneath them, able to find that trade on the Plum. But DMV again are looking to push this Rainmaker forward. It's just nobody can get moving past this. The Kraken shuts down to make that a third, and I mean, this is just a tale of 2 defenses here, Kronos.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick push from Hyperpoint as the DMV was wiped as Rainmaker was getting popped, no less. But NATO finds 3!
Oh
and
my
that
God.
will just be the zap. All of them were coolered, however, so they might be back quick. 2 beacons, I'd assume, by Snipe. But that's still a crazy stop from NATO.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge. Nobody else was really in a spot to do anything, but NATO was able to make the heads-up play really solidly. Plum is looking to just punish Typo's Crab Tank. Again, a little bit aggressive. We've been seeing these Crab Tanks on the bottom right really far forwards to try and take this space. But against a Dreadringer, that is so difficult, especially when they have the higher ground. And we just see it right there. Typo's now left all on his lonesome, but this leader is going to bail him out just for a little bit. Plum finds that trade, but still all the map control is in favor of DMV here, and Noodles with a big bubbler could really just help get this push going.
Yeah, Noodles trying to push up here, gets a crazy aggro bubbler, finds one with a bomb. The rain does unfortunately get picked off by, I assume, the leader, but here we see NATO pressuring that leader, does find one, unfortunately gets picked out right after finding the pick.
The Reef Slider isn't going to get anything, but it doesn't. Oh, never mind, that one will. As Pickles finds Noodles and Plum, and a full wipe out here for Hyperpoint. This is where they're going to take the lead. They're looking for a lot more off of it with this Crab Tank, forcing back 3 players of DMV. And already walking forwards, the leader has a massive line of sight, is able to find Coffee, and Hyper is running that all the way down to 38.
Yeah, that is a very good push considering that it has taken 4 minutes for someone to break the checkpoint, and to get that far is very important. But here we already see 3 down on the side of Hyperpoint, and DMV might just try and make a quick push here.
Yeah, nobody was really cooler. Everybody's coming back a little bit slower. Typo and Pick Pickles in top mid, though. Coffee is able to find one pick, looking for another one, forces Typo back. This Dynamo Roller underneath the ledges is so unbelievably strong, but so is that leader at finding individual picks. There it is. And, I mean, Noodles does have the big bubbler here, and that's going to protect the rain for a little bit, get that checkpoint broken. But I mean, now the question is, how are you going to get down to 38?
Yeah, that leader's unfortunately same top left. We don't really have anything to move on the side of DMV. The only thing there was the Zipcaster, and the Zipcaster just got taken out.
Yeah, and there's the Rainmaker picked up. 4 seconds left, and Hyperpoint just have to run away with it, and they do so to go up 2-0. That is, wow, that game was blown wide open by that Kraken play from Saiyan Sky, the Uma Musume. Let me see who that is. I think that's Kanan that is actually playing the leader.
And that was a very back and forth game up until that last minute when the Kraken just took everyone out.
Yeah, that was a pretty tough one. But again, DMV able to hang in there for quite a while. Really, really solid play from them. I'm honestly very impressed that it took that long for either team to get moving.
Yeah.
These teams are very strong defensively. And we're going on to Clan Blitz on Umami Ruins. This is one of those games where we're going to be seeing a few splat bomb picks around the basket.
A lot. So many splat bombs.
Oh, yeah.
There's... despite one of the weapons having a sprinkler, I would argue that DMV does have 4 bombs on their side.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And that has definitely been slowing the pace of Hyperpoint quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. It has really been kind of a wrench in the works of Hyperpoint. And I'm curious to see what they do to kind of break it. Obviously, the way you break the defense with a leader is by the leader getting a pick. That is kind of the catch-all for leader teams, is like, oh, but if the leader hits the shot, we immediately win the game. And oftentimes that'll sometimes happen. It works 100% of the time, 60% of the time. Yeah, I mean, after that, you have crab tanks that get spammed out really easily. You have the S-Blast, which if you roll a bomb onto the Reef Slider path, you're going to ruin their day. And then you have a Zap, which can only do so much while cooler.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been working out overall, but you saw that match. No one had pushed past 80 until a minute left in the game, and checkpoints at 70. That was no one could move. The leader was picking off one side, the bombs were stopping the other, and I'm curious what we'll see on Clan Blitz Umami, because I think DMV still has a fair chance in this game.
Oh, what?
A ball point.
Wait, I love this. I love this so much. Ballpoint is so cool. And it's such a good matchup for it, too, because there's no sniper, there's no leader.
Where did our Dread go? Plum, you were doing so well on it.
What happened? I mean, strikes are solid here. 10 attack provides a little bit more mobility and fight capability, so it's not just NATO that is having to spearhead everything. But I mean, I really like the Dread Ringer.
I loved the triple AoE. The Dread was the sliders, the Dread. We're just finding so many picks, but I'm curious to see what the T-Tech can do.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's going pretty well. DMV have top mid control, and that is so massive, especially against an either. You have that pillow, has a little bit of extra cover to work with, but immediately, I just said leader. They have a ball point, but Hyperpoint immediately take the fight to the big bubbler, find that pick. Typo's on top left already as Pick Pickles is spearheading the rest of the push, and Kanan here has the power clamp just waiting, almost lands on top of a bomb. That would have been tough, but Hyper walks in after Pick Pickles Reef Slider, and it's not quite working out for a push so far. They're going to have to crab tank here a little bit further back because of it.
And we see the bomb spam just constantly keeping Hyperpoint from really being able to push in here. A baby bubble on the side of Noodles does actually get Coffee picked off because of the bomb. And here we see Pickles gain another pick with the slider, and this might be their chance to push here.
But they have to pick up that power clamp if they want to get the push going. It looks like they're just opting to kind of reset. Typo just trying to play for that top left. Another very important spot to kind of play for here. You want to have the AoE to kind of clear it, and I mean, Coffee with the Dynamo is a prime candidate to do so for DMV.
Yeah, here we see Coffee finding one with the vertical, but the ballpoint taking them back out, and we do have an inkjet ready, and there's not much to really answer it here.
No, I mean, at most, with the Dynamo picked off, you don't really have anything outside of a big bubbler that you can just hope gives enough value. And I guess it does right there, forcing Kanon all the way back. And DMV have all of a sudden just pushed themselves up into the basket. Noodles gets a score in with the power clam. The rest of the team does get picked off, but they are opening things up here. NATO has a shark. He's able to find one. Almost gets the second on the Typo, but he's able to just turn immediately for that and has a crab tank ready for this hold. Finds one, but it gets bombed out by Noodles yet again. And this junior has been on fire.
Yeah, Noodles just throwing bombs left and right, finding picks left and right on random people, and that has just been keeping Hyperpoint back out of their spawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so difficult for Hyperpoint to kind of get a score here. I mean, they're going to right there with the Reef Slider, finding picks on the Coffee and Plum Bum. There's the lead with the second power clam, and now they're looking to kind of extend that lead. The Jetpack and the Crab Tank both being popped at the same time, looking for that fight. They're not too concerned with the score, really. It looks like they'd rather be fighting in the spawn, trying to farm a little bit of KD, and that's going to bite them in the butt here.
Yeah, here we see Coffee already taking top mid quickly, trying to get their cooler out for their team to play with, but just really trying to get paint out so NATO can shark around. Unfortunately getting picked off quite quickly by Typo, and here we're going to see Typo just try and take top mid as quick as possible.
Yeah, I mean, Pickles is right there, finds two with the S-Blast yet again, Kronos, and Hyper's there to follow it up. That big bubbler does provide the jumps back in for some more stability. DMV really, really good at taking advantage of the cooler and the big bubbler to just get aggressive on a play, not afraid to kind of shake things up and maybe catch Hyperpoint off with the tempo. They kind of need to right now with a minute and a half left.
NATO gains caught out from their start, past the zip, can't find it, Pickles picking them off, and the ballpoint popping his jet to try and stabilize as Hyperpoint goes down.
Yeah, there we go. But it's not enough to stabilize. You need to kind of lock everybody out. Coffee does end up dropping the power clam. That is really tough, but the other one comes in. There's the lead flip with a second power clam. Plum Blum has a little bit more to score. Same thing with Noodles. They're already down to 30 points, and with Plum's tri-strikes, they're the last one left, but they are able to hold here for quite a while. Coffee is alive. I didn't notice the Dynamo back there, just being forced all the way back by Hyper, and now the shoe's on the other foot here, Kronos. Now Hyperpoint need to find a score going in the next minute.
Yeah, Hyperpoint having to score at least 2 balls to try and get lead, and a little over actually, and Typo coming out with this grab, but NATO behind them somehow can't find a pick, but causing the entire team to turn around, wasting that bit of time.
And that burns a ton of time on the Crab Tank, on the Jetpack, but that might bite them here, just because Typo can just walk forwards and fight now, doesn't have to worry about being stuck behind the play. NATO is able to clean things up. The lead does get flipped. They're trying to just prevent that power clamp from going in, but it's not enough. Kanon here, the last one standing from Hyperpoint, does end up going down, but DMV, they have so much ground to make up here. That's 2-3 power clams and then some to get this lead back for themselves. And, I mean, with half overtime already elapsed, Noodles has to find a massive big bubbler. There it is. The Reef Slider, though, is going to just prevent so much. There's the first score. There's the second. You just need a couple more points. Can you clutch up the MV? And yes, they do! They stay alive in the set, and they have taken their first game here.
What a clutch bubble from Noodles. Being able to get that bubble up, baits the slider early, got a jump in with it, and that was enough to get both power clams in, and both Noodles and Plum just cleaning up the rest.
Yeah, the strikes there as well, just to ensure the pick onto Pickles, just to make sure that the S-Blast is splatted, can't find any of those jump camps, because that's the main weapon you need to worry about doing so, just with those really quick directs. Really, really well done. Fantastic clutch job. I didn't even think they had enough clams. Maybe I need to go back to school and just learn math again, bro.
I think they had one extra clam at the end. And
just
that
barely?
Was literally just barely. So
absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema.
Oh my goodness.
No, that was a crazy game from DMV. Both sides just back and forth, barely getting lead,
Yeah.
but having such a penalty to break every time.
That was really well fought. I want to highlight DMV again because I really like the idea of their comp. You know, they don't have a traditional backline in the sense because the Dynamo is the longest range weapon. But with this, with the splat bombs and the big bubbler from the junior, as well as just the absurd pain output of the comp, it really works incredibly well. You know, you have so much stability without needing a pencil, without needing a heavy edit or a leader or anything. I like that idea. And now we're going on to tower control on Robo Ramen. I don't know.
No,
I don't quite remember.
Definitely
it.
not Robo.
I don't think it's Robo. I want to go back to Muscle Forge Fitness sometimes, but maybe not today. Hold on, we're
will
finding.
put
I have
you to
to
Muscle
get my
Forge.
glasses and get the paper. You know.
Ship shape.
Shipshape. Okay, we're going to Shipshape Cargo Company, and this is a
something-
leader map.
Yeah, I
This
was
is
gonna
leader
say
map.
we're just gonna see a leader again.
This is gonna be tough.
It's gonna be really, really tough. But I'm just saying, Plum with those sliders. If Plum goes back,
Could be pretty good. could be pretty
or we
good.
see a Crab Dread. We were talking about it last set.
We did, and I think that was something that Leaf Sheep did pretty well. Is get the crab. Obviously, it didn't work out for a good amount of it, but when they got that crab set up, it was really potent, prevented the leader from doing anything unless it got headshot. But we're not on Inkblood anymore, where leader can kind of just aim at you and be like, "Huzzah!
Yeah,
I can find your head."
Unless you're crabbing the checkpoint on the top right, then the leader's not going to be able to headshot you as easily, and that
Yeah.
crab will get a lot more value.
That's going to be a really big thing. I'm curious what Plum is going to bring, because we've seen some flexibility too with the short range shooters, just with the 10 attack. I mean, that opens up a whole slew of different options. And so I honestly don't really know what to expect. I am very, very excited. This is my first time today seeing a Game 4, and so I'm very excited.
I want to see a Game 5.
I want to see Game 5 too. This is
has been
hype. Are you kidding me?
This has been a fun set.
I really like these teams. I like Dualies. I like Octobrush. Very fun.
Triple AoE is always funny.
It's incredibly funny. And then obviously we never see the S Blast 92. Is it? That's the original kit,
92.
right? Yeah, we never see a 92. And I mean, Pick Pickles being the premier user of it is really, really cool to have.
It gives me nostalgia because I miss my 92 days. When that gun came out,
You were playing it?
Oh, I was a 92.
Was that before Sorella 10?
No, but it
No?
was
Okay.
it was back when I wasn't a full one trick for 10.
Ah.
I played it on tower.
Okay.
I messed people up on that gun. And then
Oh, don't worry. I know.
did I fight you with
I
it?
think so.
Oh,
I think
my-
we scrimmed once or twice. Way back when we were like on
when we were Div
not
5s.
Blitz and Yellow jackets. Yeah.
What team were you on?
I was on Crescent Knight.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. That was me, Shays, Callan, Piner, Wolf, and Sunflower.
Okay, I definitely remember scrimming Piner, so I had
Yes.
to scrim you at some point.
Probably. We had a lot of people rotating just during scrims at that point. But yeah, that was fun. Fun, air quotes. I don't like fighting S Blast, even when it was before it was broken.
Or it was fully cheating.
Before it was a fully cheater gun. Very, very fun to play as.
I think what's funny is when the new one came out with Booyah, I was bad at it. I was so used to sprinkler slider. It took me a month of learning it to realize
Dude.
to actually be able to play the burst one.
How? I don't know how.
I don't know.
I'm impressed.
I just got so used to
Have you never played a Booyah weapon before? Like, competitively?
competitively.
You've probably played it.
No, I hadn't.
Okay. I guess is a little bit of a learning curve, just where and when to pop it and everything as well.
Honestly,
like-
what it was is I spammed burst too much.
Oh,
The
yeah,
fact
you
that
can't
burst-
be using it that. Is that a Stars
That
Dynamo?
is a Stars Dynamo.
No
and
weaknesses?
Zap. That is a Zap with a main of Bomb Saber.
Okay, but it's Noodles.
Oh no, it's Noodles. I'm not blaming, but they don't have. Well, wait, they don't have a leader. The leader's staying on ballpoint.
Yeah, Kanan is back on the BP. Pretty confident in it still, but NATO's going to apply some pressure, force two people to look at them. Unfortunately, it looks like, oh, never mind, it's a 2 for 2 as Coffee and Plum are still able to hold the area in front of the tower. The Crab Tank being popped to fight Typo here. The Dually is just running back around trying to turn the Crab, and there's Hyper with the cleanup. The Killer Whale not doing enough to stop things. Hyper with 2, looking for that third, drops down. There it is for the wipeout, and Hyper Point are able to move this tower pretty far forwards, and they have a couple specialists to
Yeah.
break this checkpoint.
Typo already top left on that bridge with a crab tank ready, choosing to pop it right now. And I think this just might be a first check for Hyperpoint without any contest.
No, I mean, with that clean wipeout, DMV don't really have any space they can comfortably move in when you have to deal with a crab tank. You know, it's very difficult to contest that first checkpoint, and so far it's looking even further, more difficult still with the jetpack and with Typo walking forwards as supports. And everybody's kind of stuck on this top left. Now Coffee is able to kind of walk forwards, not able to find any picks, but forces everybody off tower with just the sheer threat of that Dynamo Roller, and the rest of the team following up. NATO with the Zipcaster is able to find 2, I believe. And Hyper and Kanan are both going to have to back all the way up behind mid here.
They're really just trying to keep everyone corralled top left, taking this space. And as the Dynamo's waiting to get there, NATO just trying to pressure this, get ready to pressure this wall as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, Octobrush is one of the really solid weapons at it. You have so many just projectiles that you're feeling that fall straight down if you need them to. Pickles not able to find anything with the Reef Slider, but trades out the Horns Dreadbringer. Typo contesting the tower in the meantime, just force everybody off. Noodles has to back up, able to get the tactical cooler, but the only one on the team that's able to before it gets broken. And now Hyperpoint and Click Adventure have another shot at a solid push with this jetpack and with all the space they have in court.
Yeah, that jet was really keeping anyone from DMV being able to take mid, and NATO trying to turn heads, but gets picked off a little too early from that S-Blast.
Yeah, and Pickles is able to find the shot onto the fading away Coffee. Not quite able to get down to cover in time for the jump out. NATO looking for something on this right-hand side, but is found by 3 players. Hyperpoint and Click Adventure have a crab tank on this tower. They're close to a lot of different specials. There's all of them basically ready and popped immediately. And they're looking for the second check and possibly a KO here, Kronos.
Yeah, and here we see Pickles popping that Slayer, trying to get behind, chooses to jump out, but NATO, behind the towers, no one's even trying to ride it.
No, I mean, everybody was forced off by that Zipcaster. Pickles is able to get on there, find the pick onto NATO, but Coffee is in another fantastic spot. Stalls for just that little bit longer, but it's only Plum that's able to contest. Typo's behind them immediately, and I mean, Hyperpoint are just looking unstoppable here.
And here we see Pickles popping that Slayer top right, trying to clear anyone around tower, gets 2. It's just the Dynamo and the Octobrush. Now it's just a Jet versus an Octobrush trying to live, but NATO cannot, and Hyperpoint going to get all their jumps back in.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like it could be a KO here, Kronos, but the chip damage from Plum is going to force Hyper off. Noodles is going immediately to contest tower, and they're the only player left on DMV here. NATO is back, but I mean, Hyperpoint just have set up in the spawn of DMV, and it's just looking like a losing battle so far with how many jumps they're getting back in. But as I say that, they're able to find everybody. Typo is alone with that crab tank, trying to find some picks, not quite successful either. And DMV with a tenacious defense, a minute left to get all the way down to 8 points though, Kronos. What do you think they need to be able to do it?
They really just need to get control of that top left. They have the AoE to do it. They just need to have people there to contest it.
Oh, and NATO's right there.
Yeah, NATO there finds one, and we're set up top left now, just like I said. And we're probably going to have a crab tank soon. That's what we need to just keep this push going.
Now, crab tank can go in one of 2 places here. It looks like Plum is going to opt to pop it towards court and mid, just directly contest people trying to just get on top of the tower. But it looks like they're going to save it for that tower to just move a little bit further, maximize the value, maybe burn that Reef Slider as well. There it is. 2 players down on the side of Hyperpoint. This is exactly what you need to make your money as DMV, but Typo is behind. Kanan is able to find another pick. It's just Coffee. Coffee gets picked off, and that's everybody down. Nobody's able to contest the tower on the side of DMV. Noodles tries, but Kanan is there with the Splatling. Plum is still trying. The jumps in aren't in time. Hyper gets on that tower and cleans things up for Hyperpoint and Click Adventure.
Yeah, I think if DMV just could have gotten that momentum just a little bit sooner, they honestly could have won that game. But
yeah,
it just took till the last 30 seconds to finally get their footing, to get their ground, to get their specials lined up. And that, unfortunately, is you just need to get it done a little sooner sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the difficulty of kind of being locked in your spawn for quite a while. Sometimes you lose track of time. Sometimes you're like, okay, I just need to get out back into mid, reset this. And you lose track of time there sometimes, and we just saw it happen. A little bit tough for DMV. I'm already forgetting team names, but a little bit tough for DMV. But they, really solid showing still. Those are some tight games, just through and through.
Yeah.
Very, very well done from them.
All of those games felt like they could have gone both ways, if I'm being completely honest. And I liked watching that set. That was a fun set.
That was very well done. But with that being said, the set is over. We're going to have to hand it off to some other people after a quick break. And that being said, where can the lovely people find you, Kronos?
I believe it's Kronos Piley on Blue Sky and Twitter. It might be an underscore somewhere. I don't remember. I don't keep track enough.
That's fair.
Not a professional.
You're too busy playing X-Rank to,
I got too much
really
X-Rank
social media.
To social media. Absolutely not. Don't got time. And what about you, Sig?
You can find me anywhere where the Splatoon community hangs out, at Sigdakari. Like you see at the bottom of your screen right here. Whether that's Blue Sky, Discord, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, any of that kind of stuff, at Sigdakari. That being said, it has been fantastic casting with you, Kronos.
It's been a great time casting with you,
Shout out
Sig.
production. We have a little bit more coming later, maybe. But with that being said, we will see y'all in a little bit after this break.
There we are.
Hello, everybody watching on stream. Welcome to Booyah Bay from
Yeah.
the break. I'm Jerky.
I'm Captain Stabby right here.
Oh, how's your Booyah Bay been going so far?
It's been
Stabby?
excellent. Yeah, I said get ready, Booyah Bay. We got ready, Booyah Bay.
Yeah,
Just got
yeah.
done playing Salmon. The last few teams are finishing that up right now. And yeah, we're going to get ready to commentate for winners semifinals right here.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like,
Yep.
you haven't come before. How are you feeling?
We're going to have fun with this thing.
Yeah, let's do
Tell
it.
you
Let's
what.
do it.
Yeah.
All right now we have Blitz Jackets versus In. And so they
Yep.
are in winner semifinals, just as you said. They are going to start on Umami Ruins with
Yeah.
Splat Zones. How do you feel about that stage and map mode?
I believe that's the map mode that was the last game when Ryan and I did that iconic
Oh
Sunset
my
Surge
God,
to
really?
win it. Yeah. It ended on Umami Zones when we, got third place.
Hell
at the 1-year
yeah.
anniversary.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Pepe over there. Yeah, of course he remembers.
You know what? Shout out to Sunset Surge, a good land too.
Hell
you know,
yeah.
It's not the Bay Area, but it's a good place too.
Yeah. they got their own LAN tournament going on there in 1 week from now. on
Right.
the
It
15th.
is happening in a week.
Yeah,
yes,
Sunset
yes.
Surge. I believe the 9th one we've had now. Yeah.
The 9th one?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I guess the next one is going to be number 10. I wonder
Yeah.
if they might do something big for that.
I'm
we'll
gonna
see.
assume they will.
Yeah,
will.
I'll have to find out, I guess.
Well, like you're running the salmon run for the first time
yes,
over there, right?
I am. Yeah. After let's see, over 2 years of Sunset Surges, we're finally getting the better mode salmon run.
The better
Yeah.
mode, repping right
That-
here, even though it's green screen.
Yeah, you can see the logo. It's good enough.
It's
yeah.
good enough. It's
It's gonna
good
be
enough.
exciting. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, we're kind of copying a lot of Booyah Bay's homework to get salmon run set up, but they said they don't mind.
I
so.
mean, you got to copy from the best, right?
Hell yeah, we do. You already know.
Dude, you're my favorite out of towner.
Oh, thank you for that one, buddy.
Oh man. All right, so while we're waiting for them to match, for those that don't remember who's on these teams, so Blitz Jackets, we have Kronos,
Yeah.
that one nerd, Dio, and Sigdokari? Ooh.
Sorry, let me see that.
You know, right here.
Yeah, your guess is good.
I-
Mark.
That's
All
fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. But it looks like that some of them are in other teams before. You
Yeah.
know, we have
So
Kronos
Blitz
of that
and
one
Yellow
nerd.
Jackets.
Yeah.
So it's just
Yeah.
a combination of the players. I
Yeah, like
suppose.
halves and halves. So it's like
Oh, yeah.
slight pickup, slight team.
Yeah.
So they probably have some of that synergy already.
Yeah.
You know, like we can see some of them have.
I mean, they made it all the way to
gotten-
winter semis, so.
That's
yeah.
true. That's true. And you can even see in some of their results, we got like first C battle, we got second C battle,
Mhm.
you know, and we even have a head TO from H-Town.
Oh, yeah, that's Dio, the Texas land right there.
Yeah, there we go. Hey,
But
Texas.
Yeah.
And then we also have In. So
Yeah.
we
Not
got
In and Out, In.
Yeah, In specifically, because even their little
You think
team
instead of
logo.
burgers, they'd have like, I don't know, pizza or something then?
Yeah, maybe it's like a universe different scenario
Yeah.
kind of thingy.
Alternate universe food.
Yeah. But yeah, it looks like a lot of them were from former teams.
Yeah.
So it seems like a pretty good pickup because we got some members that were part of Rain Dance. We got some Cherry Limeade. I remember
Yep,
them from
everybody
back in the
knows Cherry
day.
Limeade, yeah.
Yeah, they had a really cute logo too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we have some like good Blue D results as well. So pretty good.
Yep.
You know, pretty good.
That's good.
I think that these semis are going to be pretty exciting.
Looks like we're starting
All
right now.
right,
Perfect
here
timing.
we go.
Let's do this.
All right,
Got
looks
Blitz
like we
Jackets
got
on yellow
Yep.
and we got In on blue.
Okay, we got some pencil action, so we obviously got the meta, so we
what
got
are
our
you
coolers.
saying? That's the Snipe Rider 5H
Oh,
right
I am
there.
so sorry.
Yeah,
you
where
are
are your
correct.
manners? Come on.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
All right, so right now we see people are setting up. We only have one zone filled right now,
Yep.
but right now we see In coming in. We see Weatherman
two
was
down on both
yep,
teams, so-
Yep, so it's still pretty neutral. Still pretty neutral. Zones are not quite filled yet.
Still waiting to take that first zone flip.
Well, right now we see Sky set
There
up
we
on the
go.
top, so that way they did end up setting the
In
zones.
finally gets control of the zone,
Nice.
only for it to be taken away shortly after.
Well, yeah, with two zone maps, it
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
tends to happen really quickly. You know what I
This
mean?
is a fun map, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun map to see. It's a fun. Oh, we see Dio trying to shark over here, trying to get. Oh, but didn't
Weren't
quite
able to hop
make
their
it.
screen.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Gotta watch out for that crab tank special attack coming out right there.
Yeah, exactly.
The train's
exactly.
gonna make it a little hard to hit your targets, but you know.
Yeah, but the Trizuka.
Get out of the way of that Trizuka
yes.
just in time.
Just
Only
in
to
time.
die.
Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah,
too bad. Oh, but we do have. Oh, we have a Booyah bomb coming in, hitting
Blitz
the one
Jackets
zone
looking to
right over
retake
there.
control of the zone and keep their timer going down lower.
Yeah, still pretty close. Oh,
that's the second time we've seen no more screen.
Yeah, unfortunate. Okay, now we have the zones flipped
That's
to
a
in and
big
in.
penalty for Blitz Jackets right there.
Oh yeah, quite a bit.
So you know, there's still 3.5 minutes left. It's anyone's game.
It's still anyone's game. Yeah. Like these ticks, they go by fast, but then they go back and forth. We see Blitz Jackets 2 down right now, and so we see the counter for in and in going quite down. They might actually
and
get.
managed to take the lead.
Yeah,
52
there we
points.
go. They took the lead.
Let's see how much farther they can get it before it flips back.
Ooh, we see the gal. I forget which gal that was. Just go down.
That is the 52 gal
52.
Deco.
Oh, quick, perfect. Oh, we see the Trizuka special attack going around.
The triple Inkzuka right there.
Yep,
Tell you
yep.
what. Yep.
Oh, we see.
Oh, there goes the Snipe Rider 5H down to the
yeah.
Ultra Stamp special attack.
Yeah, but that Ultra Stamp was a pretty good placement there. Yep.
All right, they're still racking up those points.
Yeah,
there. They might,
look, in and end is going real hard right now.
If Blitz Jackets wants to take this back, they still got that whole penalty to work through as well.
Oh, that is so true, though. So true. Well,
Well,
right
they got
now
their
we
cooler
are
up,
at
so
about 25 ticks
Now's their
remaining.
chance to get all juiced up and head back in there. Let's see what happens.
We have Weatherman trying to make sure the zone
and
was
the Trizuka.
flipped, but unfortunately, that Trizuka got him. We see
Look,
a.
there we go. I was
there we
just
go.
about
We
to
got
say,
it flipped. Oh,
yeah.
but then it immediately
Well, that's still
stopped.
a 63-point penalty. For
Yeah,
them.
that's pretty.
Yeah.
That's pretty huge. That's pretty huge.
Absolutely.
Oh, right now we have several people down on both sides.
I have
but
a
then
feeling
they're
this might
slowly
go
coming
through to the whole remaining 2 minutes right here.
Yeah, I think so. Because like right now, the zones have been flipping back and forth.
Yeah.
They've been stopping
This is
pretty
what
fast.
we like to see. You know, we like to be.
We want a little bit of
Yeah,
excitement in semis. You
Yeah.
know, it's always good.
Really
always
couldn't
good.
tell you now. It's supposed to.
Oh, here comes the crab special attack going for.
Good old crab tank
Yep,
right
going
there.
for the
Shooting the
tent.
shield on that tent umbrella.
Is it
what's
the?
that?
I couldn't
Sorella
tell.
tent umbrella.
Was
That's
it
what
Sorella?
it is.
I could not tell.
Sorry about that one, buddy.
Oh,
Let's go,
good
Mia
love.
managed to
Good job,
slash them
Mia. Nice.
Yep.
Also getting the cooler special. Just
Slowly
to make
working
sure.
away at that penalty.
Yeah, that penalty is going down
Yep.
quite a bit. I mean, it's
Maybe they can
already
keep
in the
on
30s.
making even more progress. You know, make their lead even larger.
Oh, and then Dio sent the screen special to
There
try.
we go.
There we go.
We've
We
been waiting to
finally
see that.
see it.
Just gotta watch out for
Mia's
that ultra
pretty
stamp.
gnarly with that ultra
yeah,
stamp. Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
Oh, 3 down though.
Oh,
Just Mia by herself right now.
yeah. Unfortunate.
Yeah, but I mean, Blitz Jacket still has a pretty large penalty to work there before they can even start scoring. So we'll see what happens before the rest
Yeah,
of the
like right
comes
now,
back.
our
Yeah.
backline SIG, you know, they are
Now's a good time
holding
to,
the
just
line.
start-
Yep.
they are, in fact, holding the line. They gotta hold.
And then we had everyone jump into SIG, so that way
Yeah.
Blitz Jackets are in.
Blitz Jackets is still all juiced up on that tactical cooler. So
Yeah, exactly. And then
yeah,
here's
I was just about to say they're free to just run and pop their specials. Look
Yeah.
at that. They're only 15 points away from the.
from flipping
lead now,
it.
so
Yeah, for sure.
We'll
for
see
sure.
what happens.
Oh, we got Dio.
The
shooting
screen's
right
also going to make
now.
it hard for them to get around.
That
and
is true. That is
enter the zone.
true. Oh, we might actually get it
2, 1,
flipped.
and it is flipped.
It is flipped
Blitz
officially.
Jackets takes the lead.
Oh, okay. We got 9 more ticks. Let's see
Oh,
if
even
in
if
and
they
in
are
can
able to
get them.
retake, that's
Oh.
still a 53-point penalty. to
Oh, a
work through.
53-point penalty is a lot, but I mean, they have been
Yeah,
going
we'll
down
see.
pretty fast, you know.
And okay.
Okay, so they at least stopped the zone.
Can they get the other zone?
Oh.
No, yellow still retains control.
Oh.
Big penalties for both
Yeah,
teams,
big
with Blitz
penalty.
Jackets still in the lead.
Oh,
and
there
doesn't matter
it
because
is.
that's the
Game.
game. Game 1 goes to Blitz Jackets. They seem pretty excited.
They are super
Yeah.
stoked over there.
That's what we like to hear. You know,
Yeah.
that's the whole appeal of coming into LAN.
Yeah. For those of you watching on stream, if you haven't been to a LAN yet, I highly recommend it. Just the energy that
Yeah,
you're feeling
absolutely,
from
yeah.
the different players. It's
Got
really
some
good.
in Northern California. That's this one right here. We got SoCali down in, well, SoCal.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. We got Big Dapple up in New York. We've got H-Town
H-Town.
Splashtown in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Sunset Surge in Arizona. We've got Sea Battle up in
yeah.
Seattle, Washington.
Yep.
We've got Rocky Mountain Splatdown up in Colorado as well.
Oh, I didn't know we had one in Colorado. That's
yeah,
lovely.
I'm pretty sure that one's pretty new. They're still, working on getting things dialed in. But
Yeah.
go ahead and support them if you have the chance. Absolutely. Love
Yeah,
having
just
more LANs
everyone
out here.
is so
Let's see,
lovely
they've
at
got some
LAN.
in Chicago as well.
Oh, they have.
I'm sure there's a lot more that
There's
I'm
a-
not
yeah,
thinking of. But
there's
yeah,
some in,
yeah,
like, the
just,
New
I'm
England
sure if you
zone,
look online,
too.
yeah, you can find some LANs somewhat close to you. So
All right, so right now we're going to have a counter pick from in and
Yeah.
in. We will see what
We'll
map
find out
mode
what
they
yeah.
are going to choose.
all right.
Whew. Very exciting, though. Very exciting. That was a pretty exciting match, though.
Yeah,
It went back and
absolutely.
forth.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you who was gonna win, man.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
could not tell. It was just going back and forth. The ticks were going
Yeah.
up. They both had really high points at the end, but it was pretty good. Pretty good.
Absolutely. That's what to see. Yeah, and this is best of 5, so we've got at least 2 more games we're going to see right here. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to counterpick because with
Yeah.
with the metas that have been happening, a lot of teams like to use splat zones in general.
Mhm.
Like that's usually the popular one.
Yeah, I know
With-
a lot of people seem to really dislike Rainmaker.
Yeah, because of all the stalling that
Yeah.
happens. So my guess is that it's going to probably be another splat zone zap, but who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, this is not
Well,
like
we'll find
a
out soon
Nintendo
enough.
tournament where you can pick turf, right?
Yeah. No, it's not going to be that.
Yeah, the NA League, that's happening today too, technically. It's a Saturday, right?
Oh, I would have no idea. But it
think
looks like they
that's
have
the-
chosen their
Oh.
map already. It's going to be Splat Zones on Robo
Oh,
Ramen.
I told you it's going to be zones, my man.
Yep. You knew it.
I love the Robo Ramen
Would
map.
like to see a little variety here in modes, but that's what they want to play on, so we got to give it to them
Yeah,
for sure.
that for sure. But I do like the little ramen on the top. I
Yeah,
love that
it's
little
very,
decoration.
very cute map for sure.
Yeah,
Although-
yeah.
I feel like, especially in Splatoon 3, there's just not really a whole lot of indoor themed maps like that. You got
Yeah.
this and Humpback are the only ones I can think of off the top of my head. I mean, it's all like a bunch
There's
of
all outside
outdoorsy and wasteland type of maps.
And it's weird too because the ones that are outdoors are indoor but outdoor. For example, museum has the exhibits on the
you're right.
outside, but it's still outside
Yeah.
and not in a museum.
Yeah, but Robo Ramen's inside the actual restaurant itself, so that's where we're going right now.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Same colors still for Blitz Jackets and in.
Yeah, looks like the comps have pretty much stayed consistent. I believe everyone's on the same weapons as last game. So here
believe
is
so.
our start.
Yep. Both teams still rocking that Snipe Rider 5H.
Yeah, that Snipe Rider 5H is just so meta. It's a very it's
Especially
it's a
over
cooler
here on
bot.
zones, you can just keep on dumping paint into the zone the whole time.
That's very true. And with
Yeah.
the Robo Ramen, you could put the sprinkler sub weapon up on top, so that just
Yep.
be sprinkling on the zone the whole time.
Gotta have that passive control right there.
Oh, and right now we see 2 down on Blitz Jackets,
On
but
both
then
teams,
they're
yeah.
both teams. But right now they're still having the zone cap, so we
Yep.
are seeing them go forward a little bit more.
Yeah, and Dio pops the screen and then goes in gets the triple.
That's a really good one.
Oh.
Using that screen just to
Mia
help
finally
out.
is able to take him down. but-
Okay, that's good at least. That's good
Yeah.
at least. All right, we're seeing. It's interesting because Blitz Jackets is pretty much using 2 things to shield them because you got the tent, you got the screen, you got the
For
different
sure.
things helping
Yeah.
out. All right, we see the crab tank special attack that is helping
Yeah.
make them
Let's
go
see if they
forward
can
now.
get their counter a little closer to.
Yeah, and then we got the Booyah bomb from Raze, so that way they can make
Yep.
the other team go back a
Unfortunately, it
little
seems
more.
like they're still losing their players quicker than Blitz Jackets.
Yeah, unfortunate. Well, we
Kronos launching the Zuka into the zone, hoping to pick off even more of them.
Yeah, but it looks like the zone is still at a stall right now. Oh, and now Blitz Jackets has got it, but they have a decent penalty, so we'll see if they're able to count that down.
Yeah, looks like they've all pushed past their half of the map, and they're already trying to keep in further at bay.
Yeah, they're really in it right now.
They're really not going in. That's not what it looks like to me.
Well, Kronos has been really using the Tensor Umbrella really well because
Yeah.
I see the shield and it's really
Love that
helping block
shield,
a
yeah.
lot. Oh,
Oh, that's always been a weapon that I've always thought was really interesting, but I don't want to put in the time to learn it, so I will just observe.
It's definitely a hard one because it's quite
Yeah.
slow.
Love it in salmon, though.
I
tell
do
you
love
what.
it in salmon. I do love
Come
it
on,
in
let's see that
salmon.
stamp.
Yeah, let's see Mia's stamp because
The
Mia's
Ultra Stamp Special Attack.
Mia's really pretty good.
There
at
you go. They
using
got the
stamp.
numbers advantage
oh,
now.
There we go.
Yep.
There we go. And so we have the
Oh,
zone flip for
Mia
in
goes
and
down
in
before he
right
can use
now.
her
Oh,
stamp.
unfortunate. Oh, and the zone flip back to Blitz
Came this
Jacket.
jump. Yeah, yep, they
oh,
got it.
There we go. There we go.
2 people, a little overkill right there. Yep.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, right now they're counting down their penalty, but
For
it
sure.
looks like they're keeping
Yeah.
the zone
They want
for
to make their
a
lead
while.
even bigger.
Oh, their crab definitely got canceled.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Blasted out of existence. I'm sorry, Claudia.
Oh, here we have Rays on the
There you go.
S blast.
The giant AoE hitbox.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
this is just
love
like in
the
Salmon
AoE.
Run.
Exactly. I'm like, we love the AoE in
Sure
Salmon
do,
Run, so we
yeah.
love it here too.
Trying to hit around those edges, catching the unsuspecting Blitz Jackets players.
Oh yeah, and then here we see the Booyah
Trying to
bomb
flush them
trying
out
to
with that.
keep
Yeah,
them
you can pinch 'em
there.
between,
Yeah,
yeah.
we see
There
the
you go.
pinch in. They still have not been able to go back to the zone, but the screen
That
is
screen's
out.
blocking pretty much the whole zone right there, so they're not going to be able to advance much further until it moves out the
Oh,
way.
we have Nerd with the... Which one is that one?
that is
which
the regular,
roller? I was like,
regular old
that's
spot
right.
roller, yes.
I was like,
sure
oh my
is.
gosh, okay, yeah. I haven't seen that one in a hot minute. We don't see that many people play rollers in meta, really.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I love seeing a good roller.
Especially if it's the big swig roller. I love that thing.
Oh yeah, the big swig roller is
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Right now we see Nerd sharking and throwing curling bombs. Hopefully they are just trying to keep everyone at bay, but right
Yep.
now we have Sky.
Yeah, Blitz Jackets is still taking down that timer pretty big, so I mean, NN's going to have to do something fast if they want to.
Oh yeah,
have any
we have
chance to
10.
get-
Oh, we have a couple ticks remaining for Blitz Jacket
Well,
to
the crab
win this.
can't really paint that
Yeah,
well. And it's, there goes to Blitz Jackets again. They're
All
leading
right,
2-1,
congrats to
or
Blitz
2-0.
Jackets 2-1.
They just need one more to get to 3.
All
That's the end of
right.
the set. You potentially see a game 5 here. If come on, NN, let's show them a reverse sweep.
Yeah,
Why
yeah,
don't
yeah.
you?
I would love to see it. I would love to see it. We want to see more, some more action.
Yeah.
You know, more matches means more LAN time. You know.
Oh, look at that Bro just spinning around. It's so large. I love that.
I love that too. It's
Yeah.
just so cute.
Sure is.
Oh, okay, so we're going to see the counter pick again from In and In. Unfortunately, their counter pick didn't work out for them this time around. Yeah. I wonder if they're going to pick something else besides zone.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Oh, yeah.
The green screen kind of makes it a little hard to see, but we got Claudia right here.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Beautifully crocheted.
Yep.
By
This is made by Carto right
Carto,
there, yeah.
one of the people at the LAN, also participating.
He has talent, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, they are in loser's bracket right now on Top Cut. I don't know how they're doing right now, but I hope they're doing all right.
Yep, for sure. Let's go ahead and check out some Twitch chat. Why don't we?
Oh, let's
See
see
if
what
they've been saying anything.
let's see what they've been saying. Oh, so Callie mentioned stabbing my goat.
Hey, I got you, JoJo. Yeah, I love SoCal. Get ready, SoCal.
The SoCal folks are
I think
lovely.
they got another one coming up on. What day was the next SoCal? It was in early February, wasn't it?
Oh, early February.
I want to say it was the 6th, but I'm not 100% sure, so don't quote me on that. Sorry about that one, buddy. Yeah.
Well, how was your SoCal experience when you went down there?
I love SoCal. I mean, the venue is pretty nice. It's in Irvine, California. There's this whole like just shopping mall area full of all different kinds of food there. They got we went to like 3 different boba shops there. They got
different ones?
Yeah.
Dang.
Oh, I remember one of the SoCalis. We went to this real nice. I don't remember. Look, it's been so long. I don't remember what it was called, but there's plenty to eat there. So. Yeah, they got the 2-story mall there with the, you can get in the parking garage. Like we can pretty much exit just right in front of all the restaurants there, up on the 2nd floor. Yeah, Ryan and I we were launching paper airplanes off the balcony there.
Oh, you're littering, eh?
We cleaned them up when we were done. It wasn't like that.
Alrighty, In has picked their counter pick. It is going to be Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. How are you feeling about that?
I feel like every time it's Rainmaker Scorch Gorge, when I play on the LAN, I tend to lose. So personal bias here, I suppose. Yeah.
I feel like it's a pretty common pick for Rainmaker in terms of maps, because we have just pretty much that tunnel that's towards the end. So it's like very,
It's
a lot of
be,
action
the best mode to play the map on in general.
Well, you know what? I think In might have picked it because Mia has the Stamper special, so perhaps because of like how one-sided most of the action is happening, so they're going to aim like really straight with that, for example. Though we do have the screen, and if they're still using tent, you have that as a counterplay as well. So we'll see.
You kind of have to go through one specific area to advance the Rainmaker through there. So.
You might have leaked something on accident.
What are you talking about?
One chat right here.
What?
Well, whenever they have their next LAN.
I could have sworn it was announced, but no.
Looks like
My
we
bad.
still
I
have
don't
similar
remember
comps,
where
though
it
I
is.
definitely see a sploosh. I don't remember seeing a sploosh last time, for sure.
Yeah, that's new.
All right, so we have.
Oh, Mia
pretty-
already goes down to the pop right
Oh, that's so. Oh,
Yeah.
but then Nerd is also going down.
there. All right.
Oh, whoa! A lot of people on internet have been down. Dio is continually going forward, and also with the Ultra Stamp special.
Got one on each side, I tell you what.
Yeah. Oh, they have their
All right,
little
come on, let's see how far they get it through.
pedestal filled.
Should be a nice clean shot to the check. Yeah, yep, they got it.
Oh, they got it.
Yeah.
Nice and clean.
That's
nice
what I
and
like to
clean.
see.
Yep. All right, we are seeing the Ultra Stamp going forward as I have predicted.
Right
It
into the
is
back,
help-
yeah.
Yep, but unfortunately got stopped.
Oh.
Oh, 3 down on in. So we have Dio just
Blitz
going.
Jackets loses
re-
too, but
super
there was a
fa-
full wipeout on
yeah,
the inside.
it
So.
was almost. Unfortunate. Oh, and then so we have some people have been taken down, but Nerd is still holding strong. Oh, nope, never mind. Now looks like they are down. So now we're going to see that Rainmaker get popped so it can get reset, and hopefully in can go. Oh, they didn't reset
Yeah,
it.
they gotta
just
get pretty
ran
far
with
if they
it.
want to get that lead. They gotta go all the way past 20 there.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to make it. They actually didn't restart the Rainmaker. They decided to grab it in their area, so
Yeah.
we'll see if they're able
They
to
already
go
managed
forward.
to get back to the center. Yeah, we'll see
Yeah,
what
so
happens.
that's good. At least that's good. Okay, their pedestal needs
All right.
a little
well,
bit
they
of paint.
get checked now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they need a little bit
Oh,
of paint.
that-
Oh, there we go. There
Well,
we go.
Yeah, the vac can't splat you on its own at least, so.
Yeah, not quite, not
Yeah,
quite,
still
not
was
quite.
able to swim right through it.
Oh, we got 2 down on in.
That was a delayed wipe,
There
wasn't
was
it?
maybe it was
Yeah.
a delayed wipe. I didn't quite catch that. Right now we got Sig on the Rainmaker coming slowly forward. Oh, Dio is now down. We got Sky throwing a sprinkler to help with the paint, so that maybe get that
On
more
that
output.
Snipe Rider 5H.
Right. And then we have the cooler special, so that way they can have that and be buffed up to hopefully go more forward.
Yeah. Oh, the stamp explosion right there. That's what we like to see.
That was a good one,
The
Mia.
one Zuka.
All right.
Oh.
Oh, then we got the rain.
Yeah,
the
not able to
Rainmaker
get behind that tense shield.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, goes
unfortunate.
down. Try and get the Rainmaker.
Looks like they are
They're real
setting
patient
up.
to
Yeah, they're
come in
being
here.
patient.
That's-
You know, they have quite a
They're
lead.
going to have to watch out for that Killer Whale 5.1
Oh, yeah,
special attack right
yeah,
there. That's for sure.
You are correct, because that easily can get the person with the Rainmaker.
Yeah.
Looks like we have 2 down on in.
They were able to dance around it, but the timer
Yeah.
is almost up to that Rainmaker. So.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh,
yeah, it goes ahead
and
and
they
resets.
lost it. There we go. All right, we're going to see. Well, right now we got 2 down on
Might
in
have been a
and
little
1 down
too
on Blitz
patient there.
Jackets.
Oh, well.
Oh, maybe. Oh,
We'll see
and
what happens.
okay, we have Kronos now on the Rainmaker.
Oh,
we got
Dio
Mia
gets stamped
getting,
immediately.
Get immediately
Come on.
stamped.
Oh, 2.
Whoa,
There
2.
you go.
Oh, wait, is there going to be
Managed to
more?
get
Is there going to
Nerd
be
as
more?
well.
Throw that. Oh, I did not know where that
Yeah,
went.
that is completely out of my sight.
Yeah, unfortunate. Oh, we're going to
well.
see. Okay, we see Nerd on.
Oh, Mia's pretty cornered there, and she jumps out. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Okay, we see.
And the Snipe Rider 5H picks up the Rainmaker just
but
to immediately be destroyed by the other Snipe Rider
immediately
5H.
All right, we see Sig on that Snipe Rider 5H
Yeah.
right now painting, hopefully getting a cooler soon.
Get that tactical.
Mia got canceled with
right in the
that.
middle of the stamp.
Unfortunate. Okay, we see Kronos setting up the Rainmaker, but not quite popping that shield. Maybe that's a strategic not popping. Maybe they just don't want the gameplay to go down.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get in the entire area there with the S-Blast 92 controlling it.
Yeah,
That's a lot of AoE. You don't want to get anywhere near that, I tell you what.
that's true. That's true.
Yep.
Yeah, right now the Rainmaker is in a very
Things are
weird
pretty
spot.
spread out here, yeah.
Like right now, there isn't quite mid-control for Ninen to be able to take advantage of trying to get that.
There we go. That's good teamwork right there. You got it back.
Yeah, that was
Another
was.
Killer Whale 5.
Oh,
Whoa!
people died from
Oh,
that.
they popped the Killer Whale 5.1 special attack, but
Yeah.
that wasn't enough to protect them.
Yeah, not enough from that vacuum
2
special
go down for
attack.
that, yeah.
Dang. Oh,
Good
it
old ink vac.
Yeah, looks like the Rainmaker hasn't even popped yet. It's still like a little bit yellow right now, and I
Yeah.
think they're just trying to stall it in that corner over there.
Yeah, neither team wants to give it up that easily, I tell you what. Oh, the Snipe Rider 5H manages to pick off Nerd right there.
Oh, unfortunate. Yeah, right now it's still yellow. It's like Internet really needs to go in and get that Rainmaker
Yeah.
ASAP.
I
because-
suppose they do have a pretty large lead right now, so I mean, as long as they're able to just, prevent
prevent it
Yeah.
from getting it. Yeah, right now we
Yeah.
got 15 more ticks. We're going to see if they're able to get it. Oh, Kronos using
yeah,
that
they're
shield
stopped by
on
the
10.
Tenta Sorella umbrella right there.
Yeah. Oh, we got Weatherman on the.
Well, let's see if they can get all the way down to 20 and take
Yeah,
the lead
we
here.
can
That's
see.
the only way if we're going into overtime right here.
Yeah, but Weather is in.
Yeah, they do have the player advantage right now.
Yeah, right now. We'll see. Oh,
All right,
the
trade right
snap.
there.
Yep, good. Just a trade.
Yeah. They still got 43 ticks left on the Rainmaker's timer, so
Yeah,
they
yeah.
might not want to go,
Yeah, they got to
too
kind of
risky.
take it a little slow.
Yeah, but
make
they
sure
also
their
need to
team
definitely
comes.
pay attention because once that runs out, it's over. There's no more chance to pick this thing up. So.
Yeah, we have less than 30 ticks
All
to
right,
go
both
right
teams still have
now.
all their players up right now. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
And
if
Mia goes down.
some players on Blitz Jackets tried to flank the left area, but unfortunately we're not able to make it. Oh, we see Dio coming off to the left side. Oh, but God!
Only 15
Got
ticks left on
Sluttered.
that Rainmaker.
Oh,
they
no,
are down
that-
2 players.
Oh,
And-
no!
no! It doesn't even matter how much time is left because they have fallen off the map.
Oh, unfortunate.
All right, Blitz Jackets takes the win there in 3-0.
Oh, that is so
They'll be moving on to
unfortunate.
winners finals.
Whew.
Well, In will have to work their way through the losers bracket to have another chance at challenging them.
Yeah, well, congrats
whoever
to
else happens
Blitz
to-
Jacket for winning that. Good,
Yeah, look at them
good
go.
job. Yeah.
It was a great show right there, I tell you what.
Oh, that recoil, it was just such a bummer. Oh, my gosh. Recoil in Splatoon
I guess
3
they
can be rough.
weren't able to account for that. That's
Yeah.
I guess with how they had 2 players down and they were just constantly being pressured further and further back. It just they really didn't have much of a choice.
Right. All right, we're going to take a little quick break before we start our next set, and then we will see you guys then.
We'll come back right after this.
Bye.
All right, welcome back, Booyah Bay. We're over here with the winners finals right now. It's going to be a team Address Me versus Blitz Jackets, who we just saw win the winners semis right there.
Yeah, and we are going to start off at Splat Zones on Barnacle and Die.
We sure are. Oh, we were just talking about how there's not really a whole lot of indoor maps in Splatoon 3. That's one I forgot all about, yeah.
Yeah, I totally forgot about it. And I do remember the trailer, but because it was really cute.
Yeah,
they were
it
doing that
was.
little
The
dance
victory
thing.
twist.
Yeah, it was so adorable,
Yeah.
so adorable.
That was one with the paintbrush and the S-Blast. Yeah.
Well, looks like Address Me won Booyah Bay before. They won the one that was called Shoreline Shakeup. So
Oh, yeah, that was the previous one, yeah.
Yeah.
I missed that one.
So unfortunate, you know. Sometimes
Yeah.
it just doesn't work out to go to hit up every single
It
LAN.
was in the summer.
Yeah, it
My
happens.
perfect attendance. No.
Oh gosh. Well, you came early before Booyah Bay today. You were here yesterday. How was yesterday? What were you doing?
Oh yeah, yesterday. We went all around to San Francisco. Checked out the Nintendo store and had this big old food tour. I ate too much, but it was really good. So I appreciate that. Yeah. We had our lives changed while we were waiting for outside for food. So Cardo, he was holding on to two of these Rachel plushes right here, right? And a random stranger walks past, points at the Rachel plushes, well, I'll tell you what happened later.
Yeah,
It changed the course of our entire lives. But right now, we got the game coming on.
Yeah, here we go. We got winners finals. We have Address Me in. Whoa, wait. I think the
No.
colors are
Blitz
switched.
Jackets is on yellow again, just like the last set.
Yeah, okay,
And
gotcha.
Address Me is going to be on blue.
Yeah. It's just off by the logo up there.
That's all right.
That's all good. Well, right now, we actually don't have a Snipe Rider on one team. We actually have the
That's all right. Blitz
NZAP.
Jacket still has theirs.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, Dio unable to escape.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, let's see how long they hold on to control the map with two players down.
Kronos got down.
So we got to
despite having
83 before
shield.
flipping. All right.
Oh, we got Swagger with the Crab Tank
Yeah,
special.
it's not yellow this time, so it's not Claudia. But that's okay.
That's okay. Oh,
Still a Crab Tank nonetheless.
we have Goose on my favorite Sloshy Boy,
Yep.
my favorite weapon ever. And so right now they're coolered up.
Completely
but
unable to do anything about that shield there.
yeah, unfortunate. But they got two
okay.
kills despite
A double's a
having
double,
shield.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to see in order to kill. You know?
Absolutely. Just throw hitboxes all over the place.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
Address Me really is taking down that timer there. It's already under halfway.
yeah, and they have quite control of mid, and they have quite control a little bit of the path.
Especially with that
Blitz
cooler there, they
Jacket
got
would
that
get.
safety net even if they...
Even if they get
But
spotted.
again, so Blitz Jackets has that as well. So
Yeah,
all right.
now. Okay, right now it's still 25 ticks remaining, but we'll see if Blitz Jackets can make it to the center.
Yeah. There we go. Come on.
All right, let's. Oh, well, okay. We have Swagger trying to
Got
keep
the blue
up.
crab coming out, the anti-Claudia again.
We're gonna see if the zone. Oh, the zone still goes to Address Me, and so now.
Address Me sure has been keeping great control of this map.
Yeah, right now they have 6 ticks.
Are they
going
going
to
to get all the way without getting a penalty? We'll see.
Oh wait, we see.
I mean, they're
the,
down
there
to...
we go.
yeah.
Now they
Oh.
have a huge penalty.
The zone flip, yeah.
Yeah.
73 points they got to work through to get to there.
Yeah, so we see Dio right now going forward, seeing
Yeah.
if they
Let's
can
see if they can
use-
reverse this.
Yeah, let's see. Right now we got Nerd trying to
It's going to take quite a while for
with the
Address Me to
wall
get
ledge.
out of their spawn and get all the way back there. So
Yeah.
they got plenty of time to set up. Get the specials ready.
We see the Tri-Strike special attack, but unfortunately it did
Doesn't
not
seem to
do
do
much.
much, no.
We have Nerd holding it together with
The bubbles right next to each other, huh?
oh, yeah,
Both teams.
bubble
Huh?
to
Interesting,
bubble.
yeah.
Oh, and they
Like to see.
lost control. We're going to see if the zone flips or not. Right now it's about half and half, but
A
unfortunately
lot of players go
a lot
down.
of
Both
players
teams.
didn't.
Wow, what was that?
Oh, but we got Address Me.
Oh, they're
able
all
to
chasing
hold
that
it.
Snipe Rider 5H there. They really want that one down.
Yeah, but with the slosher weapon,
And
it's
they
like over
did
the
it.
walls, and they did reach that sniper.
Yeah, they don't want that thing dumping paint all over the zone, man. I tell you what, you can
Yeah.
keep on spamming all them coolers as well.
Yep, for sure. We're seeing Blitz Jacket trying to set up. We see the tent and the screen
Duke
holding
didn't
up.
seem to hit nothing there.
But we did see the strike go right behind the screen, so they could not be sharked in behind the screen. Right
Yeah.
now we have the zone has been stopped. We'll see if it flips or not. Oh, we got Blitz Jacket holding it down now. But unfortunately, Kronos goes down.
No. Yeah, I mean, they got a pretty decent penalty themselves,
Whoa,
too. So
Dio got, I
Oh.
think, 2 or 3
Yeah.
slats right there. Yeah, very good.
we go chase after 5th gen. Oh, it doesn't even matter.
Doesn't
They're
even
gone.
matter. They got him.
Right there in their bubble, too.
All right, we see right now the cooler up for Blitz Jacket, so they
Yeah.
are trying to go
You
forward.
just keep on hiding behind that screen there, make it hard for them to
hard for them to see.
Yeah.
Their ticks are going down, but
Just like the fog and salmon
ooh,
run makes it hard to see. Yeah.
2 people are down on both sides. We'll see if they are
Oh, unable to paint the wall. Oh, that doesn't matter. They still managed to get 5th gen out of there.
Holy taquitos. Okay, we're seeing the ticks go down. It is almost at 10.
Anyone's
We're
game
gonna
at this
see-
point, yeah.
Oh, we see the tri-strikes coming out. They're trying to help
Blitz
cap
Jackets
the
is
zone.
down by 2.
Oh,
Yeah, there's the
by
flip right there.
one tick. They are
Right before
unfortunately-
Blitz Jackets was able to take the lead there.
Ooh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we still got a minute
It
11
doesn't even matter if they can't get through that large penalty. Look at that. They're still in the lead by 1 point.
by
So
one single point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We still have a minute to
Blitz
go.
Jackets has a lot of work to do just to get that one last point down.
Yeah,
I tell you what.
we will see if they are able to get out of
Yeah.
their area. We see Kronos with the tri-strike special attack trying to
And
aim for
Zuki-
people.
oh,
They
looks like they
definitely
got lucky with that,
boost.
yeah.
Oh, they
Almost gets
got,
5th gen 2 on the dualies.
but unfortunately did not.
Yeah.
We see Dio throwing the screen. Hopefully they have capped the zone.
Watch out for that bucket, man. They might not be able to see you through that zone. Oh, it doesn't even
the
matter.
bucket got him though.
Even if they can't see through the screen, they can still
and
hit you.
the
That's for sure. Yeah.
wipeout. Unfortunate.
Gonna make it even harder for Blitz Jackets to make a comeback here.
Okay, we got 30
30
more
seconds left, yeah.
Let's see if they can push through.
All right, looks like they got cooler ready. Any more specials coming up? Oh, and the gal goes down. So that means no Killer Whale 5.1 special attack for them. That would have been a great way to flush them all out of the way.
Oh,
but,
and we have 5th gen putting a bubble to really hold that area
Blitz
next
Jackets
to the
has their
zone.
bubble ready too. Oh yeah, here it
Oh,
comes
but,
up.
but unfortunately Nerd
And
was
yeah,
there
that's
we go.
over. Game 1 goes to Dress Me. This is going to be best of 5 once again. So first of 3 wins,
Yeah, so
Takes
now
it
we will
home.
see if Blitz
and then they'll
Jackets
advance on to
picks it.
Grands.
Yeah. We'll see what Blitz Jackets counter picks.
Yeah, 'cause the whole rest of the set is going to be counter picks. So nothing is set yet until they make that choice for themselves.
That was pretty close, though. I mean, it was 4-5, and then
Yeah.
we had all those penalties, and then.
I wasn't really sure what was going to happen until then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me neither.
Anyways, about what happened with the Rachel plushes here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this random stranger passing by points at the Rachel plushes, and he says, "I like the orange." And you know what? I also like the orange.
I also like the orange.
It's Rachel right there. Who doesn't like the orange? the orange is just.
The orange is great.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've been completely unable to stop repeating it over the past days. It's so fun to say. I love the orange.
I love the orange, too. And it was
that's
just so random,
so
too.
cute. Look at.
Yeah, because the random stranger just walked by,
Yeah.
said it real quick, and then just walked
Just-
away. And it was
Yep,
great.
went on with his life. Probably doesn't even remember he said it by now. I mean, it's just that's the butterfly effect right there. It's a random, inconsequential quote like that. You don't know how you can change the course of someone's entire life with that. I tell you what.
It's very true. It's very true.
That really uplifted all of our spirits and just, oh man, throughout the whole rest of the day, it put us in such a great mood. No, I'm really glad we had that interaction.
You know, speaking of butterfly effect, I feel like, LANs have a lot of
Oh, yeah.
connections with different people. You can certainly meet different kinds of folks here, make some good friends. It's been, absolutely great. So again, if you haven't gone to Booyah Bay or any other LAN that's local to you, we highly recommend traveling to
Yeah,
them.
it's well worth the effort if you're able to join. And we got the counter pick from Blitz Jackets coming up here. They're going to be playing Splat Zones on Mahi Mahi Resort.
Oh,
Yeah.
we haven't really been seeing Mahi Resort, to my understanding.
I
during
like
the
this one
tournament.
on zones. It's it doesn't feel too cramped for me. That's usually a complaint you hear on Mahi zones. Well, especially after the update where they made it a little larger.
Sure. But it's it's in the beginning where
Yeah.
you only have that little area to deal with before it actually expands.
Now, I am a little disappointed we don't get to see Mahi Tower Control on the list here. But
Oh, such a
that's all
popular
right.
pick, huh?
Well, I like it.
We have a bamboo.
That is not the Sniper Rider 5H.
Whoa,
That is the
whoa.
Bamboozler 14 Mark 1 right there. I
That
tell you
is
what.
so fantastic. I have not seen one of those played in quite a
Yeah,
while.
we'll see how that works out. It's exciting.
All right, it looks like we see Dio trying to get the snipe area, and 5th Gen goes
Oh,
down
and the
by Nerd
Bamboozler
instead.
14 Mark 1 is already down. Oh, man.
Unfortunate. Okay, we got Doom over here trying to go forward, but unfortunately gets pushed back.
Oh, man, especially on a map like this, that screen really does just block off the entire area, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, especially because it is very small. Oh,
It's so
Nerd
funny.
just got hit by that Killer Whale 5.1 special attack, and now the zone
The
is
triple
split.
ink strike manages to completely paint the zone all in sun right there.
Well, the zone is quite small, so
yeah.
that,
Well, I
that
guess it
strike
is.
is going to flip
Yeah.
the zone pretty
I mean, the map's
easily.
already reached its full size now, though, so you got plenty of room to work.
Okay, yes, now now they have
There
plenty
we
of
go.
work. We got Nerd taking down somebody. Oh, taking down 2.
Safety bubble
Can
right
they
there.
get a third?
They can at least, yeah, they can at least flip the zone right there.
Yeah, they at least
sure.
flip the zone. We
Keep their
see
lead
Crab
going.
definitely being shot, but unfortunately,
Oh, you ain't
is
getting
not
through that
doing
tent,
anything.
I suppose. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it
you have
doesn't
to
look
do
like
the
it
roll of
did-
shame.
Oh!
The roll of shame wasn't enough to protect you from that good old Zuka blast, I tell you what.
Yeah, that Trizuka special attack really went through them, unfortunately. It is quite the counter to Crab.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, we see 15.
Come on, load up with that Killer Whale
Yeah.
5.1 special attack. We want to
Yeah, there
Here
he
comes the Killer Whale 5.1 special attack. That's what we love to see. Oh, trying to slosh over that.
Oh, Goose could not
no.
slosh over that tent shield,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Kronos has been just insane on this tent this entire time. Man,
Yeah.
I've been really like to see that as a Umbrella fan.
Oh, we see Swagger using the grab tank once
Oh,
again.
and they finally get
and
it.
they got the 10th player, but then Dio comes in and also gets the and gets 50.
Oh, was barely not able to get Doom there.
Okay, right now it looks like Blitz Jacket has the lead with 27 ticks over 70. The penalty is not too different from
Yeah,
each
and they can
other.
just grab these cooler drinks now and
Yeah, and just go forward.
try to increase the gap even more.
Oh, looks like 2 players on Address Me got marked so we can see where their locations are even if they're in the ink.
Yeah.
We see
Both teams are really trying to just paint over the rest of that zone right now, but it's not going to anyone yet.
Yeah, it has not flipped in quite a while. It's been going back and forth. Oh, and now it is flipped. Oh, but then it has stopped once again. We see the zone is constantly going back and forth. 2
Yeah,
people
Dress Speed down
on
2
Address
players,
Me,
so
yes.
they were really close to flipping it there, but not quite.
Oh, it was like
last one
almost-
left is the splash on Address Me.
Yeah. And now we see the ticks going down for Blitz
Yeah.
Jacket. We'll see if they can get rid of all
They're
their
going to have
penalty
to regroup.
points.
Oh, man, the Bamboozler 14 Mark 1's already down, so
Oh, unfortunate. Unfortunately, we're not going to see that whale quite yet.
yeah.
Oh, we see Swagger once again
Blitz
on
Jackets
that
is through with their
grab.
penalty now, so now they're just taking out the full timer. Address Me is going to have to really get in there and flip the zone quick if they want to extend this game any further.
We just saw the
Oh, and
Trizuka
unfortunately,
cancel-
they got
Oh,
wiped out completely as I say that.
We got 5 more ticks to go, but
I
obviously
don't
they're
think they
not
have time
gonna
to
be
get to
able
the zone.
make it.
No, game 2 goes to Blitz
Unfortunate.
Jackets.
Let's go.
We are 1-1 now.
1-1.
It's pretty even so far.
That was quite an exciting match.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Unfortunately, we're not able to see the Bamboozler 14 Mark 1 take the win here, but
Yeah, but it was lovely to see it pick,
yeah,
though.
that's for sure.
Oh, I
Something a little different from just Snipe Rider 5H all the time.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yes, we need a cooler, but we also like to see the different kinds of picks
Yeah.
you can pick.
I like variety. It's fun. Variety is the spice of life.
Exactly.
saying, yeah.
Not every
Absolutely.
team needs the Snipe Rider, you know?
Yeah.
Ooh, that was really good, though. That was a really
I
good.
think more teams could use an undercover umbrella, though. But that's just a personal opinion, I suppose.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, remember when we did Quad Wonder? That was the only game we won, right?
I mean, it was turf war. It was just playing. for
Details,
funsies.
details. The stream doesn't need to know that.
Well, imagine we played 4 undercover umbrellas in like
In the LAN?
PvP, like LAN right now.
I think it'd be great.
Yeah, you think we're gonna reach finals grands? I don't think so.
Obviously, I know we will. It's the best weapon right there. I tell you what.
All right, now we get to actually see Address Me do a counter pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully we see some interesting action chosen.
You thinking zones again?
I am thinking zones again.
Seems to be pretty popular. Yeah.
Yeah, zones is it's a very
That's
popular
all right.
choice.
People know what they like, you know.
Yeah, they know what they like.
Yeah.
They, with zones, there's like less stalling.
Oh, never mind. It's Rainmaker, the one.
Whoa!
Yeah. On humpback dump truck.
Hump
Isn't it supposed to be humpback pump track? Oh well.
Behind the scenes, y'all.
Yeah,
Behind
classic
the scenes.
Rainmaker map right there. We'll see what happens.
It is a classic map, We
Yeah.
do see this picked a lot. We see that a lot of people.
Rainmaker specifically, yeah.
Yeah, for Rainmaker very specifically. You don't see it in the other modes
No,
too often.
that's it.
No, just pretty much Rainmaker.
All right, 1-1. So someone's gonna take the lead here. We're gonna see who it is.
All right, let's go.
Let's find
Let's
out.
see what the comps are. Looks like comps are
It's
the
the
same
same.
for Blitz Jacket.
Oh, no more of that Bamboozler 14 Mark 1. They're on machine
But
now.
we do got the Sloshing
I'm
Machine
sorry,
Neo.
Sloshing Machine Neo. That's right.
Again, one of my faves because the sloshy class is my
That's for
fave.
sure.
We got 2 sloshers.
Address
on
Me gets the
Address
pop
Me.
here.
All right now we're just seeing setup, so no one is quite at an advantage yet. We see two. Oh, we see two people
Players
down.
are going down, both teams. Oh, but definitely more on Address Me.
Okay, yeah.
You're able to take 5th gen here.
Oh,
No.
not quite.
Yeah. You're not really going to be able to get through that tent shield, though, so they got no choice but to back up.
Yeah. But, and they lost their Rainmaker.
Yeah, not quite getting that checkpoint just yet.
We see Kronos jump back.
This looks
to
like a great
spawn.
chance for Address Me to try and take it themselves.
Yeah, we
considering
see,
there's so much more blue on the map right now.
Oh,
and going with the cooler, so they can just go in and die right now.
Yeah, that's true. We have 5th gen
Nice
right now.
straight shot to that
Rainmaker.
checkpoint.
We see
And
Goose
they get it.
Swagger,
All right.
the sloshy class. They are right now going forward, trying to hold it, but now they have jumped
I guess they just didn't want to deal with that tent.
Yeah, I mean, dealing with
I'm really impressed watching this tent, that's for sure.
Oh, we see the vacuum come out right
not a whole
now.
lot you can do when that's on you. No projectiles are coming out.
Yeah, unfortunate. Now we
that's
see
a great defense from them, for sure.
Okay, they have grabbed the Rainmaker right now. Sig has grabbed it. We will see if they're able to go forward.
That's the Sniper Rider 5H right there.
Right now we see
Perhaps they
Sig
can get
using
checked
the
themselves
Rainmaker.
now.
Oh, yeah.
Not with the triple link strike in the way.
Yeah,
you got to
yeah.
really be careful. Oh, the touch of death. You just barely graze it, and that's enough to just completely destroy you.
Yeah, 3 people down on Blitzjacket. Unfortunately, that push did not get them to that pedestal.
Excellent defense from this tent right here, though. They're really having a hard time taking them down at any time.
Yeah, very true. All right, we are seeing.
Never
we
mind.
see the Neo definitely grab.
Good old
them.
sloshing machine Neo right there with these giant hitboxes.
We don't really see Machine use that much anymore after the nerfs, you know?
Yeah, I guess
so
not.
It's actually kind of
the
surprised.
fire rate and
Whoa,
all that.
and suddenly Doom has gone almost all the way to 6 points.
Yeah.
They just
Blitzjackets is going to have to go pretty far if they want to win this one now, with the goalpost being moved all the way to 6 points.
Yeah, we see the pop, and then Dio is now going. Dio's going to try to run because
Looks like Address Me is already backing up, getting ready to intercept them here at the checkpoint.
Okay, we see 5th gen trying to hold the pedestal. We see Kronos on that vacuum.
Oh, unable to go in even with the defense from the vac. That's unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Oh, and then so many people are going
Blitzjackets is down by 2 now, so.
Okay, let's see. Is there any? Oh, the Rainmaker is in an interesting spot because right now is just on top of a weird place. I think it's going to reset to the middle.
So Address Me is completely unable to access it from there. So
the
best bet's either wait for it to reset or, Blitzjacket's going to have to.
And there is the reset.
Yeah.
We have approximately 2 minutes to go, and the Rainmaker has been popped. It looks like Address Me is not picking up the Rainmaker.
I suppose the way they see it, they've already gotten it down to 6 points. So unless they're sure they can knock it out, I guess.
Then we have Pip Jen with the hammer. Got one, tried to get another, but did not get them.
Yep. Sniper Rider 5H, they're providing a jump point. Oh, unfortunately, they doesn't seem to be safe.
We have Doom once again on Rainmaker, seeing they're just, right now trying to go a little forward.
They're all the way up to 6, and I guess they want to close it out now.
Yeah, they could try to close it out with a minute 30 to go. Oh, they are. Oh, we got several people down right now. We got Swagger
unfortunately, they
getting
had to keep on backing up further. So.
And we got the Tri-Stacks going forward.
Tried to flank in from the rail, but no, they spotted that immediately.
They did spot that immediately.
Oh, the Sniper Rider 5H unable to pick off. I'm sorry, is it? All right.
We have Doom right now. Oh, they went forward, but unfortunately they went too forward because Blitzjacket was.
It looks like they won't be taking the lead this time. Nope. Or further increasing their lead, I suppose.
Looks like mid-control is in Address Me's favor right now.
Well, with only a minute left, Blitzjacket has quite a long way to go if they want to take that lead back.
Yeah, they definitely.
They don't even have the checkpoint yet, unfortunately, so they still got plenty of time. That's going to take if they want to do this.
Well, right now it looks like they were trying to paint the other pedestal that isn't
with
used.
The reset, all teams have 4 players. Let's see what happens now.
This is going to be real tough for Blitzjacket to be able to reach all the way to
Kronos
not
pressing
just
forward
that.
with the shield again.
Oh, but unfortunately Rainmaker was
not quite
right
able to make it to the checkpoint. Maybe with the defense of the vacuum here, they'll be able to get it right up there. Oh, not if the stamp comes in right from behind and stops them in their tracks. That's good.
Yeah, okay. They just keep losing the Rainmaker right at the checkpoint.
Just 5 seconds left. Oh, they might be able to at least get the check here.
Oh, they need to grab
with
the
those strikes, though, it's going to be really hard to push
Oh.
in, that's for sure. You get even close to those and you're just exploded.
They got it. There is 3 people down.
There's a chance. They're going to have to really hurry if they want to get that all the way
They really need
But
to
if they go
pop
too
that.
fast, they could definitely fall right into death there. So they
Yeah.
really need to be careful.
Right now, they're trying to clear the
Sniper
area.
at a 5H picks it up.
Yep, they wanted to drop Cooler down first to make sure.
Oh man, the roller goes down.
Okay, right now, Swagger is at
Oh,
the
they're really
top
struggling
point.
to
They got
defend
the Trizuka trying to get Sig right now.
Safety of the vac. Is it
Safety.
going to be enough? All right, cool. They were able to get their jumps in.
Oh, unfortunately, the VAX
Down to 40.
thing did
Hey,
not
Address
go
Me is
all the
down
way.
2 players. Oh,
Oh,
they might be able to do it.
They might be
They're
able to
coming
do
in.
it. They are coming
28,
in. But Goose
20.
is going over
Oh,
the
it's so
shield.
close.
Oh!
And they take the lead just barely. Blitz Jackets manages to get the scores 2-1 right now.
No, that was a close game right at the very,
Yeah,
very
what a surprise
end in
right there.
Overtime.
Oh, man. They sure struggled for the entirety of that game, but they managed to just have an
Yeah.
insane comeback right there. That's
That was
Rainmaker for you. It's really
amazing.
anyone's game right up until the last
Just
second
right
there.
at the very last second
Man.
of overtime. That was exciting.
Yeah, it keeps you on the edge of the seat, so
Woo!
I like that.
We love seeing games like that where
Yeah.
it's just so close and then suddenly the underdog
Well,
makes
looks
it all
like
the
you
way.
can be beat down the entire game, but it doesn't matter until you get that final pedestal there. It's not over till it's over.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over. They didn't. Their spirits were still high. They
Yeah.
still were trying their best, even though they got shot down a lot. They still managed to get the lead.
Yeah.
Woo. These games have been pretty close, though. Well, this one being the most close.
Oh,
I feel
absolutely,
like
yeah.
All the games
I
have been
don't
really
know if
close.
anyone could have predicted that.
Yeah, that was great.
Moving on to game 4 now.
All right. Yeah, I love seeing when sets go almost, all
Yeah.
the way to 5 and stuff where they're close. Yeah. So I wonder what Address Me is going to counterpick.
Yep.
Yeah. Because it
You think you
wasn't zone.
Yeah. You thinking they'll pick Rainmaker again? No.
Wait, they might pick Rainmaker.
Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. All right, we just saw that last set, yeah.
Okay. I mean, with Screen,
Yep.
with Tent, those were really strong on stuff like Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge, but
Mm-hmm.
we'll see what Address Me uses.
Yeah, because they're going to have to deal with all of that you just mentioned.
But what's interesting is Address Me is using a lot of different weapon pools.
Yeah, I've
this
noticed
time
they've been switching up their weapons every game. We had the Bamboozler 14 Mark 1 and the Sloshing Machine Neo.
around. Yeah. So maybe we'll see some new stuff.
Yeah,
We did see
I'm
some
hoping to
stuff.
see some more changes, next game.
Yeah. Like Blitz Jacket, they know what they're good at. They are a pickup of 2 different teams, so they know what they're comfortable
Yeah.
with. Especially with a pickup, you kind of just stick to what you got.
For sure.
But with, Address Me, they have played before in the previous Booyah Bay, so
Yeah.
that's why they're, able to switch it up a little more in terms of weapon choices. So we'll see what they end up choosing.
Yeah, so Address Me will either make the score even again, go on to game 5, or Blitz Jackets will just go ahead and close the whole set out here. We'll see. Yeah, I'm down to see the game 5. That'd be pretty interesting,
Oh,
wouldn't
dude,
it?
it's hype when it's a game
Yeah.
5, you know?
Yeah, whenever there's a game 5 at a LAN, especially like in the bracket like this, you just feel the whole venue is just like locked in, focused, watching it. It's really, like we were just saying, the experience of a LAN is really something you can't recreate just by watching a tournament at
Yeah,
home.
exactly.
So we're moving on to game 4 right here.
All right.
Scorch Gorge Rainmaker
Let's
once again.
see what they chose. So
Same weapon.
Oh, we
no,
got
wait, no,
it.
that's different.
That's different. That's different. Okay,
The
so
Sloshing Machine Neo stays.
all right.
First time seeing the mini Splatling on here.
Yeah, we haven't seen a mini Spatling, I think, at all today.
No, not at all.
Yeah, or at least when we were
not
casting
these
anyway.
sets. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. But yeah,
Address Me gets the pop once again.
Yeah, they
just
get
got
the
that
pop,
high
but,
damage there.
It's just the beginning, not quite a
Yep.
lot of action happens quite yet until people start going down. Oh, and
Oh, no
speaking
tent.
of which, we do not have Kronos on tent anymore. Oh, we
3
have
down on
3
Blitz
down
Jackets
on
already.
Blitz Jackets.
Nobody grabs the Rainmaker,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
no,
So
yeah, we need people to grab the
we'll
Rainmaker.
see if anyone scores here.
Okay, now they have grabbed
All
the
right.
Rainmaker.
Looks like they have a nice clear shot up there still.
Oh, yeah.
All right, there we go. just
Easy
in time.
pedestal,
Cool.
easy pedestal.
What we like to see right there.
Okay, we see them get the pop once again.
Yep.
However, we see Dio throw the
Now, Blitz Jackets
hammer.
doesn't seem too happy about them pressing into their territory there, so they're looking to already flush them right back out.
Oh, looks like Dio's coming from the side. Ooh,
Nice.
managed to
Love
grab
to
one
see the
person
surprise
with a
attack
mini
right there.
Splatling.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Rainmaker has officially reset.
Yep.
And we see Address Me,
See 5th
going
gen
back
on the
a
Wiper
little
hiding out
bit.
in this corner here.
Oh, but
Oh,
unfortunately
they weren't
got-
able to sneak attack on
Yeah,
them. Nope.
unfortunate. We see the beacon sub-weapon set up for Blitz Jacket so that they
Yep.
are able to jump in. We see Dio
We're back
as
to
well.
each team having a Ultra Stamp special attack now.
That is true, that is true. We see Doom get nerd right in the face.
2 down on Blitz Jacket right there.
We see that Doom has the cooler set up, ready to go,
See,
throwing
is this
it right
the time they go
forward.
for the
Yep.
Rainmaker? Yep, yes it is.
Yep, they are
Trying to
going
push past that checkpoint that they made last time.
We see the Rainmakers being aimed
5th gen
towards
going in with
the
the stamp
left
towards
side.
the yellow territory there.
Oh,
Manages
got
to
one.
take out
Oh,
the
but unfortunately
roller.
got canceled. Yes.
Trade right there. Dio hurls the stamp over everyone's head.
And Doom still
they
was
did win
able
there.
to go in between people to make it to 45.
Just got to snake through right there.
Now it looks, you know, with Scorch Gorge Rainmaker, 45 is not necessarily elite because I feel like
Yeah, I
there's
guess.
a lot of push back and forth.
Yeah.
And so I think they're going to, you know, we'll see if they're able to go even more or if Blizzjack is able to go forward.
A lot of players going down on both sides here.
Yeah, lots of players going down both sides. So right now,
Yeah, the
Rainmaker
Rainmaker's
has
still right there in the
reset.
center, so I mean,
Okay,
doesn't
we
matter
got-
who wants to grab it. It's the same spot.
Oh, Dio's pop
Yeah,
special,
no
but
more
unfortunately
stamp
was
for
not
that, nope.
able to use it.
So that's always too bad.
Oh, we got Nerd Sharkin. Let's see
Yeah.
if Nerd's able
Yeah,
to
it looks like they found him,
go.
yeah.
Oh, wait. They did not notice. Oh, and the bubble perfect.
Nice. Oh, and the crossfire with the Ultra Stamp right there. Dio pushing on ahead.
Okay, got to grab that cooler. We have Goose trying to hold it
And
up.
they wiped out the
oh,
wipe
and they're
right there.
wiped
Oh,
out.
man.
Yep.
Trying to sneak past that Rainmaker there. Nope. Nope. They saw it.
They did get some points on the board, though.
For sure. Yeah.
For sure, for sure. All right, we see.
Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter how many points you get unless you are able to beat that watermark right there, the 45.
Yep, very true, very true.
No points count until you're in the lead. Rainmaker.
Okay, right now we do see Address Me have the Rainmaker. They are shooting forward a little bit, so it looks like Address Me is trying to go a
Chronos
little
here with
forward
the
at a
defense of that
time.
shield still.
They did lose
If that
the
goes down, they could
Rainmaker.
always pop it back as well.
Oh, several people down on Address Me, so maybe Blitz Jacket can now make a play.
Be their turn to grab that check, that's for sure.
Okay, they
Yeah,
now have.
they're
the-
taking it.
All
See how
right.
far they get.
Okay, right now Dio's
Yeah,
just
they got the
shooting
defense of
some
that
shots.
tent shield right there from Chronos if they want to push in.
We got
as well
Nerd
as the
Sharking right
bubble
now.
and the
Yep.
screen. So
Oh, unfortunately that bubble's going to go away soon because of the Tri-Strike special attack.
got to watch out for that ink vac right there too. It's really going to make it hard to cancel that Rainmaker. But they still managed to do it anyways.
Oh, several people
Down to just the tent by himself. Oh, is he able to? Okay.
Oh,
that's
and
a
a
wipe right there.
wipe out. Unfortunate.
Just 1 minute left to not only grab that check, but also advance the score past 45. We'll see if they're able to do it.
Yep, looks like we have Address Me got
If
the
not, then hey,
Rainmaker.
we get a game 5.
That is very true. That is very true.
So we'll see what happens.
Right now, Doom is in a weird spot in the corner. Maybe they are stalling, perhaps. It's in a very odd spot. They're kind of just sticking to that one
Yeah.
side, trying to make sure, you know, Blitz Jacket cannot get the Rainmaker in the weird area that it's stopped at.
Oh, 5th gen cancels the
Oh,
stamp right there. We'll see if their own comes out soon. It's all charged up right there.
Oh,
And they go down before they're able to pop it out.
We have 5 more
The vac on
ticks.
that Rainmaker there is going to make it hard for
We'll see if they
Address
can
Me
get
to
out of that
stop it.
area. Okay, so now this is the uphill climb, but they did it once.
Yeah.
They could do it again.
They'll have to break that checkpoint first if they want to score any further.
They were able to do it on
Yeah.
Humpback Pump Track. Maybe they're able to do it again.
Let's
We'll
find
see.
out. The defense of that tent is once again paving the way.
Yeah, but
But you got to watch out for those hitboxes from that slosher there, because
slosher.
that can hit you right over your shield. It ain't even going to matter no more.
Exactly. We only have 30 sticks
Oh, they had to
left
back
on
out
the-
pretty far to
oh,
avoid
no.
those strikes. Luckily, that stamp wasn't able to quite stop them in
They
their
only
tracks.
have 20-ish more ticks to
Well,
go to reach that
Lots
checkpoint.
of players going down on Address Me. This could be their chance to hit
this
the
is their-
checkpoint right
this is
there,
their chance for
and
check-
they get it.
They get it.
All right.
All right, let's
It
see.
It splatted immediately after, but it doesn't matter. Once it's on that checkpoint, it's good.
Yeah,
So
overtime
they have a short
right now
window
is
of time
about
to
halfway.
pop it and grab it again before the overtime timer is over, and it doesn't even matter.
Oh.
It stopped right there in their tracks. It's a game 5 right there, isn't it?
Yep, it is a game 5. Here we go.
All right.
We love seeing a game 5.
The whole, y'all can't really probably tell on the stream right now, but man, the whole venue is crowded around them. They all want to watch that set.
Yeah, y'all. So if you, again, have not been to a LAN before, the energy is so high right now. You probably can't hear it, or maybe you can hear a little bit of it, but you hear really all the excitement, the yelling, the, he's down, he's down, he's
when
down.
you get to a game 5, that's how you know. These teams are pretty evenly matched with each other if they're tied after 4 games like that. So that's how you know this game 5 is going to be something to watch for sure. You're not really going to be sure what the outcome is until the very end.
Right, and like with players as strong as these ones right here, that means the losers bracket is going to be really good as well.
Not to mention the stakes are pretty high because, I mean, whoever wins this set goes right on to grand finals. They get a free seat there. The other team, if they want to get back up to grand finals, they'll have to play through the entire losers bracket to make it up there, which is a feat in of itself. So
yeah, well,
this is definitely a very important set to win, that's for sure.
That's for sure. Like right now off to the side, for those that can't see, a lot of people are right now standing in super hype. We have not seen it. Oh, we're actually doing the counter pick of Clam Blitz on Umami.
All right, we haven't seen Clam Blitz yet in our sets. I'm excited to commentate over some of this.
I love Clam. Okay.
Yeah, it's fun.
A lot of people don't like clams.
I know, yeah.
I love clams. Okay, I'm not much of a PvP player, but
you think I am?
we're like the best people to come right now.
Yeah, for sure. I'm surprised they chose me.
But I do love clams when I did play PvP.
Absolutely, yeah. It was always like probably my favorite mode just because the depth of it. I mean, it's not just shooting towards one specific target. You got clams all over the map. So
exactly, and it's just really fun to work together.
Yeah.
Now, granted, if you're trying to play solo,
there's a difference
it's
between
harder.
playing it in like something like X rank compared to when you have a full team on VC like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's
Then
why
you can
I like
playing stupid stuff like jumping in and all that.
Exactly. Like playing on open with friends is a lot.
You just get so creative with it. It's fun.
But right now a lot of Booyah Bay LAN people are on their feet.
Yeah.
They are ready to watch this match. So many of
everybody's
them
already
are
all out of their
overcrowded, and like they are really excited to see this last match.
Yeah, the pressure's really on these players here. They got so many eyes on them, like in person, not just on the stream. Someone's real excited, that's for sure.
Yeah. If you can hear that on stream, we have some exciting folks right now.
All right. Get ready, Booyah Bay.
Get ready, Booyah Bay. Here's our last match for this set.
The ready, go chant. Oh, that gets me every time. That's become a tradition at these Game 5s by now.
Exactly.
Game 5 right here.
All right now, clam control looks like it's on Address Me. We have more clams on their side. However, I am seeing Blitz Jacket pick up a lot more. Oh, but unfortunately, 3 people are down.
Blitz Jacket is all the way down, so there's not a whole lot of defense for that basket there. If they're able to get a power clam right here, they can just shatter that right now and start throwing those clams. And there we go. We get the score taken down.
Well, right now it's just
Blitz
one
Jackets
power
is back
clam
up and able to
few
flush them out of their spawn, so it's going to be a little hard for them to, push that score any further. But
it's still early.
Good opening right there.
Yeah, it's still quite early.
Got the trade right there between the roller and the wiper.
Yeah, so right now we still have screen.
That's going to shut down the entire right side of the map for Address Me here.
Okay, Cooler is up for Blitz Jacket, so hopefully they can move forward.
Yeah, if they're able to get some of these Address Me players out of the spawn, they can just throw that power clam right in.
Yeah, it looks like they have one power clam.
And they ain't going to have the lead no more, I'll tell you what.
Yep. But right now,
2 down on
Blitz
Address
Jacket
Me.
does not have
3.
that. Oh, now they actually do have a couple more clams. They have several clams. They just need to push
as long
in.
as they can break that basket there, they have a lot of chances to score.
Right now,
unfortunately, they seem to be losing players.
Yeah, unfortunately, their push did not quite go according to plan. We have Goose right now using Slosher trying to get the Snipe Rider 5H because it is very easy to see them because
they've been holding on to that power for quite a while.
Yeah,
they're playing very nice and patiently here. They don't want to advance too far, just have it taken from them, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, right now we see 2
There's
power
2 of them on their
clams.
side. Yeah. So if they are able to break it, I mean, they got a chance to. There we go. It's open right now. The barrier is broken.
You go.
Hopefully that Snipe Rider 5H can slip right in.
They unfortunately got sniped themselves.
Yeah, it looks like they're down 3 players. So never mind. That's the full wipeout right there. So this won't be the time to get the lead, but let's see. They got 3 more minutes left in the game, so there's some chances to do it. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
On the board, we see several clams that are easily takeable right now. a lot of clams on Dress Me. We have 8 clams on their side. However, we see one player go down. We see Nerd
2 down on
going
a Dress
forward,
Me.
trying to sneak past everyone with their curling bomb and going in the ink.
Yeah, slowly but surely they're pushing with the screen and the back and the shield. They're just really making the push towards Dress Me's basket there.
Looks like
And, yeah,
Dio
like I
was
was saying,
able
they're
to
able
make
to
a
break it
power
open right
clam,
there.
and now there
Taking
are
the lead.
several clams going in.
Slowly but surely, just throwing more and more of them in.
No, we have a
Let's see
decent
how long
amount
they're
of
able to keep
clams.
this basket open. Yeah,
Yeah,
someone's
they
gonna
got
have to go back and get some more. They're
oh,
tossing
40.
them right up there on that.
Oh, that's very good on them. We have Sig going back just to
Okay,
make
it looks like they've
sure-
finally been flushed out of the basket area.
Yeah, but that's a pretty
yeah, not before
solid
getting
lead.
a pretty big lead. So
Pretty big lead, yes.
yes,
So
of course
now
this
we
means
have the
there's
barrier
yet another
up.
power clam available on Dress Me's side. So we'll see if they're able to get there. Clam economy built back up.
They do have 2 power clams right now. We just have
Yep.
to see if they're able to go forward. But with having 2 power clams means it's very easy to
Yeah,
spot
Blitz
them.
Jackets is set up pretty deep in that spawn. I mean, check out how they have the bubble there. They're all completely occupying the area, so it's going to make it hard
Yeah.
for Dress Me to even break out of there, much less score. So
Yeah, right now Blitz Jacket has control of mid. We'll see if the Dress Me can
Yeah.
go more forward. We see
especially with the Trizuka firing into their base, going to make it even harder to break out.
exactly. Right now we have the Sniper Rider Sig is using.
Yeah, that's the thing with like Blitz Jackets is that they have not only the screen, the shield, and the vac. It's just a lot of hazards that are really hard to just get around. So they're doing great, just pushing Dress Me like back further and further these whole games.
Well, looks like mid control is slowly getting to Dress Me's side because there is a lot
For
more
sure.
blue.
And we've got
on
specials
there.
ready, so this could be the push right here.
We do see 2 different specials available.
Yep, here comes the Trizuka coming out.
Yep.
Unfortunately, looks like it's not able to get any of Blitz Jackets members down. Those Tri-Strikes might help clear
Yeah,
the
that
path right
might
there.
make them go forward.
Let's see, are they going in? They going in?
They have not.
With the cooler,
quite-
we'll see.
Okay, cooler has been
Yeah.
thrown back because they want their players.
Yeah,
to
they're
go
down a
back.
few players, so hopefully they can at least get some jumps in.
It
Yeah.
looks like the clam economy is on Blitz Jacket's side. They have 2 power clams while.
Yeah, it looks like they're
Dress
getting
Me
in.
only
I
has
mean, they
one.
set up pretty deep with that bubble there. Going to make it really hard for Dress Me to prevent them from making that dunk there.
Well,
But it
2
looks like they were
people
still able to do it.
down
Yeah, they
on
managed to
Blitz
get 2
Jacket,
members
so
down.
we'll see if Dress Me can.
And
go
the power is. I thought that was going to fall off the map right there.
forward. Yeah, it almost did.
10 seconds.
There is a lot of clams on the Dress Me
Yep.
side right now. We have
Blitz
one.
Jackets is still holding the lead pretty far.
But then they have a lot of clams. If they are able to
Come
go
on.
forward in this overtime, they could
Yeah,
get the
they'll
lead
have to
very
score
easily.
quite a bit if they want to. Oh, they got 2 down.
They did get 2
If they
down.
can get Dio here, well, they opened the
Okay, they
basket. Let's
opened
see
the
how many more they
basket.
can get in before it's
We
over.
see Swagger throwing some, but then they got
Need,
hit.
I think, 5 more clams to make the score even.
Oh, but unfortunately, so many people were down.
Well,
Unless
Doom right here has 6. Oh, they managed to
Yeah.
get 2 in.
Oh,
Get 1 more in and you win.
Oh, can
They
Swagger?
did it! They've taken the lead. Address Me wins Game 5 here.
Wow.
Your winners finals winners are Address Me. They will be moving right on to Grand Finals. Looks like we had a disconnect in the lobby here.
Maybe right at the very end.
Some
probably,
equipment might have.
Probably like a little bit of frustration or a little bit of victory,
Oh,
maybe.
I hope
You-
not. Well,
When you hit the
regardless,
table.
yeah,
That was crazy, though.
for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
That was exactly what the Game 5 we were wanting to see, where it was just like anyone's game right up until the end. They managed to
Exactly.
get through the overtime. Wow, they're moving on to grands. All right.
Yeah. Congrats to them. Congrats to them.
Yep.
Thanks for having us come. We're gonna
Yep.
take another intermission, and then you'll have new comp people for
Right.
the next sets.
We'll be
Thanks,
back right after
y'all.
this. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Oh boy, we did it. I'm sorry, JoJo.
That was a good set. That was a really good set.
Hello and welcome back to Booyah Bay Golden Hour. I'm Signakari. Joining me on the mic is Kronos, and we're bringing y'all the losers semifinals. Kronos, we've got In versus Hyper Point and Click Adventure. Quite the mouthful of a name, but what do you think about these two teams going into this?
I'm very excited. We just, not last set, but the set previously, we just got done fighting In. Personally watched 2 sets of Hyper Dive.
Yeah.
Or not Hyper. Sorry, my brain is so cooked after last set. Give me a minute.
That's why I need nondescript energy drink.
Yeah, you're right.
That is red.
And questionably has bowls. I don't know.
Maybe. You know,
Hyper Point, Point and Click Adventure was a very fantastic team to watch. The leader was interesting. They swapped a ballpoint near the end.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see how this set goes.
that was pretty sick. I'm very excited. I believe we're starting on zones on Mahi Mahi Resort. So definitely a chance we see the leader again. I know Kanan, I was talking with him right before this, and bro really was excited to play the leader, really wanted to. So maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
but the ballpoint might have to be stowed just because of how absurd Sky is on Chargers and Pencil. Like, I don't think I've run into a crazier player in solo queue that will just hit shots for fun. Like, just the most disgusting thing you've ever seen.
that's fair. I mean, I think the leader is definitely a factor of helping out with that range differential. I think the ballpoint might struggle against the pin. So the leader would be good. It helps also keep In from rushing at you as much as they really like to. They have the wiper.
That's
They're
true.
going to dive. And I think that also helps them keep that at bay.
Now, on the contrary, we've seen a lot of running forwards from Hyperpoint as well.
It's true.
with
Typo, Typo is always behind them every second of the
Dude.
game.
He is somehow always finding a way to treat Viduli as like a Tetra. And it works really well because you can just as quickly convert a pick you find into just a crab tank in the worst spot imaginable for the enemy team. Like, you are not safe from it if that crab tank is set up behind you because you can't jump back or else you just die. And the crab just does its job anyways by holding all that space in the world.
Yeah. The crab tank behind is just, it's hard to deal with no matter what gun you're on. It just splits your attention so much. And, I mean, that might be a big factor for keeping them from being able to rush forward as much. Just go behind them. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, that is definitely an option. The main concern, though, as well, is if you're crabbing, you have to worry about that hammer from Mia as well. I was on the receiving end of hers a couple times during that set. She's very good at just using the hammer, throwing it, especially.
Yeah, throwing the nuclear hammer
Yes.
at your backline's face or your crab tank if you're in that instead.
Yeah, that one's not fun either.
No, it's definitely not.
50-50 on if you die or not, but
Well, don't worry about that part. Just
yeah,
live, duh.
just hope for the best.
Just react.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right.
But I think it'd be
yeah.
interesting. The only problem is with Typo going behind so much, they can't fully flip the map considering that the leader is not as easy, as built for being able to just do that.
Yeah. Sometimes that'll be very difficult to pull off. Now, if Kanan does end up playing the ballpoint, then things are flipped on its head because ballpoint is one of the best super mobile and aggressive anchor weapons that you can play on one of those comps where you want to flip the map on people.
And
now, going into this, though, we are in Mahi, so the leader is going to be very strong. Sky's on that pen. There's the splash and S-Blast. There's the other S-Blast, and we are on ballpoint for game one. Okay, we're throwing everything out the window. We're going for maximum aggression and just fighting constantly.
yeah, I mean, with Typo being able to become a backline at any moment with that crab tank and then having the jet as a recall, it does allow them to fight a lot more.
It definitely will, but so far they've been taking a little bit more of a more steady approach, and that's definitely going to bite them right there as two players end up going down. Both Typo and Pickles end up dropping. Raze with the S-Blast is looking forwards for a little bit more. Kanan has to jump out, saves that Inkjet, probably going to use it for the retake soon. Typo's in a bit of a tough spot as well in the face of a Crab Tank and Snipe Rider, and now Mia rushing forwards. This is going to be a tough one. Kanan is able to find the trade, forces another jump back, but Raze is still living in this spawn. Hyper's able to pick them off. The hammer throw isn't going to find anybody, but Hyper ends up dropping before being able to toss the cooler, and that is massive for In here.
Mia already behind them. Typo popped that crab to try and take space. Not able to. Does get the wiper, though, outside the crab tank, and they're going to have to move pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, they're moving. They've got to move fast. Kanan has the pack already, but not able to find any picks just yet. Actually, quite the contrary, almost getting picked off by Sky on that Snipe Rider, and it looks like it's just going to be a win for In and In unless Pickles is able to stall the zone.
Cat.
There's the flip from the Reef Slider, and 3 players down. So In and In have a little bit more work to do to clean this up here, Kronos.
Yeah, and then gain a very good push off the bat. But that slider from Pickles just able to stall zone enough for their team to get in, paint the zone, and get the retake. And here we see Sky having to jump out from that bottom right position. The Jet coming out from Kanan.
Yeah, I mean, the Jet is clearing a lot of space, getting Typo into that really strong spot for the Crab Tank, but Mia and Razor are going to be able to pick that off. Forces the jump out of Hyper, and getting the pick onto Pickles as well is going to be pretty big. They are back and ready to set up this hold. They are hunting for that KO with the Booyah Bomb. Close to the tactical as well. That is going to be a really big go button for them here.
Yeah, Hyper Point not really having any specials online. Slider almost coming up for the S-Blast, enough to be able to stall zone, but will they be able to find a pick with it?
Ooh, the Reef Slider is not going to be able to find anything, not even going to contest the zone, but it gets Typo in and eventually picked off by the, I believe that's Mystic on the Splash-O-Matic. And there's the subsequent Crab from the Splash. Hyper goes down, his 3 players gone, and that with that little penalty remaining, In and In strike first blood.
Yeah, In and In just having a very solid hold both times. I mean, pushing out a 1 immediately is always a great hold. Unfortunately, not able to take it out, but I mean,
that's as close as you can get, though.
Yeah, that's as close as you can get, and second hold, that's all they needed.
Yeah, very, very solid stuff, showing why Wiper's pretty solid. We didn't really touch on it, but Wiper has a very, very strong matchup into a lot of the weapons that Hyperpoint, there we go, Hyperpoint and Click Adventure are playing right now. You know, the dually, I think most people know that the Wiper is able to kite out the dually pretty effectively. S-Blast is kind of in the same vein with the strafe speed, I feel.
I think
you might have some
It's
differing
much
opinions
easier. I think the S-Blast 92, the Reef Slider one, is definitely much easier to kite out and fight just because it doesn't have a burst bomb to chip you. It doesn't have HP. It has a slider, but sometimes the startup just doesn't matter. So, the startup for Slider just gets you killed anyway, so.
Yeah, Slider, Lamau. You know, you sign the contract and you gamble with your life to either get 4 or paint the zone, and if you don't, you get splatted in the process. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes at this point. And unfortunately, it was most of the time getting splattered in the process for that game for Hyperpoint and Click Adventure. But going into things here, we're going to Clam Blitz on Barnacle and Dime. So that's going to be a bit of a change-up. No zones. We were seeing a lot of zones in the previous sets as well. So how do you think that's going to change things up a little bit? Slower of a game mode too.
I think it does allow for people like Typos or Mia, either one on either side, to just rush behind, maybe get a power climb jump, maybe play behind. If they get all the picks while they're behind, then I mean, now you just have all this space and you can just go score.
Yeah, I mean, it's very strong. You know, we have known a few people that have made a comp career out of kind of getting behind and jumping a power climb in.
Just a few.
Just a few. But, you know, it's still incredibly viable if you are able to kind of get around the problem of everybody turning to try and fight you. That can oftentimes be very difficult. But the counter to that is the rest of your team running forwards while everybody's turning for you to turn on the team. Yeah. And all of a sudden, we've got sort of a wave going here.
Yeah. Now you have all the map control and you can just play faster.
Exactly.
Which is what these teams are clearly wanting to do.
They want to fight non-stop. Even the specials we saw were pretty aggressive, especially like Typo on the Crab, constantly like popping them in. Granted, a little bit precarious scenarios, but scenarios where the Crab is looking to fight people, looking to use that damage and get picks. And I think this map especially, we're going to have to keep an eye on Mystic and Typo with the Crab Tanks, as well as Sky switching to that custom leader.
Sky going to the custom leader.
Oh, and Pickles.
No Wiper coming out from Mia. Mia opting to play 52 here.
Okay. I'm not sure about the 52 versus Wiper idea here on this map. I personally am not.
Look at that jelly.
Oh,
look at them.
Jellies are just hanging out, having a good time, just like we all here at Booyah.
Great time at Booyah, though. Anyway, as we see, 3 down on the side of Hyperpoint. Ray's just going to try to find the zap, doesn't find it, and plenty of clams already for In and In. 2 balls about to just go into the basket.
Yeah, I mean, already down to 54 points. We were talking a little bit earlier about really solid pushes, and this is a fantastic one. 30 seconds in, 40 points scored, looking for a little bit more. Raze with another pick has been going nuclear this entire game. Pops the Booyah Bomb. The barrier goes back up. Typo is behind in the midst of 3. That gives a little bit of space for the rest of the team to kind of just set back up, catch their breath a little bit. But at the same time, you already have Mystic scoring another power clam with that zap. Hyper is able to eventually find the pick, but now with 3 players collapsing, you're in a bit of a tough spot here.
Yeah, the S+ going down. The basket not quite going up as they have more and more clams to score. Typo's going into this rail, trying to escape that Kraken. Does manage to and is trying to retake their plat.
Almost finds that pick onto Raze as well. If he gets that, that is a massive win for the defense there. Kanan right there trying to follow up, gets the trade. But with two players down on the side of in, this is a really good opportunity for Hyperpoint and Click Adventure to get back onto mid, just get set up again. They have a big bubbler as well, but they're not really close to anything else, so they're going to have to make this special count.
Yeah. Weatherman here just getting picked off by that blaster. Barely lived the initial leader shot. And here we see Hyperpoint trying to take their plat, but not quite able to.
No, not quite. Hyperpoint and Click Adventure, though, do have a ton of map control. Hyper actually has 7 clams here, is almost able to make the ball, opts not to, just to stay hidden on the map for a little bit of time, just waits for Sky to shoot that last leader shot before opting to pick it up. Now, Typo has a Crab Tank set up in a pretty solid position, able to hold a lot of space in front of the team, but that comes with the caveat of just getting dove on. Raze is already punishing Typo. Hyper ends up going down, and all of a sudden, in have full control again and are setting up for another push here.
Yeah, and not quite at enough for a ball, but they have the space to play wherever they want and just try and wait for a ball to get made.
Yeah, and you know, with Clan Blitz, it's only a matter of time, especially with how you can kind of force the pods to do your bidding. You know, if you drain some of the ones on your side of the map. There's the power clam from Raze, but it's just a little bit too late. Hyperpoint able to find a very necessary couple of picks, make that a few, as Raze ends up going down. Hyper's looking for a little bit more space with this Crab Tank, but the splash wall is going to stop him there for a little bit, as Typo is run in on by Mia, who gets the trade with Kanan on the blaster. And, I mean, Hyperpoint, they have control of it, but again, their economy isn't in the greatest of spots right now. They really need to make this ball, but Typo's just going for the play immediately, just trying to look for that jump in. They have the ball at the ready. Pickles getting another few picks. It's just Sky on this Kraken left, and that Kraken doesn't have the range to camp out the jump. There's 1, there's 2. They're looking for a little bit more with this Crab Tank. Hyper's backing out because Mia's quickly on his tail, and Typo finds 2 with the Crab Tank, looking for a little bit more Chronos.
There's a 3rd, and might get the 4th behind. The 4th opts to jump out. Plenty of clams scored. Another ball coming in from the jump in. That is down to 16, and Typo is in their spawn fighting. Can't find a pick, but still stalling them out, maybe trying to get a clams from the blaster.
Ooh, Kanan has enough clams to KO, but may have gotten a little bit greedy there, going for all 7 instead of just trying to get a few more in, just extend that scoreline. But hey, you got a 40-point lead and a good amount of penalty to go through. I mean, I don't blame him at all. But Typo ends up going down here, and that is, again, a really, really big pick for in. They only have a minute to make this space, and with Mystic going down here and Mia in a tough spot, the rest of the team is going to have to kind of pick up the slack here as Raze ends up going in, finds 2, gets traded out eventually. Mia and Sky are going to need to do a lot here.
Yeah, Kanan just trying to hold this plat here, trying to keep Mia from taking any space, has the bubble here soon, and has to shoot, opts to back out, trying to hold that bubble, wait for the full push from the enemy team.
Ooh, the suction bomb there from Typo is going to find Raze. There's the barrier broken, though. Sky has 5 clams, looking for that pick on the Typo, not even able to get onto the plat to score them. Opts to pop the Kraken for Raze, who gets their jump camped. And this Kraken is just not letting Hyper breathe. Mia, though, has a couple of the clams, is able to score down to 23 points, is looking for that lead with 2 more, is only able to get 1. We are within 1 point here, Corners, and there's the lead with a headshot on the Crab from Sky.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough bring back, like, tough to take back for Hyperpoint, as they do have to get over 2 balls worth of clams in to take lead in overtime. Bubble is up from Kanan, does go down, unfortunately. Leader goes down, and it's just Typos, and that will be the game for in.
It looked so good for them as well. I think it was Sky that got the collateral, maybe on one player close, and Pickles at the very end there, pretty far out. But I mean, that's kind of how the cookie crumbles sometimes, you know. Leader, sometimes your win condition is just, oh yeah, I can just get a pick and completely change the outcome of the game. And Sky is very, very good at that.
Yeah, Sky clearly showing why they have 20-star E-Leader on their banner. They will hit their shots.
Oh, absolutely. It's kind of, I still can't believe we have players with 20 stars on a weapon. That is kind of ridiculous to me.
I mean, I have 21 if you count 2 different 5-star badges,
All
but
right.
that's about it.
Yeah.
I'm not playing the other 10s.
I don't blame you. How do I put this kindly? I think you have a 10 umbrella problem.
Was that only? I thought that was only game 2. Was that game 3?
It was game 3.
Oh,
that
that
was a
was-
counter pick. It's best of 3. I thought it was best of 5 this
Oh.
entire time.
I also thought it was best of 5.
But it was best of 3. So in and
Okay.
in are take the game 2-0. They take the series. They're moving on to losers finals where they play us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can go have some more fun.
Oh yeah. I'm halfway through my water and my energy drink right now. So like hopefully I can like chug the rest of that. In the meantime, getting set up.
Please don't get too jittery. That's all I
I'll
ask.
try not to. But with that being said, that's going to do it from us here. Kronos, where can the lovely people find you before we head out?
Kronos Piley on both Blue Sky, Twitter, and Discord, YouTube. That's it. I don't know. It's something like that. I don't keep up with it. You won't see anything from social media outside of me posting X-Rank.
Yeah, that's true.
X-Rank propaganda occasionally.
X-Rank Japan, bro.
Yeah. And where will they find you, Sig?
You can find me anywhere the Splatoon community is, at Sig Dakari, like you see at the bottom of your screen right here, whether that's Blue Sky, Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, all that kind of stuff where the Splatoon community is, that's where I am. It has been lovely casting with you. I can't wait to play some more sets with you. Shout out production again. This has been really, really fun, super streamlined and everything.
Shout out
And
TOs.
Shout out TOs. Massive shout out to the TOs for putting this on. This is really shockingly big. I was surprised. And this is like one of the esports places in the Bay Area. So,
Yeah. No,
really
it's
cool
great
stuff.
down here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But with that being said, we will see y'all on stream next.
Hello and welcome back to Booyah Bay Golden Hour. I'm Rice. I'm joined here today with NATO. How's it going, NATO?
Great to be here, Rice. You know, this has been a crazy tournament so far. Winners finals, pardon me, went to a game 5, and it could have been anyone's game.
Yep.
Like, legitimately, you know, one different splat had gone differently. It could have been the other direction. And we are now here in losers finals with Blitz Jacket versus In and In. That's not In and Out, that's In and In, because we are in California, and like me, if you're traveling from out of state, you've eaten In and Out like 3 times so far. That's just how it is when you come to California. So who do we got up against each other, Rice?
Yeah, so Blitz Jacket, I know these guys. Might know these guys.
You might be familiar.
Might be my teammates plus my friends, my close friends. But no bias here today. Can't be biased on the mic, especially also as the head TO.
Yeah.
We got, if I really wanted them to win, they would be the first seed at this. No, I was kidding.
Yeah, but regardless of whether or not you know them or not, they are an extremely strong team. They are the Kronos, Sig, Nerd, and
Dio, H-Town Dio from Houston.
Dio pickup. Really, really strong compositions coming out of them. We have Kronos, the amazing tent player. We have Nerd, I think the guy can play every weapon in the game. Like
Nerd flexes to like every gun.
Nerd
flexes to like every gun.
Nerd
I know.
was playing like Wellstring the other day. Like,
Yes.
I just came from Sea Battle up in Seattle, and they were like playing Wellstring in a map. I was like, what do you mean you can play Wellstring? But it's Nerd, so of course.
Of course.
So.
And then on In and In, we got Mia, a +3 Wiper player.
Very strong Wiper player.
Very, very strong
Very
Wiper
strong,
player.
yep. And Sky,
Yes.
Charger player, just got sniped by them like 15 times. They just knocked us out of bracket. So I can speak to that as well. And we have Mystic coming in, as well as Raze, who is one of the lead TOs for Riptide. I just learned that.
Yeah, Raze being a former member of Chair Lamade as well. They do a lot of coaching for the community.
Yeah.
Check them out on Metafy.
Plug here.
It looks like we already started.
All right, what are we seeing here? It's looking like an early lead on the side of In and In. They're pushed up really far so far. Holy smokes, Rice. The typical comp kind of coming out from the side of Blitz Jacket. We've seen that Nerd on the roller, Kronos on the tent several times today, and we're in a 2v2 situation. They're going to have to push back very soon.
Yeah, we see that, that's 2 picks down on the side of In and In. Blitz Jacket trying to push back in. Sig putting down that cooler for the rest of their team. No cap just yet. We see that flank from Raze, but Sig gets that pick real quick.
Yeah, Sig's got a bunch of picks. They also have a bunch of jumps coming into them as well, although so far it's been mainly In and In. They've finally gone 2 down. It's time for Blitz Jacket to get set up here, and you don't want to be underneath Nerd. Right now, they have a roller under the stacker, on top of the stack. You got to be watching all your angles. Speaking of Nerd, he's able to get the trade there. 2 down on the side of In and In.
Yeah, but also 2 down on the side of Blitz Jackets. That's the third. It's just Sig trying to jump out. Nerd gets that cheeky jump in. Not sure if they're going to get anything with that. Gets actually a pick on that side. We see Weatherman here.
Yes. Looks like Weatherman is playing far down here, fighting. It's the Gal fight versus Dio. Weatherman comes out on top, and that is 3 down on the side of Blitz Jackets. This is a very, very strong opening from In and In. There's only been about a minute and a half in the match so far.
Yeah, for sure. It's a strong opening, but on Mako Mart, anything can happen, especially on Blitz Jacket having that roller. That's actually 2 down on the side of In and In. Blitz Jacket's trying to push back in here.
Yeah, Blitz Jacket's able to get a couple of good picks. Kronos knows where Mia is. Now we've got a hammer versus a tent fight. Unfortunately for the tent, that is definitely favored to the hammer there. Mia able to get another pick and clean up with a second one. That just leaves Dio here on the right-hand side fighting with the screen, although they are called out like 2 players on the side of In and In.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate of a pick getting taken down early. We see Raze here trying to push Kronos out of that corner. 3 people on the right side, 1 person, Weatherman on that left side trying to poke at Sig. Gets the pick on Sig.
Extremely big pick on Sig there. Nerd is able to get in, but they don't find the pick on Sky. Sky is able to turn that off, and suddenly things are getting pretty dire for Blitz Jacket. In and In only has about 15 points left, and they lost 3 players. This is going to have to be a quad, basically, from Nerd, who goes down into zone. And, Rice, that is the first game. What a showing from In and In.
Yeah, we didn't get to really see the beginning of that game. I'm wondering, I wonder what really happened at the start, but I'm thinking, In and In they have such an aggressive comp.
They totally do.
Having that Wiper, having a S-Blast, having a 52 gal, they constantly are fighting, and with Sky in that back supporting them with that pencil, having Cooler, just giving them that chip damage, it was really hard for Blitz Jackets to really get back in with such strong stability coming out of Sky.
Exactly. We saw a couple of times when Blitzjacket was sort of dropping down into in, and every single time it wasn't, they never got anything for free. Every single time it was a fight. We saw like Nerd dropping into Mia there with Kronos as well, where, you know, the Wiper matchup can sometimes win against Tent. In that case, it definitely did, because most of the time they're relying on Kronos' Tent to be that giant shield to get them in. But if that's being punished by a Wiper or a Hammer or really anything, then it becomes way harder. And I feel like NNN has sort of been winning the fights in this game. And as we go on to tower control on Inkblot Art Academy, I think things might change a little bit because we no longer have, you know, the centralized objective. Now the objective is moving throughout the field, and we might see these players play a little differently.
Yeah, exactly. I'm wondering how we will see Blitz Jackets really encounter that S-Blast on Raze on the side of in and in, because S-Blast being such a strong weapon on tower control and such a strong weapon in general, I think, on Inkblot, just having that ability to poke around corners, poke to bats, have that burst bomb and Booyah bomb to clear things.
And poking on the stacks too, because especially if Nerd decides to stay on that roller, that's a very sharky weapon, right? And if you know where the roller is, even if you're not splatting them, at least you're hitting them with the radius. It's like, okay, I know rollers on this stack, I know rollers on this stack. So Nerd, maybe they're going to switch to a different weapon. They're going to have to play around that S-Blast from Raze. Speaking of Raze, and you said this earlier, it's very strong just as a main weapon, S-Blast, but also if they play the Booyah version, that's a GG special as well, right? So regardless of whether or not you have Bubble on tower, which we could see, you can still just GG someone with the Booyah. The Booyah takes out anyone in its path. Doesn't matter.
No, exactly. You know, if we ever get to that overtime situation, we want to see Blitz Jackets play aggressively. Yeah. Because even though you have that GG special, if no one's able to touch that tower, you can actually stall it out.
Yeah, you totally can. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you can stall it for long enough, then you can just take it. And as we're going in here, some definite changes. This is really interesting, Rice. We actually see Kronos swap off the tent. I don't know if I've seen them swap off the tent the entire day. This is really something.
Yeah, no, again, as a teammate of Kronos, I know he's been talking about just playing around different weapons, especially not on, you know, maps he feels comfortable in. But we see 2 down on the side of Blitz Jacket. We saw that Painter Jelly up there.
Yeah, Painter Jelly, C Jelly, Say Jelly, talk to Toshi here, but really strong opening again from Innin with 2 down a second time. You know, major changes coming out from their comp. They have the mini Splatling, which will output a lot of paint, but so far it isn't really working that well for them. They just have not been able to get even close to the tower, and right now it's sort of up to Kronos to make a play, and again 2 down on the side of Blitz Jackets.
Yeah, 2 down on side of the Blitz Jackets. They're in a bit of a stagger here. Sig has to play that stability role, gets help to take one down, but Sky having that pen joust, getting away with that.
And there's the wipeout. You know, Rice, this is Inkblot tower control, and anything can snowball, but an initial push to 20 in the first minute of the game is exactly what you want to see if you're in and in. They've been playing these really aggressive plays, and the aggression has not gone away. They have them 2 down again.
Yeah, we saw Blitz getting, Raze getting that double onto Blitz. We see Mia trying to play around this left stack, knowing that 2 people are in that right stack, touching that tower, knowing that they can take advantage of that passive special charge tower control gives them.
Indeed. Yeah, you know, the passive special charge has been entirely in the favor of NNN this whole game. They just have not been able to get NNN off the tower, and even now Dio basically has to back up to mid in really big trouble. Is taken out by Mia. She's been playing extremely well on that Viper all day.
Yeah, Dio's doing such a good job actually just stalling that out. Unfortunately, get caught off at the end there, and we see Mia trying to push that bats area. We see on the side here, on off angle from Weatherman, getting a pick onto Nerd, and it has to be Blitz Jackets to try to stop the tower here.
Yeah, you know, a good pick coming down. Kronos is able to get that pick, but Raze unfortunately is still there, and based on how NNN has been playing, they're not just going to want to back up to mid. Already they have multiple jumps into them as they're contesting the bats, and Weatherman is back here on tower. They might try to eke out a couple of more points if they can't find the pick. Holy smokes, Weatherman, how are you alive?
Weatherman doing that tower dance, as we call it, but that's 2 down on the side of Blitz Jackets. It's just Kronos defending the tower. Gets a kick, that's a wipe out on Blitz Jacket, and it's just Sky left for Innin.
Indeed. You know, I don't know if it's going to be a knockout here because Nerd, Tio, and Sig are all on the tower, but like we saw before, Rice, they have to clear them out entirely. It's not safe until everyone is gone. Already the jump from Mia coming back in. Sky able to punish Kronos yet again. This has been insane play from Sky on the pen here.
Yeah, Sky being such a strong anchor there. That's going to be multiple trades in mid. We see Weatherman sharking. Kronos sees them, but gets taken down by Mia. Weatherman being such a menace on the side of Blitz Jacket here, just being the thorn in the way for Blitz Jackets to retake.
You know, it seems that every single time that Blitz Jacket thinks that they have them down, there's at least 1 or 2 members from In and In who are still alive, just sticking behind them, being that thorn on the side, like you said, Rice, and it seems that finally now, this is the first time Blitz Jacket has touched the tower the entire game, and they only have a minute and a half left.
Yeah, but again, Weatherman on that flank. Ooh, what a double from Dio. Oh, a triple from Dio.
Oh, Dio had maybe just cracked this game wide open. They have finally gotten up into their bats. Kronos is going to be moving toward the tower. Needs to win. Unfortunately, loses the 1v1 S-Blast. And you know, Dio just did an insane triple play there, but they need to convert a little bit more. Dio has not stopped. They are still fighting up in the bats. They know where Mia is, does not get the hammer throw, and it's just them alive.
Yeah, Dio being pretty famous for being a very strong hammer player on that swoosh, but on that mini spelling has that same special, can do the exact same thing they do, but fortunately gets taken down on that hold there.
You know, it seems that every single time In and In just wants to get onto their flat. They are not content with having a push to 4. Already they have them 2 down again, and Blitz Jacket only has about 40 seconds left in the match. They can still come back. On a map like this, it is totally possible, but they need to start converting very, very quickly if they want to do so.
Yeah, but we see here they got jumps into bats on the side of In, and we have to clear this bats if you're on the side of Blitz Jackets, clearing it finally, but Sky back into mid already, being that very strong presence in mid.
Indeed, and I think what Blitz Jackets is going to have to do here is they're going to have to make sure that no one gets close to the tower. Already Dio is fighting Weatherman here. Unfortunately, they're sort of out in a corner, and 2 are able to go down. That's actually 3 down as the last one is coming back from spawn. This is the first push they're going to have to do entirely in overtime, right?
Yeah, and we called it here. Raze trying to get that Booyah bomb for their team, but unable to right now. We see 3 down, delayed 3 down. That's another down. That's Raze down. They need to get to this last checkpoint very soon.
They do. This is going to be an incredibly important fight on Mia. If they could get rid of Mia, they just aren't quite able to. If they can just take on the tower, they have to win the fight here. It seems that that is a wipe, Rice. Oh my goodness. What a push at the end from Blitz Jackets. It just simply was not enough.
Yeah, you know, throughout that game, we just saw In and In have that constant pressure in mid. Constant pressure, just not leaving, not stopping the what is it? Their foot off the pedal.
Yeah,
you know,
they kept their foot on the gas that entire game, and it wasn't until we saw the members of Blitz Jacket sort of come together, get a couple of picks, and then we saw the snowball happen. Like you said in the game, they got 2 picks, then they got another 2 picks, and had they gotten maybe another couple of 2 picks after that, they would have been able to take it right back. You know, Nerd's bubble was probably close to being ready, and we could have just seen a cheese to the end, but now they sort of have their backs up against the wall. We are at Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway, and they changed their comp a lot from game 1 to game 2.
Yes.
Do you think things are going to change again? Like, do we think we're going to see a return of the tent? Like, if your backup is against the wall, do you go back to what you're known for, or do you like, we're going to change things up and try and catch them off guard?
You know, again, this insider knowledge.
You're the expert here. That's why I'm asking you this question.
Insider knowledge, as someone who plays with Kronos and Nerd usually, from my understanding, we'll most likely stick to a roller. We'll go back to roller. Yep. And for Kronos, you know, Vacuum with that most recent buff with the Vacuum might go to that Ink Vac Vacuum or Ink Vac Tent.
Yes.
You know, Tent being such just a weapon that Kronos understands very well.
Definitely.
Whether it's a different kit, they can still do extremely well. And I'm wondering if will he think that I need the Zuka on that Zuka tent, or will it be like, oh, it's Rainmaker, and we know how strong that can be.
Yeah.
I can still play Tenebrella.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm going to do?
Yeah, it's a really good question, because we've seen this just ever-present presence on their opponent's side, that Sky on the pen. They need some way of dealing with them, whether that's just, you know, protect them using the vac or Zuking them in the face when they're trying to take them down. Like, they need some way of dealing with Sky, and that might come regardless of what 10 Kronos decides to pick here, assuming they do go 10. But yeah, really interesting to see. I love Dio switching off onto that mini splat link there. I think the mini was probably the right choice. And now we'll see, like you said, Rice, that is the VAC tent from the side of Kronos. And also to your point, Nerd is bringing the roller back.
Yeah, but Dio going back to that screen 52, very strong to try to block the vision of Sky,
Yeah.
We said how strong Sky can be, but if they can't see their opponents, maybe that's their answer. But we see the early pick up from in and in. They're going towards that left checkpoint. Sky protecting the Rainmaker, doing a really good job there, but unable to get that checkpoint.
Not able to get the checkpoint. That is probably a sigh of relief from the side of Blitz Jackets as Dio is able to sort of clean up in bottom right, and this is the better opening that we haven't seen them do. Good pump from Kronos. Good second pump from Kronos. They can go left here and maybe pick up a ton of points. They just need to be really careful not to get punished by Sky.
No, exactly. And we see here, Kronos has that vacuum. They have the win condition here. They might wait to throw it out with a tent shield.
But they have 2 down, Rice. They have 2 down.
And that's 3 down, actually.
Oh,
it's just Sky. Oh, unfortunately, the vacuum wasn't able to block that shot.
But they still have the shot. They can get the pop here, and they have the shield to follow up. It's looking like they're just going to try to cheese a few more points. 17 is an excellent push here, Rice.
Yeah, 17 is excellent, but it is not a winning push on Undertow Spillway. There's a lot you can do. Kronos unfortunately, I don't think they wanted to jump down there, but just has to jump out, reset, and go back into mid just to play a strong defense on this side.
And I think strong defense is what they're going to have to do. That was by far the best opening we've seen from Blitz Jackets this entire set so far, where they actually are in the lead with 3 minutes left. And right now, they have mid control. Sure, they lost Dio, but also In lost Mia, and I think things are just going to stall until one of these two teams.
Yeah, we see Sky winning that pen joust again. Man, getting another one. Sky being such a thorn on the side of Blitz Jacket, they need to be very careful when Sky has those sight lines.
Oh, excellent play from Mia's looking for 2 here. They are able to use it, unfortunately. Mia able to get the 3rd. This is a dangerous situation. Mia's looking for the quad here. Nerd does have the bubble up, and they now be 2v1. They are able to shut down that threat, but the checkpoint has been cleared, and they do need to slow them down.
Checkpoint has been cleared. They need to be careful. Sig winning the pen joust against Sky this time. That's the delayed wipeout on the side. Oh, no, there's still the S-Blast there. I didn't even realize Raze was still down there.
Yeah, Raze is still down there, but they do know where they are, and it's looking like they're going to have to try to camp this jump. Weatherman has no fear. They are just going to try to jump back in here, and they need to clean them out. It's just Sky left. I don't think that Sky's going to push it.
Yeah, but what a defense from Sky, getting the pick on Dio and getting that cooler and jumps in for their teammates. And they can just hold on to mid here.
Yeah, they totally can. This battle has been very interesting because both teams have popped the checkpoint, but Blitz Jacket's defense on that push was just a little better than In. They did not have the tent shield or the vacuum to sort of extend the push. And right now, things have sort of stagnated in mid. We lost one on In side, and both teams can push. Again, we see Mia's hammer just punish that back coming in from the side of Kronos. We do see a jump out, and we're back to mid.
Yeah, we saw Dio getting that cheeky flank on the side with that screen. Unfortunately, only really just to stall it a little bit, but that might just be what Blitz Jacket needs here. Sig popping that cooler for their team. Dio pushing up with that. Dio having the backup with just the support on the side of In. We have to be a little careful here, as if more than 2 go down, this might be a strong push from In.
Indeed, and don't forget, as soon as one goes down, then the rest can just fall very quickly. Mia is lost on this side, but Kronos goes down too, and they do not get their shield out. This could be dangerous, but thankfully, Nerd, if you're on Blitz Jacket, you are grateful Nerd is here to clean it up. Well done. That is the roller shark if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Nerd doing such a good job playing that patience,
Indeed.
knowing when their opponents will move up and punishing that. Dio trading out with Raze there, but we can see on the side of Blitz Jackets, they're not too eager to push this. They know that they have to play strong defense until they get an opening, whether it be with Ink back or it be with multiple picks.
Indeed, and like you said, Rice, they are not afraid to play defense here. They know that they can hold on for a very long time with a combination of Nerd's bubble and Kronos' tent, although Mia here is using the hammer like she's done the entire game, just not able to come up with anyone. Now fighting Kronos in the tent. Kronos does pull out the vac. We have the fight, and Mia does go down, but they still have to take out Sky on the Rainmaker.
Yeah. That is a strong picks coming out from Blitz Jackets. We see the wipeout, and Nerd, I think, getting a quad.
I
at
think
least
that
a
might have
three-piece
been
there.
a quad from Nerd. There's very little they can do at this point, and you know, Rice, we are back to a 2-1. Here we go.
Yeah, Blitz Jackets, this might be that momentum they needed to get themselves back into the set.
Yeah, they needed not just a match where they just barely won each one out. They needed a fairly dominant match like that. And I think they basically just planned out, we want to have a big push at the beginning. And then, like you were saying earlier, we can just play defense. We have weapons that can be very, very stally with the combination of the range and the bubble and everything. And they just sort of played it to perfection. They had their huge push, and they knew their opponents had to get that much further. And they just held them off the entire match.
Exactly. And I think, you know, that it is very smart Rainmaker play. You know, recently with everyone talking about Rainmaker.
Yeah, the Rainmaker
Rainmaker
debate
thing,
that's
the
been
debate,
going on,
yeah.
the Rainmaker dialogue. But, you know, they played it incredibly smart.
Yeah,
and
they
really did.
played, you know, unfortunately, I like to say it, they played stall. They played
did, yep.
optimally. They played the mode optimally.
Yes.
And, you know, that's something that, you know, being able to recognize what to do during situations, whether you're 2 down, you're 3 down, just making sure that they're smart with how they really play this defense. I think that's what really won them the game.
Indeed. And, you know, they are still a little bit in the hole. They still need to win 2 matches as opposed to NNN's 1 match. And as we move on to Clan Blitz on Museum here, do you think we're going to see more changes? Because we saw a pretty big change moving into Game 2, and then sort of a reversion back to the roller tent in Game 3. Do you think they're going to stay the roller tent? Like, what do you think we're going to see? Because really, NNN has been sticking to a fairly similar comp. Like, when we played them earlier, they're running a similar comp, but they've run a similar comp this entire set. Do you think we're going to be seeing some changes?
You know, just knowing the players of Blitz, I believe Kronos will be confident on tent the most. I think
for sure.
The S-Blast change was more of a I don't know how I feel about tent on tower.
Tower control.
But
Inkblot, yes.
But knowing tent being pretty strong, I believe, on Museum, just from knowing how my team plays together on that, you know, Nerd and Kronos being a really good combo on Museum clams, being very strong. I think I'm interested to see what Dio will switch to, whether it's going to stick to the 52 or going back to that mini.
And we'll learn pretty quickly here, as it looks like a very similar comp coming out from the side of NNN. And speaking of Dio, it looks like they are sticking with this 52 gal deco with the screen. And, you know, we haven't talked a lot about the screen yet, but that is a very disruptive sort of thing. And unfortunately, we lose Nerd right at the beginning, but we do see a trade in mid here, as I think things will stabilize until those 2 players come back.
No, for sure. That was unfortunate. I think Nerd might have missed the jump.
It happens to all of us.
It happens to the best of us. Ooh, a trade out for Mia, though. We see just Raze pushing very aggressively. That S-Blast is such a menace. Kronos getting that pick.
Kronos able to get the pick. 2 down. If Kronos can pump here, then this would be a very big pick here on Weatherman, who does have to come back. Yes, we have a jump in, but Kronos is able to punish that. That is tent gameplay.
Yeah, very smart play from Kronos there, being able to just play patiently. Patience is the key of this game, especially with that 10 umbrella shield. We see Mia pushing up here. Mia getting that pick on Nerd. Kronos going down. The screen comes out on the side of Blitz Jacket, but it's just Sig left.
Indeed. You know, we saw so many clams on the side of Blitz Jacket, and they had like 23, but unfortunately they just sort of got punished. They are, thankfully for them, back pretty quickly, and I think that NNN has sort of maybe their aggressive playstyle here is not quite working as well as it has on some other maps, as Nerd is able to pick off 2 before they get picked off themselves. We're basically back to a stalemate.
Yeah, you know, the classic death match in mid during Clan Blitz. The slugfest, as we say. But that screen and that 10 umbrella shield going in for Blitz Jacket, they're trying to get a score here. 2 down on the side of NNN. This might be a score, but there's not a lot of follow-up yet.
Yeah, you know, Raze was able to get a fairly critical pick there on Kronos, making it so that they don't have a refreshed 10 umbrella shield coming down. They still have 3 clams on the side of Sig, but Sig really cannot force any more here. They're going to have to back up, and that's just a 1-ball, 1-clam push.
Yeah, 1 one ball, one clam, you know, it's a start. It's somewhere to start, and it's not always going to be the winning push here. We see Kronos that 1v1 versus Raze comes out victorious, but Weatherman gonna try to fight Dio and Nerd here, and Dio winning that 52 fight.
Indeed, and you said this on the tower control game, but Weatherman's been doing a great job just sort of with the wall stalling in mid. Unfortunately, in that case, it didn't really turn out for them in terms of the pick, but they did stall mid pretty well, and now there's 2 down on the side of Blitz Jacket. They're going to have to take a much more defensive posture as Nerd is being forced by 2 players here. Did they get out? I think they did.
Yeah, I think Nerd got out with that tacticooler jump that they had, but Nerd getting picked off, I'm not sure where. We see Raze pushing up fast, Weatherman with that 52 whale, and that might be a score. Ooh, not score just yet. What a pick with that Zuka from Kronos.
You know, Kronos knew exactly where they were, and they were able to punish them with the Zuka. Mia is behind them, and they do get punished again by Sig. It seems that Mia has been using this hammer the entire time, and sometimes it works out, and sometimes it just doesn't. In that particular case, it didn't, and now we are back to stalemate in mid with 2 down on the side of Blitz Jackets.
Yeah, we see Nerd here trying to shark around mid, has that big bubbler, gonna activate it, trying to get Mia, but Mia gets Nerd in that bubble. That bubble is down, and this might be a score for In right now.
Indeed, it looks like the clam has come off here. They can pretty easily take the lead, but unfortunately 2 do go down, and we're punished again. It's looking like they did get that second ball in. Now we have a 20-point lead on the side of In, and I think this might be the end of the push. Yes, it looks like it.
Yes, end of the push, but that is the lead swap for the side of In, and this might be, I'm not sure actually if it will be that winning push just yet, just because Museum is such a strong push map.
Indeed it is. Nerd is able to find a nice pick there, but they do have to get out pretty quickly. They know they have to take down Sky. Unfortunately for them, Sky is able to defend like they've been doing so well this entire day, and a push on Dio comes out as well. If you're Blitz Jackets, then you're sort of back on your haunches now. You have to be able to get enough picks to push in with less than a minute remaining.
Yeah, that Zuka coming out from Kronos gets a pick, tries to get Mia there. We see Nerd going in for that fight, unfortunately gets taken down by Mia.
But look where Dio is. Look where Dio is.
Dio getting that jump in for Kronos. That's 1 ball in for the side of Blitz.
I don't even know what's happening. That is a wipeout on the side of Blitz Jacket, and actually I don't know if they have their pity clam remaining. Yes, they do, so they will have another push, but In has been taking a huge advantage here. They want to play aggro, but that is 3 down on the side of Blitz Jackets. I think they have to go right now, Rice.
Yes, they do. Blitz Jacket's pushing out Kronos, being smart. Unfortunately, Sky playing very smart with their pencil, getting that pick on Kronos, knowing that they're weak enough for a partial charge to really get that pick.
They need a ball and a clam. They just need a ball and a clam, and they do have defense here. Sig is able to move in. Nerd is taken down, and unfortunately their bubble's out too. They have to push with Kronos. They have to rely on this, and the ball does not come off. Someone's got to pick it up, and that is a wipe on the side of Blitz Jackets. Oh my goodness, what a play from them. It's looking like most likely no one will be able to make it back into mid. What a showing from In.
Yeah, In doing such a good job on that defensive play. Sky, again, as I said, knowing that a partial charge could get Kronos that pick. You know, I think if Kronos didn't get taken down there, got their shield out, that might have been a score.
We all saw it there. The shield was coming out, and it was either pick or be picked from the side of Sky, but they just knew how much health Kronos had left and were just able to punish them at the very end. Just like razor-thin margins on all these matches between these two teams, and what a showing from both of them.
No, exactly. And, you know, Blitz Jacket put up a really good fight. That last game was very, very back and forth. You know, anyone a bit of turbulence.
Yeah, a little turbulence.
But you know, Blitz Jacket doing such a good job towards, you know, the beginning, getting that strong opening, but unfortunately not able to lock on that defense like they did on that Rainmaker game.
Yeah, you know, it's every single time we just see the aggression coming out from one side. In that particular case, the aggression just favored In, and they were able to take it and win that set. What a fantastic showing from both teams.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a quick intermission.
Yes.
We are going into our grand finals.
Our grand finals. Here we go.
Yeah, it will be In versus Address Me, our returning champions from our last Booyah Bay.
Yes.
But we'll take a quick break, get everything set up, but don't go anywhere.
Yep, don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys soon.
Alrighty. We're back for grand finals.
Grand finals, and we have an incredible matchup for y'all here. We have our number 1 seed, Address Me, with the fancy font. And I did ask the question, how in the world do you get the fancy font to show up on Start GG? I still don't know how you did that or they did that.
They definitely did that, and I like looked at it. I'm like, can I get this onto our comm doc? And I was like, I'll work my magic.
And on the other side, we have In coming from Losers. They just put up an amazing show versus the number 2 seed, coming off with a 3-1 victory. And they, I think, are fighting Address Me for the first time today. Am I not mistaken, right?
Yes, I didn't realize this kind of until now, even though I took the score. But In did play Blitz Jackets in the winners semifinals.
Indeed, they did. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, our a little bit of TOing. Head TO over here has to wear many hats simultaneously. But we're starting here, Rice, on Splat Zone's Hammerhead Bridge, the true classic grand finals starting
the bridge.
map, you know? The bridge in the background, you know, bridge pictures, you know, bridge behind us. We have to start on the bridge, you know, it all makes total sense. But, you know, we have 2 really strong teams fighting here. We just saw In play amazing wiper comp out of the side of Mia and incredible backlining from Sky. And some really good, just, you know, gal hold the mid play from Weatherman, and finally Rays on that S-Blast, just finishing out the super aggressive comp.
Yeah, exactly. And coming out from Address Me, they are our returning champions.
Yes.
Won last Booyah Bay a couple months, more than a couple, but like
a few more of them.
A few months back in the summer, and coming back, you know, they're under a different name. I keep telling them, I'm like, can you keep the same name? It's the same roster.
Yeah, but they want to be addressed, so they're like, Address Me. But speaking of roster, we got Lunazuka, 5th Gen, Goose, and Swagger MC. And really interesting, like, these players can play quite a few different weapons, but I'm really excited to see if 5th Gen plays the Wiper, because they are also a very strong Wiper player.
No, and it's going to be interesting to see the dynamic of Address Me, because Address Me also has a very talented tent player from Goose.
Indeed, yes. So maybe 2 tent matches in a row, perhaps. We'll see.
What I'm hearing from Goose recently is they're not playing 10.
Okay. Well, they could play 10 if they wanted
could
to,
play 10
if they so desired. But yeah.
Yes.
But don't forget that Address Me is on the winner side of the bracket. So those of you who are not familiar with this, In is coming from the loser side. They will need to win the first set, not the first match, in order to reset the bracket if they want a chance of winning the bracket reset. From the winner side as Address Me, they only have to win 1 of the next 2 sets. Basically, you have to lose twice. So really, In is coming in from the perspective of, we just have to win this first set, we reset it, get everything back to normal, and then we can take the second set and win, whereas Address Me has a little bit of cushion. They can just win 1 of the next 2 sets, and they take home the trophy.
Yeah, well, even though we say this, though, it is interesting to figure out how these players will be with that type of, you know, Address Me had a bit of a break.
Yes,
It's been about, I'd say, 30, 40 minutes since they last
they've cooled
played.
down a little bit, which, you know, in some perspectives could be a good thing. You play a little less Splatoon, you get to watch other people, but in some ways it's like In is coming off of a ton of momentum. They just had a really good win over our number 2 seed, and they kind of are just in the zone right now. So we'll see if the break-taking team versus the still remain hot team, we'll see how that pans out, probably in the very first push.
No, exactly. I'm wondering at the same point, you know, we saw a lot from In that they had a very strong opening push. Those are the reasons why they won like the first 2 games. They had strong opening pushes, and they never let go of the gas.
Exactly. They were pushing as if they didn't have the lead basically the entire game, even though, to your point, they had winning pushes to begin with, and they would push to like 30 or 40 or something, and they would just continue the push. The ongoing aggression was what sort of marked In. And like you said, they sort of won the opening pushes on the first 2, which allowed them to get in a really good condition for the 3rd and the 4th game. On the other hand, Address Me is coming off a little bit colder, and I think both of these teams have the ability to play very aggressive, so it'll be really interesting to see who wins those fights.
Yeah, and especially with Address Me, inherently their comp will be faster paced just because they don't have a traditional anchor player.
Yes,
you know,
they
most
don't.
of their players are very aggressive front lines, and I'm being told to scoot in. I think I'm in the void.
You're in the void back there, lost in the bridge.
On the
perhaps.
bridge, yeah.
Yeah, like you're saying, aggressive players and no traditional anchor on their side, most likely. Yeah, I've seen Swagger, who's a very strong player on their team, sometimes play the pencil, but we'll see what happens. But we're getting in here to grand finals of Booyah Bay. What do we see these loadouts here?
Yeah, we've seen the same loadout from In, and from the side of Address Me, we see that Frozen Pro, the Tenta missiles out there.
Yeah, so the Tenta missiles is very interesting. This is a very long and thin map, super duper long and thin. If you back up long enough, then you can target a lot of players with those Tenta missiles. And right now, this is a zones map that's extremely long and thin. You don't want to be going multiple down, but first blood is drawn by Address Me. Actually, second blood and third blood by Address Me. That is 3 down on the side of In.
Yeah, we see, again, this very aggressive push from the side of Address Me. Address Me able to get that first zone cap, or not the first zone cap, but that first hold onto that zone. Sky trying to play defense here. Mia probably going to try to go for that off angle, but we see here Luna immediately knew that that's exactly what they were going to do, and Mia can't really drop in with this hammer just yet.
Yeah, you know, the hammer really was not able to get all the value that she probably wanted out of that, although there is 1 down again on the side of In, and don't forget that Address Me really has not let up from the zone. Now 2 down on the side of In. I think they're just going to hold on to this Rice, and there's really no one to face. If they can take down Raze here, which they do, this could be a game-winning push immediately.
Yeah, Swagger in this strong side position, jumping out, supporting 5th Gen on that right side, double bucket on the right, 1 down on the side of In. Mia has that hammer, has to try to push in with it, but all these bombs coming out from Address Me.
We're going to have to see a huge push, and that bomb going down, just canceling them out, is probably going to spell the end for In, who themselves, unlike every other set that we saw previously, In really seemed to struggle in that initial encounter there. It seemed that in that particular case, Address Me was the one who was playing incredibly aggressive. We saw them go 1 down, 2 down, 3 down, and as soon as that happened, Address Me was basically on their side of the field.
No, exactly. And I think that pivot from Frozen Pro, from Wiper to Frozen Pro from 5th Gen, we've been seeing 5th Gen play that Wiper pretty much this whole time, but 5th Gen being a Wiper player knows, okay, Mia will be playing Wiper.
Yes.
What do I do? What do I do to make the Wiper player's life miserable?
Exactly.
And I was having this conversation with my Wiper friends. I'm like, I think Pro is probably the worst matchup a Wiper can ever go into.
Because they have the range, they can chuck bombs at your feet, they can back up and missile you. It's like you can't fight them in terms of range. Maybe you throw a hammer at them, and like we saw some hammer play trying to come out here, but it just didn't really translate, especially on a map that was as long and thin as that one. And I really think what In is going to have to do here is they're going to have to realize that they have to change their strategy slightly to deal with a backline-less comp, right? Because they're used to dealing with comps that have some sort of backline or anchor, slower back player, but all 4 players of Address Me were both playing very hard, up close, and fast in that particular game.
No, exactly. The team, like the advantage of having that non-anchor comp is that, or I want to say anchor, but non-backline comp is that once you get that advantage, everyone explodes forward. There's no stopping. There's no stopping.
Everyone hold forward.
Yeah, but on for a more traditional anchor team, usually it's the anchor that's part of that crew that pushes up, but then they can't push up too far, or else they're gonna get picked off.
And then you kind of got to back up. But in that particular case, there is no backline, so like you could just play aggro front-wise with them. But one part of that was the bridge map, which is very long and thin, and we're going to our counter pick, Clan Blitz Museum. And again, we've moved to counter picks, and this team In is going to pick maps that they are very strong on and that they think their opponents will be weaker on. And Museum is an interesting one. They just won on this last set.
Yeah, this was the map and mode combination that they won on in that last set, and it makes a lot of sense. Museum being such a strong charger backline map, and they Sky can take a lot of advantage with that on this map, and I'm sure Sky was like, guys, I need something to help me. And like, Hammerhead being a very anchor heavy map too as well, but when you get shut out, it's very hard to really reset as an anchor. But on Museum, there's a lot of positions in spawn to really hold that line.
Yeah, you can go top left, you can go top right, you can get on the spinner if you wanted to for some reason, and then once you get to mid, you can just go to top mid and basically shut down the entire side of the plat that isn't guarded by the spinner. So I think this is a really smart counter pick from the side of In, and right now, we will see if the charger comes back out, and indeed it does. The pen is back out on the side of Sky. It looks like they're sticking with the same comp, and really, I think that's a very similar comp from the side of Address Me as well, with Goose pulling out that V Slosher.
Yeah, the same comp coming out from the side of Address Me, same comps coming out from both sides. I'm wondering what adjustments we'll see from In, especially, with that map. But we do see one go down on the side of In already.
Yeah, In just, they wanted to play the drop right, and unfortunately didn't quite work out for them. And already the quick movement from the side of Address Me is coming out quickly. Mia is able to find the splat on Swagger there, which is extremely good for them, although Sky is picked off yet again by 5th Gen, who has just been playing so quickly and aggressively, able to pick off Weatherman in close zones here. They are punished by Raze.
Yeah, and 5th Gen did have that ball. I'm sure if they got that pick, it would have been an open score for them, but it's the score getting slowed down for the side of Address Me. We see, again, Sky having so much impact on that pencil. As I say that, they go down here, and it has to be Mia with that hammer to try to defend.
Yeah, good push from Mia there, able to take one down, but now it's just Mia remaining. They are able to get them 4 down. I think this will be the end of the push, but first blood goes to Address Me.
Yeah, Address Me getting that first open. Again, we said this earlier, a one-clan push isn't necessarily too strong on this map. You really want to hope to get a multi-clan push here. Sky getting a nice pick there.
Okay, this is the position that NNN knew they wanted to be in. They want to get Sky into a powerful position, which is top mid. But here, we talked about this as well. The missiles coming out from the side of Address Me, has really been advantageous, although Mia is able to find 2 here. It's literally just the Pro versus the Pen. The Pen comes out. They are able to get out. There's going to be a jump in here that's going to be punished extremely quickly, but that is a small lead on the side of NNN.
Yeah, small lead on the side of NNN. One power clam can change that lead. We see Address Me get one onto Raze, pushing up aggressively, as we said, very fast on that side. They take down Mia. That's 2 down on that side. And this might be a strong push from the side of Address Me.
Look how quickly they're building clans, right? Like, they already have 14, and don't forget, in this map, in this mode, if you are carrying a power clan, that gives you special charge to your team. Weatherman is able to find a good trade there, although Goose does take them down as well. And we've moved back to a situation where, yet again, it's only Sky versus 4 members of Address Me, and they fall to Goose. This is probably going to be a pretty big push.
Yeah, big push coming out from the side of Address Me. They get it down to 43. Goose, the only one left with clams, gets taken down. Luna has clams, but they might decide to retreat and reset here. Swagger on that side has that Zuka, tries to get out, but Raze with that punish.
Wise backup from Luna there, just knowing that they don't have to push particularly further. They have about a 30-point lead, forcing Goose to jump back out here. The difference between the 2 pushes, from In, we just saw 1 ball and a couple of clams, whereas Address Me has been able to string together enough of these pushes to basically take a 30-point-ish lead, and right now it's just another slugfest in mid with 1 down on both sides. Neither team is in a position to push.
Yeah, but we see here Raze getting a nice pick. Luna has to back up with that ball, but they might decide to just hold on to this. Both sides have this power clamp, so no passive special charge going to the side of Address Me, as In is the team in disadvantage. We see that Zuka coming out. Raze has the power clamp trying to push up here, but not able to get too much.
Oh, Swagger able to punish so many times as Swagger just pulls out multiple splats. They are punished by Raze, but I think if you're Address Me, you're happy with having held off the push for just long enough, because all 4 of your members are back, and they really can't push right now. They need to find a pick or 2. 1 does come out, but again, it's just a trade. There are no pushes yet.
Yeah, Swagger doing such a good job playing that machine to its max range, making sure that they're using the elevation to their advantage to get those nice picks. We see the jump in with the ball from the side of Weatherman, but that's not going to be enough to swap the lead there.
And indeed, I think I see the idea. They wanted to get Mia behind and then jump on a ball and just try to extend the push a little bit more. Unfortunately for them, that push just kind of died as they were able to get punished extremely quickly. And yet again, we see Jen and Raze fighting each other is a trade. And honestly, trades are favoring the side of Address Me right now, because they're just trying to stall.
Yeah, but we see Mia here. Nice pick from Mia. Has that flank angle, but their teammates are going down, unable to really get too much. Gets a pick on Swagger. That's 2 down. That's another one.
Okay, Mia is going a little crazy here. They are the only member out on the plat, and they need to avoid the Zuka coming from the side of Address Me, who does find a pick, but Swagger goes down as well. Mia's close to forming a ball. There is another ball, but it's only Mia alive. They're going to have to pull out an absolute enormous play with 3 down on the side of Address Me. What's even happening right now?
Yeah, Address Me getting the delayed knockout, and there wasn't that pity clam left for the side of In.
In, they were so close multiple times. We saw that jump in push when Weatherman took the ball to Mia, who was underneath the basket, where they just weren't able to string together enough picks. And in that particular case, the one that we just saw as we were about to enter overtime, Address Me, they had the clams, they had the positioning, they just didn't have enough players down. And even though there was a point at which their opponents had 3 down, they just could not with the resources they had on the field. So
no, exactly.
Really close, but just not quite enough.
Very close. And we saw that again on the side of Address Me, their aggression, right? There is such it feels like every time they push, it's like a wave coming in. It's there's no stopping it.
Yeah, there really wasn't any stopping it. And also, when they were in a disadvantaged situation, when they lost 1, they lost 2, they just moved back to mid, but didn't really give up on the fight. It's not like they ran back to their spawn because they were concerned and gave up all that space to In. In really did not have complete control of the field for most of that match. And even though they fought extremely well, you really have to win more fights than that if you want to beat our #1 seed.
No, for sure. And I'm wondering what the counter pick will be. Will it be zones again? Will it be Clam Blitz again?
Yeah.
Will it be, I don't know, tower controller, Rainmaker?
It's just my problem is I can tell both of these teams want to play very aggressive. They want to, and you have to realize that if you're picking a map mode you think favors aggressions, you're also picking a potential map mode that could favor aggression for your opponents as well. So really it's just something where you feel like the 4 non-backliner, 4 aggro weapon or 4 semi-aggro weapon will play more weak on, and I don't know what that is going to be yet. Do we go back to Clam Blitz? Because that's legal. They can pick that, right?
No, exactly. They can pick any mode right now, any mode, any map if they wanted to. And I'm really interested to see how, Mia being that wiper player, having so many plays towards that end, just unable to really get the resources in time while they're making those plays. I think identifying when those plays happen for their team to know, okay, this is our time to move. We need to go. We need to go fast.
Yes, we need to go fast. And honestly, I think if your back's up or against the wall, don't forget they are coming from the loser side, so this is a must-win. The next 3, if it goes to this, are all must-wins for them. I think there's a possibility you might want to try to put Sky back on leader. I think that is a possibility. If everything else has failed up until this point, we know how strong of a leader player Sky is. Maybe they're just more comfortable playing Pen in this situation, but I'd love to see if the leader transition comes back out.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see that. I've known Sky for a bit now, and before they even got into competitive Splatoon, they were a 3K XP E-leader player.
They are a top leader player. They're extremely good at leader, and I think maybe that is the surprise factor that we want to see coming out from them, because right now you've tried basically everything else. You've lost, unfortunately, on your counter picks, so you have to pick something where you think you can throw the opponents off enough. Or you're like, no, we want to stick to our guns, we want to stick to the pen comp that we've been playing with, for this entire set so far, and we just need to execute. So we'll see what they end up with. But really impressive play from the side of Address Me so far. All 4 of their players just sort of filling in behind each other. We saw some excellent, just like, Swagger gets one pick on one side, and then Goose comes in from another side, hits 1 or 2 sloshes, and then Luna comes in and finishes off a pick. And then it's just like everyone, 5th gen runs around and is able to distract them just enough for their teammates. They're all working like a massive oiled machine here, and it looks like we are going to be seeing splat zones again on Barnacle and Dime, and it's looking like they are pretty close to sticking with their guns, with the exception being Mia going to Gal.
Yeah, Mia playing the Gal this time, and Weatherman actually playing that Splash-O-Matic.
Yeah,
I think they
big
want
change.
that Crab Tank to use as stabilization. I think Crab Tank is so strong to slow people down.
Indeed, and as we pan to the jellies here, it looks like we do see a quick one down that's raised on the side of In as the initial advantage goes to Address Me as 2 down on the side of In.
Yeah, 2 down on the side of In. Sky trying to hold that defensive position, but that's going to be 2 down. It's just Sky trying to hold that top left, but we see on the side of 5th Gen, they get that top left, and 5th Gen is going to be such a thorn on the side of In right now.
Yeah, they are able to punish them, although they do have Cooler. Sky is able to find a really good pick there. Cooler is back out, but they've already bled 50 seconds off, and if Goose can find 1 or 2 picks here, that would be absolutely massive. They do choose to jump out, and it looks like they will be safe from the Booyah, but they finally cap.
Yeah, that's finally going to be capped. That's finally going to be that bleeding stopped on the side of In. And they have strong mid positioning here. They get Swagger down, and they have that Cooler to try to push up. But we see here 5th Gen getting that pick on Raze. That's Weatherman going down 3 down on the side of In. And it's just going to be Sky trying to back up.
You know, it seemed like the mid fight just did not go in their favor. They were able to flip the zone, but only for about 10 ticks, as right now we see them sort of just struggling to get back out from spawn. They're going to have to charge a couple specials. They do get Swagger on the right-hand side. That's going to start them, but they need to move together as one to the zone.
Yeah, but we see 2 down on the side of In. That's
okay.
a 3rd down. It's just Luna trying to hold that defense. The jump in from Swagger gets taken down. It's just Luna having to play that anchor role on the side of Address Me. And we can see this is the first time In has a big advantage in any of these games.
Indeed. They are finally to the lockout situation, and they are looking for those 1 and 2 stagger picks that Address Me has been getting. And that is an excellent start with a pick on Goose going down. Mia is going to try to survive. Unfortunately, I believe falls to Swagger there. Right now, it's just sort of Weatherman and Sky in the back. I don't know if that's going to be enough resources as the members of Address Me are coming back toward the zone, although they do choose to use the triple strikes in a different position. The zone is completely neutralized, but Swagger and Luna come back, clean things up in zone, and now they are back in an advantage situation.
Yeah, we can see here a bloodbath in mid right now. Ray's getting multiple picks.
Oh!
Ray's getting 3. That's the wipeout on Undress Me.
As soon as I said good position in mid, an excellent play from In, just able to get the wipeout on the side of Address Me, and this is the position they want to be in. They know exactly where all of their opponents are with 2 in top left and 2 down in their pit. That's a strong crowd from Weatherman. I think they're going to go for lead there, but the Zuka comes in, just cancels them out.
Yeah, Swagger with that nice Zuka. Gets 2, gets 3. It's just Sky left. They might need a jump out here. Does get that jump out. Has that Cooler for the team, actually. So it might not be that much of a hold for Address Me, but In has to be very careful here because this might be a winning push for the side of Address Me if they're not careful.
You know, they had the hold and they just lost enough players. Unfortunately for them, with Raze going down, that's going to be a critical member. They will not have the Booyah bomb for a minute, and that's Mia as well. 1 additional special going down. That is the 3rd one. Oh my goodness, the trade is absolutely critical with Swagger coming up on that one. They are going to have 1 final push to come back to the zone here, Rice.
Yeah, this is their moment. They have to try to cap that zone. Gets a trade on 5th Gen. That's not exactly what they want. They don't have a lot of paint. And it uncapped just at the end when the timer already ended.
You know, we've all had those zones games where it went to our favor, but the game is just like, no, not quite a hold.
You're too
yeah,
late.
It's just slightly too late. But what a coordinated hold from the side of Address Me. We saw each of them. They were in sort of the hole there. They were all in their top left, top right, and they had to get the picks to come back to mid, and they just found them. And that is the strength of a team that is able to move together all as one. But, you know, really good job from In. They really made them really fight for it.
No, for sure. In did a really good job just trying to hold that line. They did it, you know, they had multiple chances in that game, but Address Me had a lot of resources. They had that early lead to, you know, again, take advantage of positioning that they had. And it was a very hard thing to do to try to get rid of all of Address Me.
Every single time we saw them get rid of 1, 2 members maybe of Address Me, and it wasn't until the wipeout happened where they could really set up. But, you know, Address Me just constantly, every time someone goes down, there's always another player to sort of fill in their spot. And, you know, they are our 2-time defending champions. Am I right, Rice? Is that 2 in a row now?
2 in a row.
Impressive.
Yeah, you know, they had a similar roster come in a couple times, but this has definitely been the most convincing win they've ever gotten.
Yeah, incredibly strong showing from them, and we hope to see them back for a third time, maybe for the three-peat. But I think that is the end of our coverage. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's the end of Booyah Bay. You know, we just finished Grand Finals, and we can't express the vibes that we've had today.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
been amazing.
You can't hear it, but it's been so loud, it's been a little difficult to hear Rice sometimes. Like, they're cheering over there like, yeah, Grand Finals, just electric atmosphere here in San Jose, California, and just a wonderful showing. Thank you, by the way, Rice, for all the lead TOing that you've done down here. I think things ran super smoothly today, and I think everyone had a wonderful time. I know I did.
For sure. I know it's our time to sign off, but Nato, where
Indeed.
can the lovely people find you?
You
on
can
the
find
internet?
me on Blue Sky at NATO NX. I don't really post there that often, but if you need me, you can find me on there. And where can they find you, Rice?
You can find me at Booyah Bay. You can find me at We Like Rice, all one word online. And yeah, we'll see you guys hopefully in a couple months.
Indeed. Thanks, everyone.